Okay, so we're about to read the chapter. Let me see if I can see you guys, if you can see me. So first, I'm going to make something really clear. I need you all to chill the fuck out. I'm not going to be reading chat until I finish the chapter, because all of you are reacting and talking already. Like, I've read the chapter. I've told you many times I'm not going to do that. So look, calm the fuck down. I'm not going to read chat. I'm not even going to say hi to anyone. I'm sorry. I'm seeing a huge walls of text. People are already like dropping shit in the chat. Just let me read the chapter. I need you all to calm the hell down. So I'm just going to read the chapter and we're going to go from there. So yeah, I'm not even going to do an intro. I'm not even going to waste our time. Okay, Chizzer looks devastated. All right. Also, just one tiny thing before we start. One tiny thing. Listen to this kindly.
Expectations often lead to disappointment.
Keep that in mind, please. Keep that in mind. But this past month, the more I've gotten to know you, I've realized something. Oh, there's already a spread. That was fast. I think that I might be in love with you. Wow, it feels so far away. It feels so far away. It's like the words aren't with her. And like, look, we read through this chapter and last chapter, and I said something was wrong, and none of you fuckers believed me. None of you believed me. Then does that mean it's been on my mind all month? Oh, there's the ring. I've been wondering, can I really put this ring on? Do I have any right to put it on? That's my mom's ring. She brought it with her. I love Nagomi-san, Harumi-san, and Kazu-san too. But I still can't put it on yet. I don't regret kissing you at Hawaiians, and I would do it again no matter how many times we ended up in the same situation. But maybe that's because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san, Kibe-san, or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. Wow, she admits it. She can't forgive Mommy. Okay, we're starting to see more of the real her. Yeah, no, and this is stuff we all said. Look, this is stuff we all fucking said. I'm glad she's fucking realizing that a part of her love is being blinded by her guilt. And yeah, I also feel guilt about my grandma believing until the very end. Yeah, it's about her grief. It's about her guilt, right? It's eating her up inside, and she doesn't want to make a choice like that. I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. I might have feelings for you, but considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think that's something I can jump into right now. So, sorry. I'm sorry. She looks fucking destroyed, dude. Absolutely heartbroken. Yeah. That's life. Poor Kazuya, that's life. He hasn't fully processed it yet, but he gets it. This is not as bad as you people made it sound to be. I called this. Jesus Christ. I didn't predict like these exact things, but we talked about this. We talked about everything she just fucking listed. Jesus Christ. These things happen sometimes. I guess I'm just happy to hear that you feel so strongly about it. Hang in there. I need to hold it together. Oh, he's about to crack. I can tell how hard you've thought about it. Anyway, we should get going. He's about to crash the fuck out. Oh, I feel it. He's about to crash the fuck out. Oh, boy. And it didn't know. And it just ends. No. She's gonna fall off. He's gonna jump after her. Okay, no, people reacted too fast. Y'all are fucking idiots. Y'all are absolute fucking buffoons. Are you shitting me? You're idiots. Oh my god. Y'all are idiots. Are you kidding me? People acted like Chizuru said the most heinous shit. When everything she just said is completely fucking reasonable. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with the... I was walking in here expecting like something genuinely fucking awful because of how the internet was framing this shit. And you're telling me Chizuru is literally like being genuinely honest and clear with Kazuya, and Reiji's clearly setting up for her to fall off the ferry and Kazuya, or not the ferry, the lairs, then Kazuya's gonna jump after her, and then they're gonna clear shit up and still talk about it. The date isn't fucking over. Oh my god, y'all are so stupid. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Y'all are unbelievably fucking stupid. You reacted before you even saw the actual finale. You're acting like this is the end of the fucking day when Reishi literally shows you something that's gonna resolve this almost immediately after. Jesus Christ. We literally predicted Chizuru was going to fall off because she specifically refers to the event when they're at the beach and she falls off and Kazuya comes in to save her. Waste of my fucking time. Y'all are stupid. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. You actually think it's over? You genuinely think it's over? You really think that's it and it's just gonna end like that? You think, look at Kazuya. He's about to crash the fuck out. We literally called Kazuya crashing the fuck out. Look, anyone who comes in here and is just like, oh, like this didn't happen, blah, 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 or you just wanted to you know what? None of you are going to believe me. None of you are going to fucking listen. So I'm just going to pull up the thing that I said last week because none of you are going to fucking listen to me. Yeah, I should just quiet parallel. I think I might be in love with you. Finally, oh my god, let's go. Oh boy. Oh man. When the next chapter comes... If there's more, people are going to be so weird when the next chapter comes. Because I'm telling you, people read this at face value. I can already see people read this at face value. So when we get to the next chapters, you're going to be like, oh, Reishi pulled a fast one. What a fucking asshole. When like all the signs were there. All the signs were there that something is a little strange about this. Dude. Here's me again. To resolve. There's... that ground. I literally discuss all of this here, by the way. Literally every single thing she fucking says. I say it right here. Such sincere ways, and she disappears. And then what is she? and she never a girlfriend. I was a little shocked, but my judgments of you were unkind and premature. I completely overlooked your true nature. After I calmed down, however, I realized something. Perhaps my foolish judgment is to blame for everything. Gee, no. As much as it shames me to admit, I was blinded by those narrow-minded beliefs, and it forced you to hide everything. Even though it was brief, please forgive me for judging you based solely on your job. Like, Chizuru never got to hear that from Sayuri, and she never will, right? Like, she knows her grandma would maybe love her and accept her, but she probably like felt a little insecure about that. So this is a kind of resolution for Chizuru's character in some ways to get that from Nagomi, a person who did in fact end up judging her for her work. To be honest, back at the hospital, Sayuri-san and I had a little chat about you two, huh? She told me that she could see a bright future for you two, one where you'd be surrounded by your children. I told her that I felt the same. Even now, I can still see it. I see you two in your wedding dress and Kazuya ready to take you as his wife. Adorable. They come home. Chizuru sees him in his, wedding outfit. And she disappears. And then what does she do? I'm the one who should be apologizing, but I was speechless. After all, I'm still lying to her. After hearing such sincere words from her, I don't even have the right to apologize. I need to hurry. I need to hurry. Just what kind of talks were you having, Grandma? Okay, this is bad. This is usually a bad fucking sign. The fact that she feels she needs to hurry. Like, this is clearly an influence on Chizuru's choices. The fact that Grandma Nagomi said this stuff is clearly an influence on Chizuru's choices, and people are fucking ignoring that. It's clearly bothering her. The ring reflects that. Chizuru feels unworthy. She's trying to live up to this love. She's trying to be good enough to love. Are you starting to see the problem? So it's like, yes, I might be in love, but I don't think I'm good enough yet. That's another thing too. Kazuya does a lot for Chizuru, and she doesn't feel like she does enough back, right? So that could be another part of it, that she's not content with just being okay with that. And she's created this like issue that she thinks she needs to resolve. There's more at play here, okay? Like, I think the more we go back, the more we're gonna see that there's actually more at play here than meets the eye. And I think if you're only here for a confession, if you're only here to get the resolution that you want, I'm sorry, this is not the manga for you. I will say this as many fucking times as I want to. We will get to that point, but you can't rush it, okay? You can't rush that resolution. You're not gonna get it as soon as you fucking want. Like, I think next chapter might be a subversion, and I could see people being fucking stupid, because they fucking will be. And that's kind of what I was predicting with the internet. A lot of the internet seems to be like, just finally, yes, we're getting there. And I'm like, shit. Like, next chapter might not be what they expect, and they're gonna be like upset and weird about it. I think it would have been a nice in the... What the fuck more do you want me to say? What the fuck more do you want me to say? I called this in every fucking stream. I called this in every fucking stream. I kept telling you motherfuckers, but none of you want to listen because all you want is a goddamn confession. All you want is a goddamn confession. That's the problem. You're not seeing what the characters have to resolve. That is part of the fucking issue. They need to resolve these conflicts. They need to address it. They need to talk to each other. It's good that Chizuru put it out there, but she's not resolving it. No, it's not NTR, Gumbel, whatever the fuck your name is. Get out. Jesus Christ, people are so fucking stupid. God damn it. Like, what the shit? What? Like, no, it's a subversion in the sense that, like, people thought she was gonna confess, and, like, you're literally walking in with the same mindset as Kazuya, like, oh, it's finally happening, and then it doesn't. And it's like, in that sense, it's a subversion. But like, to say that Reiji ruined Chizuru's character, that she's undeserving of him, that, like, she did all this bad shit. Chizuru did not do anything bad here. Everything she said was completely reasonable, and if someone said that to me in a relationship, I would understand. The only difference is we would sit down and talk about it a little bit. That's it. Kazuya is trying to hold himself together right here. What Chizuru said is completely reasonable, and she's literally just saying, like, bro, I don't think how we're getting into this is healthy. That's literally what she's saying, and she's completely right. She is completely right. No, like you like, yeah, you didn't get the oh, I'm in love with you, but Chizuru is completely right. And yes, it's not good, right? Chizuru is lying to herself, okay? A part of what's happening here is Chizuru somewhat lying to herself, but not in the sense that you're expecting. It's a truth disguising a lie. It is the reverse of everything we've understood up until this point. Everything up until now was a lie disguising a truth. Okay, everything up until this point, a lie disguising a truth. That's why we compared this to the cheer update. The cheer update is very, very important to this date because this is the reverse of that date. That date, what's happening in that date? Chizuru is hiding the fact that she's not fucking okay and she's putting on an act. And Kazuya is trying to get her to embrace the negativity so she can get some positivity, right? This is the reverse. This is Kazuya, I didn't mention another thing. Kazuya in the cheer update is being very selfless, but Chizuru is needed to be selfish. This is the reverse. This date is about being selfish, and so Kazuya needs to embrace his selfish side, whereas Chizuru is being very selfless. The truth that's hiding the lie here is literally everything she just said. That is all complete truth. There's nothing here, but what it's doing is that it's hiding the fact that it's a disguise for Chizuru being unable to accept herself, unable to accept her circumstances, unable to accept all these things around her love. Therefore, her love is not justified. Look, don't take this at face value. It's not as bad as you think it is. I literally think this will be resolved in like a chapter or two. I kid you fucking not. I think this is going to be resolved in like a chapter or two. Calm the fuck down. Don't let the internet like bait you into this. Half of these fuckers are grifters. They just jumped into this and they're like, oh, she rejected Kazuya. I can't believe it. Ha, 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 ha. It's all the same crap. It's all the same fucking crap. No. I'm sorry. If you walked into this expecting them to get together, you dug your own grave. You weren't paying attention. You didn't pick up on the things that were being put down. That's your own goddamn fault. It's not the story's fault, right? Like, yeah, how it happened in this chapter? Yeah, it was a little negative. And yeah, I bet it caught some people off guard. But calm the fuck down. Take it, like, literally, let your emotions out. Calm the hell down and come back to this. Calm the hell down, come back to this. Dude, you need to take it easy. Look, seriously, your emotions are getting the better of you with this chapter, with this arc. You're reacting too quickly. There's a lot more at play here. It's not just gonna Look at this. Dude, like, look at this. She is not okay with this choice. She knows she's not okay with this choice, but she needed to put that choice down because she feels it's the right thing to do. Chizuru is acting out of should, not want. That's the problem. Chizuru needs to act out of want. That's the issue. We discussed this. We went into fucking details about this. When Chizuru was giving her speech last chapter, we literally pointed out how Kazuya is speaking in want and Chizuru is speaking in should. There's a reason Chizuru is actively hidden in shadow. It's not going to just end like that. This entire arc has been absolutely just positivity overflowing. You think we're going to get some negativity and Reishi is just going to shoot us in the fucking foot? No, that's stupid as shit. Paradise arc, it made sense, okay? Paradise arc, it made sense. It was a very negative arc. It dealt with a lot of negative shit. Reishi literally said, oh my God. Like, I cannot believe people are not seeing this shit. Y'all are blind as... I was going to say bats, but bats aren't blind. Like, we went through this last stream. Kazuya literally walks around. Everybody around him starts interacting with him, suddenly popping up into his life. Suddenly, Ruka is there. Suddenly, Nagomi is there. Suddenly, all these people around him are influencing his choices. I wonder what kind of stuff other men think about the day before. As packed my closed moving boxes, I was thinking about Mizuhara the whole time. Sometimes I chuckle thinking about the day we met, or the times we committed to her research, or how proud I'd be to show Mizuhara's acting to grandma, but about how I didn't want to lie to Kibe anymore, or how I needed to hurry up and deal with Ruka-chan, or how I didn't want to let Yamori-san down, or have to live up to Sayuri's expectations. Do you see? Expectations. Those things are core to this story. They were there from the fucking start. What does this arc do? What does the Cohabitation Saga do? Intentionally removes all of these things so that the characters find their answer underneath that. What happens to Kazuya? He finds his answer underneath all of that. Chizuru literally clearly finds her answer, but those things are still there. Even though they're not physically present in her life, every time they show up, they act as a constant reminder of what she is not allowed to do. It is a literal reflection of her job
as a rental, right? It is a literal reflection of her job as a rental, and people are not fucking seeing that. Jesus Christ, she literally feels like she cannot be with him. She doesn't have the right to be with him. She doesn't have the right to put the ring on. It is an influence on her choices. She doesn't doubt his love. She thinks she might be in love with him, but because of these external factors, she cannot be with him. It's completely a reasonable and valid adult argument, and people are pretending like this is the most childish, stupid shit ever. You know what? Someone send me someone send me what the leaks are like. Someone send me what the fucking leaks are like, because I bet that shit is inflammatory as fuck. Someone send me the fucking leaks. I swear to God. Send me the goddamn leaks. Bro, I'm not gay, but I think I might be in love. It's okay. You can appreciate another man or another woman and not be gay. That's completely fine. Or the girlfriend's the only witch, at least more like unlike others where she just falls over MC. Yeah, no. And think about this. Think about this for a fucking second. What is a tsundere? What is a tsundere? A tsundere is a character that lies to themselves. Chizuru is using truth to justify the lie to herself. And it's almost it sounds completely reasonable. She is a deconstruction of a tsundere, and none of you fuckers see it. Because you people can't fucking read. Unfucking believable. Unfucking believable. I'm talking to children, dude. What the hell? Oh my god. No. No way. No way. You guys read someone send me the fucking... I'm gonna go to Twitter. Where are the fucking spoilers? I need to see these stupid spoilers. Everybody was like coming to my fucking chat talking about these stupid ass fucking spoilers. Unfucking believable. Okay. Yeah, I left this conversation. It was totally expected. Didn't expect this so long day, and thank you to you. Blah 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 blah. Okay, these aren't the spoilers. Here, I'm gonna move this here just so it's private. I don't want to see what people have to say. Oh, great. Let me guess. Japanese fans are probably freaking out too. Oh, no. Japanese fans are chill. Shocking. Japanese fans are actually chill about it. They're just like, oh, it's going to be rough overseas. How fucking shocking. Unbelievable. Right? Japanese fans aren't freaking out, but you fuckers have. Unbelievable. I bet some basic Japanese fans probably are. Like, I think the core fans aren't freaking out as much as the West are. Oh my god. K-Manga posted this. Look at this shot. It's so fucking peak. Dude, it's so fucking peak. Move that here. No, this chapter is anything less than peak, and you're fucking idiots if you think otherwise. I'm sorry. Like, I'm done being nice about this. I am done being nice about this. Y'all wasted my fucking time. Y'all caused a huge ass ruckus online, and then I read the chapter and it's actually fucking good. Are you kidding me? I was so worried. I was right, and nobody fucking believed me. None of you fucking believed me. Oh, you're reading too much into it. Oh, you're overthinking. Motherfuckers, learn to read. Learn to fucking read. I still think this is the reverse of the cheer update. Don't get me wrong. This is still the reverse of the cheer update. It always has been. Not every single detail was correct. Because again, we were operating on half information, right? Not every single detail of the cheer update stuff was correct. You're right, Andrew. However, not every... Like, I understand we were operating under half information. But I was correct in that this is the reverse of the cheer update. Because the cheer update is about embracing negativity to get positivity. This is about making positivity into negativity, and you need to flip that over, right? You need to just embrace positivity as it is. When the cheer update again, chapter numbers, cheer update is like 159 to 164. It's It's the day where Kazuya is helping Chizuru out. We went through it. Look, I'm just trying to find these stupid leaks, and I don't. Should I just go to Reddit? Are they on Reddit? Are these stupid leaks on Reddit? What's going on? There I am. No, I was so confused. I don't know. I lost track of my shit. I'm gonna just go to Reddit. Today I kind of don't want to read Reddit comments, but I'll kind of do it. Were you on Discord? I am in the Rent-A-Girlfriend Discord. I don't go there very much. I send them to you, Faye. Oh, did you send them on Discord? Oh, okay. Let's why can't I read these? Oh, there we go. To here, translate. Are you telling me? Are you fucking telling me they use ChatGPT? I'm dead serious. Are you telling me they use ChatGPT? I am dead fucking serious. Did they use ChatGPT to translate this? Chizuru took out the ring and said, I've been thinking about this for a whole month, shouting out that she also loves Kazuya's family, but she still couldn't put the ring on. Although she said she didn't regret the kiss in Hawaiians, all the complicated circumstances at the time made her feel that it wasn't just simple romantic feelings. See, that's misrepresenting what she said. That's misrepresenting what she said. I love Nagomi-san, but I still can't put it on. I don't regret kissing you with Hawaiians. Okay, that's kind of important. I might have feelings for you, but considering my current lifestyle and work and everything else, I just don't think that's something I can jump into right now. Right now. She's making a choice she'll regret, and she knows, and she regrets it almost fucking immediately. And y'all are acting like that's... She might be attractive, but not to the point that where she throw away her current life. That's not what she... Okay, there we go. We're literally getting shit he said wrong. Sorry, 3D model. Where is it? She might be attracted to him, but not to the point where she throw away her current life and job to jump into his arms. That's not what she said! God, I hate that I'm raising my voice so much. It's actually kind of frustrating. I hate that. That's not what she said. But considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think that's something I can jump into right now. She's not saying I can't. Look, considering my current lifestyle, okay, that includes rental and the kind of stuff she needs. She needs this job. She can't just give it up. We've discussed this in detail. She can't just give up her job. And yet, during the date, what is she saying to him? During the date, what is she saying to him? If we get together, I'll quit my job. If I date someone, I'll quit my job. And she literally can't. We've discussed how money is so important in this series, and you can't just quit your job. And yet she feels super guilty about that. This is an illusion Chizuru is casting on herself. She's not recognizing they can talk it out. They can talk all of this shit out, right? But she thinks she can't. That's not... No! So she lowered her head and said, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. A full page spread shows the moment Chizuru bows her head in apology. Rejected Kazuya held back his tears. Kazuya didn't almost cry. Where does Kazuya look like he's about to cry? Legit, where does Kazuya look like he's about to cry? He looks pissed. He looks like he's about to crash the fuck out. And then in contrast, you have Chizuru, who's literally physically hurt, as a contrast to her emotional pain. Where does Kazuya look like he's about to fucking cry? Motherfuckers, this is why we don't read spoilers. For the love of God, listen to me. Kazuya put back his tears, telling himself, hold it in. Kazuya put back his tears, hold it. No, he's saying, hang in there. I need to hang in there. Don't lose your shit. Don't react. Calm the fuck down. He's losing it. He's not about to cry. He's losing it. Just when it seems like the date was over, an unexpected accident happened. Chizuru hurt her foot from a shoe blister. I guess that does kind of look like a shoe blister. Next time you go home first. I don't even know if that's accurate, dude. Kazuya looks livid. Kazuya looks pissed. Think about all of this. If Chizuru was going to make this choice, why do everything she did during the date? Why? It's not just because. It's because she herself is under an illusion. We talked about this. Oh my Christ in heaven. Chapter 364. This cover page. This fucking cover page. This is from an illusion museum. This is from an illusion museum. This is a museum of perspective. This is literally just all a wall, and this is just Chizuru acting here. It's like she's pretending to be a girl in a glass when she is not. Okay, then you go to next chapter. You go to chapter 379 when the whole thing was happening. Reiji shows you two buildings. You see these two contrasting buildings. Why is he showing us these two fucking buildings? Perspective. You have this building looking up, you have this building looking down. In contrast, you have how Kazuya is perceiving events and how Chizuru is talking about events. You're intentionally in Kazuya's shoes, unable to fully understand the circumstances, and yet reacting and feeling certain things. In contrast, Chizuru is clearly hiding certain things, and certain things are being implied in her words, and you might not pick up on that because she is literally shadowed out. In contrast, you have this being a direct comparison to the cheer update, like, holy fucking shit. Look at this. Christ, man. Most of the cheer update is inherently horizontal. Most of this is vertical. Literally, it's contrasting by nature. Chizuru looks directly at him, hidden in shadow, and Kazuya looks at her. Kazuya looks away from her, and she's looking directly at him, realizing he completely sees her. Right? Like, it's contrasting. One is Kazuya talking about Chizuru, but never fully acknowledging her, never pointing directly at her. He's trying to get her to acknowledge herself. This is Chizuru talking about Kazuya and not acknowledging herself. It's literally the reverse. It's the reverse of events. Christ. What about the teasers though? Where's Crumpy? Yeah, let me let Crumpy know. What site? I'm rating this on K-Manga. Kazuya is mad because Chizuru's putting the opinion of others as an obstacle to their relationship. Yeah, and as someone who experienced that shit firsthand, it gets you really fucking mad. It will make you really fucking mad. Like, why are their choices important to your choices? Why aren't you doing this because you want to? In contrast, you like literally you see this in chapter 351. We talked about this. What like it's so this is so important to talk about this because this is the chapter before the date even starts. Kazuya is at home plucking his eyebrows. Nagomi shows up. Are you doing that again? I thought I told you before. Those brows are a keepsake from your grandpa. How are eyebrows supposed to be a keepsake? That's what it means to be family. You shouldn't care about your appearance so much. Why don't you understand that it's that's what on the inside that counts? Why can't I make the outside look good too? Anyway, how's that one thing going? What thing? You promised to go see Chizuru's play. Now that I know our princess is an actress, I feel it is my duty to see through to the oath with Sayuri-san. Kazi keeps plucking it. She says, does Chizuru-san prefer you like that? Well, I guess she'd prefer thin rather than bushy. Fine then, pluck him. Adjust to what people want from you. Even though 2 seconds later, she's telling him, hey, don't do that. Don't do that shit. Fuck off, Nagomi. Do you see the problem? Reiji immediately highlights the core issue here. That it is about expectations. It is expectations stopping you from being true to yourself. Jesus fucking Christ. And the cheer update is much like this. The whole idea of the cheer update, Chizuru has these expectations that she constantly needs to put on this mask around Kazuya to keep up this act, and Kazuya is telling her, please drop this act. It is the reverse of events. It is the reverse of events. Right? Like, Chizuru thinks she needs to... And again, that's another thing, too. In this date, Kazuya is in shadows, Chizuru is in light. What do we see? What do we see in the current events? What are we seeing in the current events? Light, shadow. Kazuya is the one about to crash the fuck out, and Chizuru is clearly very emotional and sad about this. Right? And how does the cheer update end? Mind you, how does the cheer update end? And this is telling you it's going to be a reversal because it's not going to just end like that. If that teaser was even correct. Kazuya remembers the events. Yes, he looks goofy as shit. It's funny. After that, she ended up crying for half an hour. All right, let's get going. Okay. How about early? Hey, about earlier. Sorry, no. All right, see ya. She leaves first. Right. So if that teaser is correct, one of them is going to try to go home first, but that's not what's going to happen, right? We know that's not what's going to happen. Also, this explains the bank thing she mentioned earlier. She's probably trying to compensate him for his time because she feels like she owes him. So that thing she feels like she owes all these other people around her is reflective of what she feels like she owes him. I've said this so much. None of you fucking listen. People don't watch. People don't listen. They just you're reacting to a story. You're not actually reading it. Those are two different fucking things. Christ in heaven. Is that my phone? What was that? Sorry, I heard like a phone vibrate. Okay, let me pull up the Japanese and send it to my friend. Hopefully he's calm about this. Hopefully he's not. Oh my god, it has 691 comments. Oh no. Okay, that's the current chapter. Current chapter is 455 comments on Japan. Oh man. And just understand, how do you read K manga on PC? Yeah. All right. Let me find Twitter. God, I'm just genuinely fucking upset, dude. I was so worried about this chapter, and then I see this fucking garbage. Unbelievable. There's no text here. Oh yeah, one thing I did want to show. They have the Kanojo Okarishimasu title here. P.S. This something I want to point out. So this is chapter 380, part 29, the part of pain. And the next chapter is part 30. Okay. 3 is Kazuya's number. We're going to have a shift next chapter. Right? You had pain first, now we're going to shift to positivity. I'm calling it. I'm telling you right now, dude. I think people are completely overreacting, and I almost don't want to read the comments. Just on my way home from work, Chizuru thought about love is so complicated. Yes, Chizuru's understanding of love is very complicated, and that's a part of her character, right? All right, I want to believe you now. Believe in the me that believes in you. I've always wanted to quote Gurren Lagann. Well, I'll go for reading Chainsaw Man by Johan. Genuinely, the stupidest fuck who exaggerated so much on this was ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's the internet. It's what we do. Let's translate some of the comments. Translate to English. I think it's going to turn, but like lead on. Piano is not complicated. It's somewhat rational where you really read the manga properly. Yeah, it isn't complicated. It's a really shock. We still believe, so we move. Yeah, again, please don't. I'm begging y'all. I'm begging y'all, stop reading spoilers. They are an insult to you and the author. Do you know why they're an insult to you? Because the author worked hard to put out something for you to enjoy and appreciate, because this is partly for you. And you go and read some other dude or dudette's opinion that's not even properly translated, that stole the work before it even properly released, and then gave it to you. So in a way, you're insulting Reiji by reading the spoilers, because this is something he worked really hard on, and you're going to some other person who stole it so you could read it. Like, I'm sorry, I despise spoilers. I hate people who participate in spoiler culture. Fuck that shit. I did it once when chapter 218 came out, because it was all over. My friends who don't read like Rent a Girlfriend were texting me this shit. It was everywhere, right? And that's the only time I ever participated. But this time I refused. No. I refuse to let that thing influence my perception of this story, of what Reiji has to say. Fuck that noise. Don't listen to these people. They're fucking idiots. Twitter is full of jackasses, okay? Twitter is full of complete jackasses. A huge portion of the anime community are just literally reactionary idiots, okay? I'm sorry, they are. Your favorite AniTuber is probably a reactionary idiot, okay? Like, there's a very real chance, because a huge majority of them are. Like, literally only a few people who I follow that talk about anime aren't reactionary. It's so few, and I wish to God like that shit would stop, but it's not going to. And this is why I refuse to participate in that. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, like, you don't have to do it like me, but just don't read spoilers. Please don't. Just like, if you follow my channel, please don't read spoilers. Don't participate in that shitty culture. People are stupid in majority. Why threatening someone because of a fictional work? Yeah, no, and like literally the people on Twitter, I saw them like celebrating and popping off and getting excited that Reiji is getting hurt, and it's like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, that kind of attitude is the reason Reiji barely interacts with anybody on Twitter anymore. That kind of people created that kind of atmosphere. They always talk about how we should treat artists better, and then when the artist does one thing they no longer like, they start acting like children. They start doing this shit to feel validated in the fact that they want to hurt them. Do you see why I really don't like the anime community and the manga community? I do not like these people. Half of them are pretentious ass hats. Okay, half of them think they know how writing works when they don't know anything about it. Western fans aren't crazy. They're privileged little shits. They don't know what object permanence is, basically, when something exists outside of you. They're just privileged little shits who thinks they're owed something. And there's a lot of people like this. It's not just Western fans. Like, a lot of it is Western fans, but there are Japanese fans who are similar, who will react and act with privilege like this. I thought they like translated it one by one, but they combined it into a short paragraph of some. Yeah, no, they never do. I hate spoilers too, but I'm preparing myself for worst case. Literally, I'm not gonna get depressed for it for a week. Just look, just don't approach this story with negativity, okay? Like, just keep an open mind. See what the story's trying to say. Because to me, this was really good. This was really, really good. This wasn't depressing for me at all. Not because I've gotten hurt, but because I've seen something like chapter 218 and I cried. Yeah. Seeing Kazuya with a goddamn boner in chapter 218 made me cry. Think about that. To me, that's pretty fucking impressive, and a lot of you will not relate to me. That chapter is not for everybody. But fuck it, man. Like, I'm not gonna let the internet tell me how to feel. And that in itself, now that I think about it, I think the internet reacting as they did to this chapter and acting with a mob mentality is so fitting, considering Chizuru is letting a mob mentality, or not a mob mentality, other people influence her expectations and her choices. Isn't that super fitting? Kazuya is walking into this date, not letting other people influence his choices, being confident in his choices, fighting it alone. And yet Chizuru, in contrast, is letting other people influence her choices. And Why the heck does she go on a date? Okay, hey, for people who are just jumping in right now, you're all fucking wrong. You completely misread this chapter. I will say this as many fucking times as I need to. The spoilers were inflammatory and incorrect. They used ChatGPT to translate it, and they were fucking wrong. No, she didn't just go on this date just because, or that she was ready to break his heart. Y'all are acting like she just, like, actually tried to hurt him, when that was not the case. Chizuru has been influenced by external forces, and she's not making the choice she wants to make, and she clearly fucking regrets what she just did. Look at her. She is not happy with this choice. So I'm gonna need y'all to shut the fuck up and please read this chapter in earnest and actually read some of the context. If you don't believe me, when this stream ends, please go back to the earlier portions where we talked about this. You walked in after I've already discussed everything, and after I literally predicted everything that happened in this chapter, and none of you believed me. None of you believed me, because you were in here to get a confession. That is the issue, okay? You were in here to get a confession. You were not in here to understand the characters and their choices. Because if you paid the fuck attention, you'd realize you might actually still get a confession just a little bit later. Fucking dipshits. Ozzy's the only one who knows her best outside of Sayuri. Yeah, I can relate to the. I know how it feels too. Reiji is working his audience, primarily the haters, with a fine-tooth comb, and they're falling for it. He's a mad genius. Yeah, no, like literally the people reacting with hate and jumping and like acting with a mob mentality is literally being reflected back at them with the words Chizuru speaks. Like, y'all are stupid. Johan, it seems to me that Kazuya is coming back because she's likely falling down. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, I could see basically as they're walking, maybe Chizuru slips or something. Like, and I think that could be like, you know, Kazuya catching her, and then she just reacts. You know, I could definitely see that. Let me see if my friend Crumpy has said anything. Nope, they have not said anything. The gods of Oh my god, they're like, I put my life in. Oh my god, this is so funny. This is so funny. People are like absolutely freaking the fuck out, and they're like swarming to me for guidance. I'm like, guys, calm down. That's so stupid. Y'all are so fucking stupid. You're so scared. You're so fucking scared to be afraid. Just let yourself be afraid. Experience it. It's not as bad as you think. Like, if you read something and genuinely engage with it, it won't hurt you as much as you think. Jesus Christ. It's kind of sad that, like, y'all are letting these external things influence what you feel about this story and not understand what it's saying. Right, we are the bad guys now. Blame the fan. Classic technique always works. Taran, the fans read spoilers from ChatGPT that were inaccurate, and we literally just pointed out how they're inaccurate. And half of these fuckers aren't even fans. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. Half of these people are not fans, okay? And I'm the one doing this, not Reiji. Everybody was coming to me, telling me, you're showing up to my door and telling me how these spoilers say everything is wrong. And then I show you actively, vividly, in multiple different streams how you are misreading the text. I literally show you how you are misreading the text. Actively. I predicted how this chapter was not going to turn out how you thought. I said this, and every single motherfucker in my chat, on Reddit, on Twitter, was telling me how I was overreading this. And then, literally, half of the shit I said comes true. And none of you fucking believe me. So please, tell me how I'm blaming the fans. Please, tell me. Come on. Explain to me how I'm blaming the fans, because you clearly just walked in here and you're pretending to understand a very complex, long-winded scenario of hate around a series that people actively spread disinformation about to justify their takes that they fucking hate it. So please, keep fucking explaining to me how I'm blaming the fans when half of them are not even fucking fans. Even Gigok, the biggest content creator on the platform, who constantly talks about this series and gets people into it, literally spreads misinformation about it. Actively. He literally lets other people's opinions about this story influence how he feels, and he cannot read it in genuineness. That's not even a real word. Whatever. Sir, the author is a bastard. It sounds like a you fucking problem. God, bunch of fucking children. How many times I'm gonna have to explain this? Because people keep coming in, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, is it still happening or is it Jover?" Bro, it's not Jover. It's not. Look, you are reacting too quickly. It's not. Look, here. Since we're too quick to react, let's see some subtle foreshadowing that we talked about. In an earlier stream, we talked about how Kazuya is probably going to crash the fuck out because things like this don't make any sense, and Chizuru is letting other people influence her choices. The teasers said that, or not the teasers. Sorry, that's not fair. A teaser is actually intended. A spoiler is not. The spoilers that were translated by ChatGPT. I will mention this every fucking time. The spoilers that were translated by ChatGPT said that Kazuya was on the verge of tears. Does this look like a man on the verge of tears to you? He is about to crash the fuck out. He looks fucking pissed. He is mad, and he's trying to contain his anger. This is in Japanese, whatever. He's trying to contain his anger. He's trying to stay cool and collected. He doesn't want to freak the fuck out. Okay? Then you see Chizuru, clearly regretful about this choice, clearly not happy about this, clearly wants to be with him. And then she's hurt. Okay. So we have Chizuru physically hurt and emotionally hurt, clearly not in a stable condition. And then Kazuya is pissed and about to crash the fuck out. Okay, that to me has been set up from the start of the cohabitation saga. Why, you might ask? Oh, gee, I don't know. It's not like I brought this up every fucking minute. Like, oh my god, we have to go back quite a while, actually. Do I even own this chapter? Screw it. I'll just pull it up on my thing. So, before they even lived together, they almost had a fight. And Reiji actively foreshadows that they were going to have a fight. They were about to get into a fight. But Kazuya was not in a good place to have a fight right now. He was not emotionally well. So look at this. He's about to lose it here. But he's clearly not okay, so he backs off, and Minnie gets pissed at him. Now, the thing that I said is relevant here comes back. He's about to fucking lose it. He's mad. He's not about to cry. He's fucking mad. He is losing his absolute fucking shit. And in contrast, you have Chizuru clearly very sad and unhappy about this. Hidden in shadow, clearly hiding something. Lying to herself. And then we see her foot. So it's not like they're gonna, like, you know, get in the water somehow, you know, matching the rain, how this arc started. Oh, gee, it's not like this arc started with rain so heavy it looks like a fucking horror movie. Nope, totally did not happen. Wait, oh, whoops. This is the Japanese. Oh, that's why I didn't have them. I already bought them. But I was on the Japanese site. That's my bad. How did this arc start? Does this not look like a fucking horror movie to you? We start the arc with rain, and how do we end Chizuru's confession? How does Chizuru's confession end? Please, look at this visual. What did we say about this visual? The water is behind her, but it's like it's being caged, contained. She's not interacting with the water. Yeah, I get it. You're saying she should confess in the water? No. What I'm saying is that you start the arc with water. You end the arc with there's no water. However, she's at the edge of a pier, and there's literally bars at the edge, and the water is all behind her. It is vast. It is literally her containing and controlling her emotions. It is her restricting herself, not letting herself completely feel. How do we know this? Gee, it's not like she was freaking the fuck out earlier and she needed to stop and take a breath because she was doing it wrong. It's not like she didn't want to make this choice, and she said multiple times, this is not the choice I want to make. Gee, it's not like when we were getting into this date, I pointed out multiple fucking times in the videos that the way Chizuru's going about this is wrong. She should not have to make this kind of decision in such a way, because this isn't how you go about relationships. You don't rush it. You do it comfortably. You need to communicate. Chizuru is not communicating. This entire sequence is very one-sided. Kazuya is not saying his piece. He's not saying what he's thinking. He's holding himself back. He needs to let it the fuck out. So now what? They're going to get into a fight. I have said this. They are going to get into a fight. I'm telling it right now, and after the fight, they might kiss. They might fall in the water. They might kiss. Everything's going to work out. They might even have sex by the end of this. I'm telling you right now, they might get into a fight next chapter. It's going to happen. Like, tell me you see Kazuya like this at the end. Kazuya, who by the way, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. How did their relationship start? How did their relationship start? The real relationship, not the rental one. I'll give you a hint. It starts with an F. They got into a fucking fight. They yelled at each other. They used to constantly get into a fight. They constantly used to get into fights, and then they stopped, right? They used to constantly fight. They used to always fight. And then they stopped because they started restricting who they were. I've said this. They're going to get into a fight. We literally predicted Kazuya crashing the fuck out and saying they're going to get into a fight. None of you listen. I swear. That or half of you are new. If you're new, welcome. You're a little late here. They fought. No, they're going to fight. They have not fought yet. They almost fought, right? The chapter I showed you, this one, they almost fought and it didn't happen. And literally, you felt the sexual tension here. You felt it. Like, people who were reading this chapter were so hyped because they felt the sexual tension between them. This is that scene in a rom-com where the characters get into a fight and then start kissing, like literally deep French kissing right after, right? And then they have like crazy sex. This was that scene, and it doesn't happen. Not because Reiji was cucking you guys or NTR or any of that stupid fucking bullshit you love, but because literally all the dishonesty builds frustration. So yeah, tension. Yeah, they're being dishonest with each other, so naturally they have tension. They're not being clear with each other. They're not communicating with each other. Even in the cohabitation saga, they're constantly hiding and restricting parts of themselves. Kazuya, when he wants to beat his meat, he runs off to a DVD store, and then when Chizuru asks him where he was the day before, he's like, oh, I was with Kipe. When Kazuya goes and meets Mami, he doesn't tell Chizuru about it, and guess what? What did Chizuru say in this chapter that, like, literally proved Kazuya's worries completely valid? I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. Chizuru has not mentioned Mami once. Not once. And Kazuya, the one time he talks to Mami, the second time he runs into her, then she texts him or calls him in the middle of the thing, and Kazuya ignores it. Kazuya made all the right choices when it comes to Mami because he was right. It would bother Chizuru. Guess what? Something similar happens with Umi. Chizuru does not tell Kazuya about the whole Umi situation because she doesn't want to hurt him. She knows it would hurt him. She knows how Kazuya feels. She does not want to hurt him. And guess what? She was fucking right? She resolves it in a different way. So they're keeping secrets from each other. They're not talking about it, but that's part of the issue. That's part of the thing they need to start talking about. They need to let it all out. And the date... most of this date is them talking about things, and it looks like to you, if you just read it on surface level, it looks like they're solving things. A lot of people, when they read the date, they think to themselves, oh, it's just happening, finally, they're talking about things. No. They're talking about, like, surface level things. It seems extremely personal. It's actually kind of not. Why? They're skipping steps. Chizuru is skipping steps. She's not talking about her insecurities. She's not fully opening up to him. They're not talking about, like, the deep, complicated, emotional shit. The baggage, if you will. They need to carry the baggage together. They're carrying it alone, right? like she in this time when Chizuru says all this, she never asks what Kazuya thinks about all this, does she? Does she once ask Kazuya what he thinks about all this? Right? Chizuru is making a very crucial mistake here. She's not giving him a choice. And this is a mistake I caught as early. When did they go eat pancakes? 359, 360. I think it was 360. No, 359. The 9 again. I caught this, and I posted about it on Twitter as early as 359. What does Kazuya say here? Where's the line? It's happening. She's guiding me instead. Chizuru has control here. And she's not openly communicating, and she does communicate later in the date, but it's just about who leads and who follows. Chizuru has not actually given up control, right? Chizuru has not actually let loose both of herself and the situation she is in. She knows she's making a fucking mistake. She knows this, right? I called as early as, you know what? Wow, there's a lot of ass here. Christ. Oh my God. Okay. Let's just go to my profile for now. Or not likes. Media. I'm going to read you something I wrote. I've read it to a lot of the people who have been in here before, but I'm going to read it again because people clearly are not like reading this chapter earnestly. And I've told you I predicted this much earlier. Okay. Where is it? I think we're almost there. Just give me a moment. Is it that one or is it the one right after? Aha. I'm starting to understand this date arc and how the practice date with Minnie influenced this is. What happened with Minnie at the end of the date, by the way? A lot of people were like, oh my God, Minnie's clearly in love with him. And you get a subversion where no, she's just clearly analyzing Kazuya. This date is the reverse of that one, right? This date is the reverse of that date. So if Minnie is not in love, Chizuru clearly is. And look at this. Look at this visual. Minnie wears a skirt just like Chizuru. However, Minnie's skirt is a different color. Minnie doesn't have leggings. Chizuru has leggings. Chizuru has a dark colored one. Minnie has a light colored one. Are you okay? Sorry about that. The best liars tell the truth, hiding behind surface level cliches, which gives the illusion of progress. They are not skipping steps; they are avoiding them. No, I would say it's a bit of both. You're not completely wrong. I do think Chizuru is kind of avoiding it, yes, but she's also skipping steps because Chizuru is actually unfamiliar with truly opening up with people. She's putting on the act of opening up because she doesn't actually know how to. She's struggled with that her entire life, right? Okay. Sorry, where was I? The practice date with Minnie is. Oh, sorry, I was explaining how they're different, or how they're reversed of each other. Minnie hides her hand behind her. Chizuru's hand is right there. Chizuru wears glasses, turns and looks directly at Minnie. Minnie has her eyes closed. Minnie has her mouth open. Chizuru has her mouth closed, right? Chizuru has her hair tied up. Minnie does not have her hair tied up. Minnie's thing is white. Chizuru's is a different color. They're literally the reverse of each other conceptually, right? They look the same, but they're the reverse of each other. That's the point of this, right? Many people looked at this and thought Minnie was gay. I still hope Minnie is gay. I'm not gonna lie. I still hope Minnie is gay, or at least bi. That'd be kind of great. But anyways, let's continue. The practice state with Minnie is about a lie disguising a truth, right? So most of it is the lie disguising the truth that Minnie is afraid of love. She doesn't want to commit to love. She's afraid of it. And then there's the lie that Kazuya is putting on of being a guide, or the lie that Minnie is acting like Chizuru to disguise the fact that she's analyzing Kazuya's character. Okay? This, with Minnie acting as Chizuru in this arc. This date is about a truth hiding a lie. As a reversal, okay, let's go here. As a reversal of rental dating, Chizuru is seemingly being her truest self, embracing Mizuhara and Ichinose, something that is reflected in her clothing. It's a combination of the two. We see so much of the real her in this arc: childhood, childish, competitive, cute, caring, and accepting. So, right, so this is her wanting to be spoiled. This is her being accepting of Kazuya. This is her being competitive with Kazuya. This is her being caring and accepting of Kazuya. Okay. But this truth, this truth, I think it's actually hiding the real Chizuru underneath. It's not a lie that she's doing on purpose. She believes this. Therefore, it's a truth. The real Chizuru, the awkward, quiet one, shows up a few times in this chapter. First, when Kazuya pulls her chair. Look at Chizuru here. Look at this. She goes all quiet and awkward and weird, and Kazuya looks away. Right? Kazuya's doing something kind of manly here. I remember when I was talking to someone in the comments section, they said that one thing they didn't like about the cohabitation saga is how Kazuya in the cohabitation saga is a shell of his former self. Something I adamantly disagree with. Let me pull it up. It should be here in the comments. I should have it in the comments here somewhere. Blah, 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 blah. YouTube Studio. Open link in a new tab. I'll just move that here so I can still see you guys. Sir, did Kazuya take his mother's ring back? Did it look like he did? Did you see that happen? Did you see that happen? Right? I don't see Kazuya holding no ring. I don't see that ever happening. Did you see Kazuya take the ring? Did you see Kazuya say he wants it back? Did you see Kazuya say he's going to give up now? That doesn't look like the face of a dude ready to give up, right? That's not a dude ready to give up. That's a dude ready to fucking fight for this, right? So let me find the comments. It was under, I don't know which video it was under. Respond. Christ, there are so many goddamn comments. Okay, I found it. So they said with a smile when he tells her about what they're doing, doesn't it make just as much sense to assume that it's actually she's just really excited about the date? So what he's referring to is when we talk about chapter 325, I pointed out something really important people did not catch, and it's this subtle parallel Reiji does, where he's intentionally showing you the theme of illusions without you actually noticing. It's 326, I believe, and it's 327. It's when Mommy comes back. Right, Mommy suddenly comes back, and something happens here. So this, I'm just showing you what he's referring to, so we can come to a clear understanding. Kazuya says, apparently it's going to rain on the date, so I figured we could have fun either way. Oh, it's going to rain? Sigh. Again, no, it's nothing about this. Okay, I see. You've put a lot of thought into this. What does that look like to you? A mask, one of joy. You see Chizuru smiling here, and you get to the end, and you see Mommy sad. What is the iconic symbol of theater? I'm going to give you a wild guess.
If I can find it. Jesus, where the hell did I put it? Oh, must be here. Okay. What is Chizuru's whole thing? Acting, right? Chizuru is an actress. But what is a popular acting method that many people are familiar with and love to talk about? That's right. Method acting, right? But this isn't method acting. This is Chizuru not realizing she's acting, right? So what I was saying here is that Chizuru, when faced with negativity, puts on this mask of joy because she doesn't want to deal with the negativity. In fact, you see this when they go on the actual date, right? How Chizuru is dressed literally reflects that fundamental idea. How Chizuru is dressed reflects that. She has an umbrella with pianos and cats, music and cats. It is joyful, it is whimsical, it is dreamy, it is of the night. Where do we end? We end at the night, okay? So that music element, that piano, that gives cats joy, right? And Chizuru often has a cat mode. What does Minnie do when Kazuya and her are on the fake date? What does Minnie do when Kazuya and her are on the fake date, when they're practicing? Let me give you a hint. I love using this one. I absolutely love using this mini. It is very fun to use. If I can find it. Where the fuck are you, Minnie? Damn, girl, where the fuck are you? Ah, there it is. Cat Chizuru. Minnie acts like Cat Chizuru. Okay. Right? Chizuru is being like a cat. Everything about her is whimsical. It is literally working with the rain, not against it. Her clothes are like hydrangeas, flowers that thrive in the rainy weather, right? Flowers that thrive in wintertime. Or not, I think they're spring flowers, but they thrive in the winter, right? And they even, yeah, I believe so. And then she has the boots as a counter to the thing she's standing on, a septic tank, right? Right, she's literally hiding and protecting herself from above and below, right? It is a contrasting element. Who the hell is calling me? Why are there people calling me right now? I'm a little busy at the moment. Anyways, well, both of them are just a red flag. How are they both a red flag? What the fuck are you talking about? How are they both a red? What in the fuck? Mommy's a red flag. Mommy is a red flag. Chizuru is not a red flag. Neither is Kazuya. They're messy. They have baggage, but they're not a red flag, right? They both care deeply and respect other people. Here, how is Kazuya a red flag if he feels horny and actively controls that? Actively restrains himself, doesn't let that take over and bother the women around him. How is Chizuru a red flag when she's actively caring and respectful of Kazuya, right? Like even here, when she's turning him down and she's saying sorry, she's literally, her heart is fucking breaking, and she's trying her best to say it in the most respectful and non-hurtful way possible. She doesn't want to stumble over her words. 218 in a public pool. What's your point? What about 218? You're telling me you never like swam in a pool and like peed, right? When you were young and stupid. You telling me you never fucking did that? You telling me you never like popped a boner in the pool while you were swimming, right? When you were like, you see someone attractive, you never popped a boner, and then you tried to hide it by staying in the pool. You never did that. Like, why are we acting like, people don't do stupid shit in public and try to hide it actively? The fuck? Why are we acting like this is like some sort of moral sin? The fuck? He was levitating. I mean, it was goofy, right? It is somewhat goofy. Kazuya is literally like floating in the pool, but like that's literally how buoyancy works. It's this visually, from a visual perspective, I'm like a little confused
on like how Reiji's like showing it. It's like Kazuya's underwater, but then how is he underwater? It's like he's being drawn and sucked in by the water, which, by the way, like it is thematically fitting that Kazuya is literally in the water, and we end the arc in water because literally the water represents their emotion. So that's kind of the idea. I think Mommy's call is a reflection of the bad stuff that both avoid and need to confront in the upcoming chapters, lying expectations, unsaid things. Yes, Luca. Respect. I really like that. That's actually a much better description of the issue of the mommy situation, because I didn't feel it was enough that like Kazuya just avoided mommy's call because she doesn't matter. I felt there was more to it, and that is actually a perfect example. That's actually a perfect example of what it's actually supposed to be. Mommy and Ruka still need to be addressed. Yes, but look, Mommy and Ruka do need to be addressed. They are not the problem here. They are not the issue here. The issue is stop letting them decide for you. Be who you want to be, not who these people tell you are. There's a reason they're not relevant in this arc. There's a reason they're not here, because it's not about them, right? That's one part of it. The other part of it is that they represent the bad stuff you got to deal with. And basically, the cohabitation saga is the characters slowly getting to the point where they can deal with it, right? A lot of us aren't ready to deal with things, and we need some space away from it. And once we're comfortable and ready to, then we can confront the bad stuff. You're not a bad person for putting something aside for now, right? Like, yeah, it's a little morally gray, but it's not a bad thing. Anyways, we're going to come back to this because I put this off a little too long. Okay. We got some huge smiles when he first asked her to the date. On a different subject, I have said before that fact Kazuya post-Paradise has been a bit of a shell of himself. So while she still loves him when he is like this, he isn't the full package of the guy she fell in love with. In some ways, he's more open with her in the early chapters, like chapter 15, like the first 15 chapters than now. I get why he's like this, but it is a source of frustration for many. It is presumably a source of frustration for Chizuru. We get glimpses of comfortable Kazuya at the daycare and assertive Kazuya when asked her on the date, but it is mostly glimpses. I adamantly disagree with this, and let me tell you why. So there are layers to this. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying Chizuru isn't happy about this date. She clearly is. The scene I show from chapter 326 or 327, I think, specifically refers to the rain and how Chizuru deals with negativity. She smiles through it. She's choosing to define herself with positivity. It is both a good thing and something she's kind of hiding. As for Kazuya, I don't think that statement that he is a shell of his former self is completely true. Yes, he's not his complete self. I agree, but he's not totally gone either. He's still there, and that shows in his kindness, care, and respect for Chizuru even at his weakest. The cohabitation saga is him reclaiming himself as a mirror to Chizuru, who is doing the same. If you remember my early cohabitation saga videos, I said this: it's an arc about confronting trauma and remembering who they are. Their loss of character was both ways. It wasn't just Kazuya. This is why they go back to Chizuru's childhood home, a place of origin. Kazuya, in seeing Chizuru's origins, remembers his own. In the same way, what I said about it being a source of what you said about being a source of frustration for some readers in Chizuru, I think that's a challenge to the readers to accept all of Kazuya as a contrast to how Chizuru loves him despite his lack of coolness. Despite the lack of coolness, he shows. Oh God, I lost track of where it was. Source of frustration for the readers. I challenge you to accept all of Kazuya contrast to Chizuru loves him, despite his lack of coolness that he shows in early parts of the series. Him being cool is just a massive turn on, but it's not always there. You can't always be cool. That's what makes it special. It's how it comes out in crucial moments. His true character shining through. This is thematically in line with the idea of acceptance. This entire arc, what have I said? Over and over and over and over and over, that it's about acceptance. There's a reason we constantly see Sayuri. There's a reason we constantly bring up grief. There's a reason we constantly bring up all these elements. It is about acceptance. What is Chizuru struggling with in this entire sequence? What is Chizuru struggling with here? 1, accepting her choices. 2, being unable to accept all of these other things that she's talking about. She's unable to accept this stuff. She needs to. Kazuya is unable to accept this choice. It is about coming to acceptance. It is about facing that stuff and making the right choice, not the choice that you're afraid of, right? She knows this isn't the right choice. right? You need to make the right choice and accept that choice. This isn't the right choice, and they know it isn't, and that's why they're both not happy about it. Neither of them is happy here. Man, Kazuya deserves better. Look, can we shut the fuck up with that crap? Yes, of course. Everybody, everybody deserves some level of love and respect. You're acting like Chizuru just committed a moral sin here. She didn't. Right? She didn't. Everything she said was completely valid. However, it is also completely valid for Kazuya to get angry and upset at this because Chizuru is not being true to herself. She's lying to herself. Kazuya and Chizuru are an amazing match. Kazuya doesn't deserve better. Fuck off with that crap, okay? If you tell me Kazuya should be with Mommy, then yes, Kazuya deserves better, right? If you say that, yes, Kazuya does deserve better. He doesn't... Mommy is not a good relationship with Kazuya. No. But... Kazuya and Chizuru are an amazing match. They treat each other amazingly. And the fact that you think she did something, you're just simping on Chizuru. Okay, Taran, I'm gonna fucking ban your ass if you say one more stupid shit and completely misinterpret my words. I'm not simping for Chizuru. I literally called out what Chizuru did here is fucking stupid. So why the fuck are you... honestly, Chizuru hasn't had real experience with romance, so she can't complain. Like, yeah, clearly Chizuru doesn't have real experience with romance. She's fucking up here. It's clearly a fuck up. But everything she's saying is valid. It doesn't make it true. Everything she's saying is valid, doesn't make it true. But we're not talking about how she's clearly tearing up inside here. Right? Like, so stupid. Ooh, you're just simping for Chizuru. Fuck off. Fuck off. I actively criticize her character. Anyways, where were we? Let's see. You can't always be cool. That's what makes it special. It's how it comes out in crucial moments. His true character shining through. This is thematically in line with the idea of acceptance, that Kazuya and Chizuru is loved for all of them, not just the parts we like. I've said this since the start of the cohabitation arc. The reason we're seeing Kazuya being kind of a mess, because he's still loved. Even though he's not being cool anymore, he's still loved, right? Let's see here. They are loved for the parts that is hated. They are loved for the parts. They are loved when they fight. They are loved when they are weak and sad. They are loved for the complete package because by the logic you described, he was still there, but shit. I'm kind of messing up. Sorry. Give me a second. Because by the logic you described, how could Chizuru know she is in love with Kazuya if all she felt was frustration that Kazuya was a shell of himself? She admits here, she clearly loves him. She clearly has romantic feelings for him, and yet she cannot embrace that because she's holding back because of all these external forces. It's because Kazuya wasn't gone. He was still there, but in a different, more vulnerable way, just as she was. And she actually connected with him more because she saw that vulnerability. She saw the real him, the scared person underneath, who, despite appearing weak, never actually gave up the whole time. Not in the 3 months, not after, and not when they're living together. He wanted to give up, but he never did. And that inspired her to get scared and take the many risks she did in the whole saga. Right? This, at least you acknowledge this is a bad... This is... Taran, this is not a bad decision from Reiji. This is a perfectly in-line character choice by Chizuru that has been foreshadowed literally 100 chapters ago. Straight up. For hundreds of chapters, Reiji has foreshadowed this and foreshadowed that this isn't actually what Chizuru feels, that she is literally holding herself back like a dam. She's stopping herself and she's making a choice that she thinks is the right one, but it isn't. She's acting on should not want. This is not a bad choice by Reiji. If you genuinely think that after everything I've described, I'm sorry, you're not listening. You just want to hear what you want to hear. You're not here to actually interact or listen to what I'm saying. You just want to be validated. That's not what this is. This is not a story to give you validation. It never, ever was. And nor will it ever be. Okay? The irony being a rental girlfriend was she had her best moments with her clients, but was unable to apply it on her real date with Kazuya. An example, if not practice what you preach. So just one question. Is it over? She rejected him. Modi, what the fuck? I just told you it's not over. Why do you keep thinking it's over? What the shit? After reading the chapter, I think Kazuya is a gentleman, but for Chizuru, I will pass on it. That's your... Look, that's your fucking beliefs. That's not what this is. Chizuru is not a fucking red flag. I don't know why you people are fucking obsessed with this fucking idea. You don't understand anything. It's not over. Only the beginning. They want to reveal securities. Not, bro. Certainly. I think this is not a rejection. This is her pushing away, and Kazuya is not going to tell her how she's fucking stupidly into the fight. Yeah, and Kazuya has said, "You're so dumb" in the past. It's great. And the text bubbles are just squiggly lines. I want the comedy and emotion to blend. Let me move this to the side here. First 2 chapters. Foreshadowing is actually Reiji ones that are based on the character's behavior. Sorry, Esquel. What are you saying? Try again. I'm having a hard time translating some of the foreign text. I do apologize. Translate option. Choose another language. Translate. Damn. I'm sorry, it's not translating. Are you is Esquel asking for subtitles? If so, there should be subtitles after the stream, but I'm sorry. I love Chizuru to buy if she's full of red flags. That's your own interpretation. I think Chizuru just has baggage like every other normal person. She doesn't have red flags. Mommy has red flags. Mommy has a whole bunch of red flags, but Chizuru does not. Chizuru doesn't have red flags. She just has insecurities and problems she has to confront and deal with, as most other people do. But in terms of a relationship, she is genuinely one of the kindest people I've ever fucking seen. Like it puts some of these real life people to shame, dude. Like some of the vile shit I've been seeing these days. Like literally, Chizuru like puts all y'all to shame. She puts half of the anime community to fucking shame. Because she's an actual human being who loves and respects others and tries her best, even when she's fucking up. Like, she's fucking up here. She's trying her best, dude. They get home, then Chizuru goes to Kazuya's room, and he discovers... No, I don't think so. I don't think they're gonna get home. No. This is not over. They're not gonna just get home. This isn't how it ends. Confirmation bias. Kamari doesn't know what love struggle. Bro, play with feelings. Ugh. Okay. Look, if you're new here, please just rewatch what I said before. Oh my god. Look, I'm not gonna just explain for every single person who comes in here. I'm sorry. Fight, kiss, rain, love hotel. Yeah, I like that. You gotta be kidding me. Chizuru also reflects about how Kazuya shamed her about her occupation within the first 2 chapters. No, that's your DJ Phantom. You're misremembering this event. That's not what happened. You're completely misremembering this event. That's not what was happening there. I know what you're referring to. I don't remember the exact chapter. Crap. I don't remember the chapter. Let me see if I can pull it up. I know exactly what he's referring to. That's not what happened. You're misremembering events. You're misinterpreting them. 370, 371. No, 372. 373. Yep, there it is. So you're referring to this. Kazuya says this stuff. Chizuru isn't frustrated because she's being shamed. She's seeing a red flag. This scene looks completely different in the original chapter. She's seeing a red flag here. She's worried. She puts on a defense. And then she smiles. This is supposed to be the reverse of that, right? She's not seeing red flags anymore. It brought me to you. It turned that negative moment that we saw at the early parts of the series into a positive moment. She reinterpreted it. She changed her beliefs. She's like, it brought me to you. I'm not going to say it again, right? You mattered to me. That moment was important to me, right? So no, it's not that Kazuya was shaming her job. Kazuya was just venting out his feelings and frustrations, and Chizuru saw a red flag, and she's like, that seems dangerous. So she put on her guard, and she kept up with the act because that's what you're supposed to do. Kazuya is never gonna ghost Chizuru. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You clearly don't understand the characters if you think Kazuya is gonna fucking ghost her. Emotional baggages lead to emotional damage, and Chizuru is one damaged girl emotionally. No.
Emotional baggage does not always lead to emotional damage. It is connected, but it isn't. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Imagine the reverse ghost. That would be crazy. Kazuya would never ghost her. I've said this. Reverse ghosting sounds fun. Oh my god. Why am I? Are you gonna make a chapter breakdown video or just re-upload the stream? I'll do another chapter breakdown later. If kind of mentality is that, so if you have trauma or gunfire, you're considered a red flag. People with trauma normally do trauma dumping. Taran, as someone who's taken therapy and took a very long time to understand my emotions, that's not how it works. In fact, a lot of people don't trauma dump. They keep it inside. They don't talk about it. They don't want to deal with it. No, that's not how it fucking works. No. In fact, if someone trauma dumps to you, that's actually a good thing. Because they're trying to open up. They're trying to connect. And if you cannot see that, I'm sorry. Chizuru is very stoic. Yes, we've said this. Chizuru is an example of traditional forms of masculinity, whereas Kazuya is more feminine, intentionally so. They're both subversions of their particular trope. Chizuru is a subversion and a criticism of waifus, of tsunderes, of tropes, of how female characters are written in a lot of shonen manga stories. Whereas Kazuya is a fundamental subversion of the traditionally stoic, boring fucking main protagonist who has no fucking character and is very, very uninteresting. Looking at you, Fotaro. Looking at you. Kazuya had unjust prejudice towards Chizuru and her job, and she told him he rented her, so she should have known that. And Kazuya comes around to her job and supports it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, I don't need to explain that anymore. Like I said, does she have hurdles when it comes to insecurity status? We're seeing Kazuya's perspective, so obviously it comes off with more of a sting, but she's not intentionally destructive. Red flag. Yeah, she's not. Like, literally, dude, this is the most heartfelt I'm sorry. Like, this is the most heartfelt. People are not this kind when they break up with you. They're not this nice. They will not be this kind to you. This is genuinely heartbreaking. Not for Kazuya, but also for Chizuru. Like genuine. I feel bad for her here. She regrets this. She is hurt. Can you ban all these idiots, please? Impeding our usual party. I don't want to just ban people. I know I don't agree with their stances, but I don't just want to ban people. I want to help people like see things differently. Okay. The night Kazuya will go to bed knowing that Chizuru rejected him and not Umi. Umi didn't let her reject him. He literally just left like a little bitch because the dude couldn't get. I mean, if that's what you want to believe, that's your choice. But that's not what happened, and you know it, right? No, that's not what happened, right? That's pretty funny though. Okay, I guess we can do a quick chapter breakdown. Oh, I should check. I think my friend sent me the stuff on Twitter. So for the first one, for this page, the text for it reads, Mizuhara Ichinose, honest, not rental, words. Interesting. The date was over, or so I thought. Mizuhara's foot got a blister? Question mark. And then let's see what the next time is. Yeah, like look at it. It literally, they just said the date is not over. The date was over, or so I thought. Mizuhara's foot got a blister. Yeah, so. And then we got to see what the next time is. I got to make sure it's actually correct. Don't worry. Yeah, even Japanese fans are saying, don't worry, it's not over yet. I don't. Like, y'all are so goofy. Y'all are absolute fucking goofballs, dude. No, man, I'm gonna call this shit out. I understand your feelings, but I'm gonna call this shit out. I'm trying my best to be respectful, but I will call this shit out. Like if I see people saying stupid shit in the chat, they can no. I will call it out. Kazuya, keep it up. All their arc was a joke, but I hope the last 30 chapters can be the final one. Eric, you're in the wrong manga, dude. You're in the wrong manga. I like your stance for not banning people who disagree with you. Ban me if I abuse words. Again, once people get very abusive with their words, then I will ban them. But I'm not banning people because I'd like to reason with you and actually highlight to you what I believe you are missing. Look, I'm open to being wrong, but I was right about literally all of this, and nobody listened to me. That's why I'm trying to talk to people here, because people are just coming in here and reacting. You're not listening. Please, I want you to stop reacting and just take a minute and listen. If you just read this current chapter and you didn't go back and read properly, then I'm sorry, you missed it. Not again, 218, man. 218 is an amazing chapter, and I will never back down on that. And I'm sorry you can't see that, and that's perfectly fine, right? I'm sorry you can't see that. That's perfectly fine. I've explained in many streams in the past why I think it's a good chapter, and it's sad that people don't see that. I even talked about it briefly here, but I'm just not going to get into that. What happened in 218? It's the very infamous chapter. People were trying to compare this to 218, but it's literally nothing like it. 218 like blew up on the internet. It crashed the subreddit. It's a chapter that. Again, if you don't like 218, that's your choice. I'm not gonna get into that here. I don't care for that. Let's just change subjects. I think it's a good chapter. If you don't like it, that's perfectly fine. That's your choice. I like your yeah. Can't find one positive post on Reddit about this chapter. Damn. Again, this is why I'm not here to read Reddit. I'm not in the mood. We'll see you guys next week. I'll probably be banned anyway for not saying something funny. Why would I ban you for not saying something funny? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, this is nothing compared to chapter 218. Are you kidding? This is just the anime community's usual nonsense. I already read it. I know what it is, and it's cringe. Hey man, cringe is part of life. If you don't like cringe, it is what it is. Next time, can you go home first? Yep. So I wonder who's It sounds like Chizuru's saying that. It doesn't seem like Kazuya would say that. It seems like Chizuru would say that, and that might spark the fight. That could be like the camel that broke the thing that broke the camel's back. That might spark the fight. Do you think the Sumi story will be revived and run along the main story and end together? I have no idea. The Sumi spinoff is weird. And I don't know, I don't know why Reiji's been so quiet about it for so long. I think he's just been really focused on this. He's even said he's doing a space recently for the whole Ruka event thing, and he was talking about how he's still working on this. That's not what he said. He said Kazuya is currently in love. He's with Kazuya loves Chizuru, and Ruka is not the focus right now. So he can't just bring her back magically. That's why he's doing this event for all the fans who want Ruka back. That's what he said. There we go. I almost messed up there. Yeah. Feeling bad for my boy Kazuya. It's okay. I think Kazuya is going to crash out next chapter. I'm looking forward to it. Reiji really can elicit emotions from readers for sure. Yeah. I think he does a great job at eliciting emotions from readers, making you feel things, even if you don't even if it's not the emotion you wanted to feel. Interesting chapter. I thought that the facial expressions were really good this chapter. A lot of emotions were conveyed, right? Thank you. Yeah. No, I had a lot to say. The spoilers were terrible. And we read them specifically because people kept bringing them here. And I'm sorry, man, they probably ruined the chapter for a lot of people, and I think too many people are just upset right now. And I'm not here, but would it necessarily be a crash out? When I say crash out, I mean Kazuya will get mad and they'll get into a fight. This feels like they're gonna get into a fight, dude. It just doesn't feel like it's just gonna end here. That's not thematically in line with this arc. And literally, if you guys don't believe me, they're gonna get into a fight. Since a lot of people seem very doubtful about this.
I'm going to get you a line from when the cohabitation saga started. A line I love to reference because it is quite relevant. Chapter 248. Look at this. I hope this look seems a little familiar. I hope this look seems a little familiar. Oh God, what happened? Now? No! Okay. Determined Chizuru. It's not the same, but she is again hidden in shadow. And then she lies and says there is something there in his hair when there wasn't. They walk home. Kazuya asks her, "What to you would be the perfect marriage? What to you would the perfect marriage be like?" "I wonder, what about you, Mr. Rex?" Kazuya says, "Super lovey-dovey all the way to the grave, you know? Like never having a fight or disagreement." Okay. I see, lovey-dovey, huh? But I feel like that's not quite it. Even people who are married were once strangers at some point. It's impossible that their values would be the same. There's no perfect human being. There will be fights, and there will be things they don't like about each other. But if they can turn around and laugh about something 2 seconds later, that's the kind of marriage I'd like to have. So about that fight, I'll make that my ideal too. As of now, that's what I want too. The hell is that? Are you crazy? Where's your individuality? You want to know where my individuality is? Like, bro. I'm sorry. There's no shot in hell that they're not going to fight. I've been calling a fight since like the beginning of the arc. I'm going to be real with you fellas. I have read many romance manga, but they were so unrealistic. But this manga, when I was reading the chapter, I was constantly thinking what I would feel. Yeah, I think that chapter was pretty hard because we have empathy for Kazuya. We can feel his pain, but I think that things will turn out in the next chapter. And I think it's important to like feel Chizuru's pain too, right? Like, yeah, Chizuru is the one making this choice, but it's clearly hurting her and she's not happy with this choice. And she should confront that about herself. And I think it's actually, like, to many people, oh, this is convenient. This thing with Chizuru's leg is very convenient. I think it's actually thematically in line with Chizuru's character. She keeps trying to control her emotions. She keeps running wild. She keeps reacting. And all that movement, all that swerving, all that constant motion, and that constant pain she's causing herself is literally reflected in her physically getting a blister. And that also kind of hints at the walk thing. Why Chizuru maybe didn't want to walk, right? Why Chizuru wanted to maybe do it here. That Chizuru was physically hurt. And that physical pain reflects her emotional pain. It's literally showing on her body, right? And I think that's so thematically in line with Chizuru. It's not just a convenient thing. It's literally perfectly in her character. Do you agree that Rent-A-Girlfriend, according to some of the YouTubers, is considered trash? Zen, I'm streaming this series and literally calling every YouTuber, every AniTuber, either a shill, a grifter, or an idiot. And I literally called out the biggest AniTuber on the platform and said I think his take on this series is shit. Please, how does this imply to you that I think the series is bad in any way, shape, or form? In fact, just to answer your question, I have three romance manga, top three romance manga. Number 3, Maison Ikoku. Number 2, How Do We Relationship. Number 1 of all time, without any fucking question, Rent-A-Girlfriend. I hope that answered your question. I think this is one of the best written romances ever. Period. Yeah. We're about to address Shizuru's Achilles heel. Kind of doubtless down the fight. Oh, kind of doubles down on the fight. Oh, it's not on her heel, but that's a cool idea. Kazuya never got angry or crash out. Let's see if you're right. I also want to see this. I think Kazuya is going to crash the fuck out. Are you new here, Zen? Are you new here, buddy? We have to hand it to Reiji, the emotional roller coaster he gives readers, as no one else does it like that. It is true. I may have disagreed with your earlier comment. However, the roller coaster is intentionally like a thing here. Let's pull up what Kazuya said in like a recent chapter. Shit, where is it? I think it's here. No. One more. I fucked up. One more back. There we go. Chizuru does this shit. Kazuya goes to the bathroom with all these mixed signals. I feel like my head's gonna explode. She really is an attraction. She's a fucking roller coaster. The biggest I love you of the year. Come on. The foreshadowing is out of this world. It's gonna happen. Y'all are reacting too quick. It's okay. You're okay. I believe in you, fellas. The way Kazuya clenched his fist in the flashback, not in the current stuff. Kazuya, I don't see Kazuya clenching his fist here. Oh, you're right. He does clench his fist, and then you see him pissed. Right? He's getting mad. He's gonna let it out. Hulk out, boy. For 1 week, chapter 218 Warriors have been a material for spreading more misinformation about this manga into the max. Oh, dude. Oh my god. Yeah. If you guys remember, let me find it. There it is. Give me one moment. For those who are new, we did a 4-hour, 27-minute stream just going through Mother's Basement's video and how wrong it is. And yes, he completely misrepresents chapter 218. In fact, I didn't even end up finishing because, okay, do you know why this video is 4 hours long to his like 25, 30-minute video or something? You want to know why? Almost every minute I have to correct something. Correction every few seconds. Almost every few seconds I have to correct something that he either straight up made up or like literally just completely misinterpreted or intentionally misrepresented. Like, I really did not like this video. We saw another one. We saw this video, by the way, has a 2-part. It has a second part. We saw in this stream here, we saw the Degenerosity Rent a Girlfriend is Garbage video, and at least that one didn't feel as malicious. Like, I really didn't like the Mother's Basement video because it felt malicious in nature. It felt like intentionally attacking the series and making shit up about it. Whereas this one just felt more like the person just didn't understand the story. And like, I was frustrated and I didn't like some of the things they said, but at least this one was kind of funny and it just felt like they didn't understand the story. And like, this is what I mean when I say like people spread a lot of misinformation about the series, because here Degenerosity in this video, like, he literally misremembers shit straight up. He misremembers like half of the fucking story, and he admits he's like thinking about it, but he's misremembering things or just not understanding shit. Whereas Mother's Basement, like, he's intentionally wrong. He admits he's wrong multiple times intentionally. But yeah, sorry. Let me catch up to some of the things people are saying. 380 chapters for nothing. Welcome, new person who I adamantly disagree with, and, you know, you're just here to spout your nonsense. Welcome. The chapter was pretty short. Yeah, it was really fast, because most of it was visual. It was mostly visual storytelling. Like, it did, in fact, feel very short, and I think that's kind of part of the point. It's most of it is very visual storytelling, and it feels fast intentionally, so there's not much word. Like, even the spread, I think it's so cool that this is the spread in contrast to this. super far away. Her words are like really far away from us. And then the spread has no words as she bows down, right? And now it zooms in super close. And I love how it feels caged. I love the intentional use of the railing and how he tilts it downwards. Like it's slightly angled up like this with a camera. It's not a camera, but actually it is. Yeah, he did take this picture. So he must have kneeled down and taken the picture like this and then drawn over it. So yes, see, this is an actual picture Reiji took and then drew over it. And like he intentionally does this to highlight the railings, the cage, if you will, right? God, I feel so bad for her here. Like I feel bad for Kazuya, but sorry, I'm sorry. This breaks my heart. Just the sorry, I'm sorry. Like she's so desperate to like just make something okay. She's trying so hard to make this okay, and she can't. And she knows she can, and all she can say is I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh my god. I'm already tearing up. This part really fucking gets to me, dude. Like just the I'm sorry. It's so desperate. It's so childish. It's so just falling apart, and she doesn't know what to do, and she's scared. And then here she is just sitting down with this mistake. She knows she fucked up, and all she can do is like, have you ever made a choice you really regret and you just want to apologize and you know you'll never make it okay, and it's just killing you on the inside? That's what this feels like when you like it's a moment where you, and when she sees his back here, oh man, the regret. And she's just left standing alone. Like this, if you compare this to the flashback, it's so much worse. It's so much worse than the flashback. If you go back to the flashback from 378, like Reishi intentionally creates contrast between this and this. When right, her eyes closed and she reacts like this, and she feels bad, but she doesn't regret the choice. And she wants an easy way out, but she has to make the choice. And then you contrast it by this. Constantly hidden in shadow here, illuminated in light. Right? No, Chizuru, this fucked her up, dude. You see how bad she feels here, but it's not the same. Like, look at this face. And look at this face. She sees him walking away and just, she hates it. And I think this is almost validating to Chizuru how unloved she is. Like she doesn't feel she's worthy of love. She hates herself. And I think it's supposed to be a mirror of Kazuya and how at the cheer update he hated himself, and then he ultimately committed to the choice. So I really think they're gonna get into a fight. And yeah, I think Kazuya's gonna snap her the fuck out of it. Past Kazuya would have been devastated, but here he's matured and facing their things head on, and the blister like she's shooting herself in the foot. Yeah, that's kind of a nice catch. I like that. Yeah, Kazuya, he turned away, but he hasn't given up, right? Kazuya's underlying trait is that he does not give up. Wait, hold on. You actually got a point. You've been saying too much positive, and we've been seeing too much positive. So the positive, DJ, the positive for this arc, it has a double meaning. It's all a double meaning, intentionally so. If you guys don't believe me about the theme of illusions, let's go to. We're going to take you to a chapter that many people probably didn't catch, but I researched and I made sure I knew what the fuck I was talking about. So in chapter 324. Kazuya and Minnie go to a hot pot place. Okay? And I think this is the same hot pot place Minnie and Chizuru go to. Pretty sure. Reiji never intentionally shows it. I think he shows it later. We can double check. We can go back to the hot pot chapters and double check them. Kazuya and Minnie talk about things, and look at the first thing he shows in this arc. Do you know what this is? This is a kitsune. What's a kitsune? A kitsune is a trickster fox that creates illusions. When we get to the end, Minnie and Kazuya are leaving. Kitsune Ha. Just to be clear. Just to be clear. Now, this restaurant that Reiji shows here is based on a real restaurant. This is a real Chinese hot pot restaurant. And its mascot is a panda. So Reiji intentionally modeled this place after a real place. And if you know anything about Reiji, whenever he shows a real place, he usually intentionally keeps the names or things the same. Intentionally so, because he wants to convey the real environment, a real place, a real livable place. If you go to Japan, you can experience these things. However, here, he intentionally changes the name to Kitsune Ha. Why? Why intentionally highlight the theme of illusions to you? Intentionally so. And then we get into the arc, and then he shows us a illusion museum about perspective. It's a perspective art museum about illusions. That, by the way, Kazuya mentions by name when he goes with Minnie to Joypolis. I don't remember the exact chapter. Let me find it. But Kazuya mentions it by name when they get there. Nope. So maybe the next one. Wait, what? Ah, crud. Heck, you could say Kazuya is an illusion when he's on a date with Minnie and all he sees is Chizuru. He's under an illusion, if you will. I can't find the chapter. I have to find it on the thing. Give me a sec. Uh, 334? 334. There we go. A haunted house is like a staple for dates in Joypolis, but Joypolis probably has one too. In terms of where is it? We're telling two, it'd be great result. Bad results, blah blah blah, double-edged sword. Maybe the Trick Art Museum. I think she would enjoy that. That's literally the name of the place. It's called the Trick Art Museum. The only problem is that it needs around the same amount of time. Kazuya literally mentions it by name, and Reiji shows it later. Yeah. And then they end up going to the haunted house, but they don't go to the Trick Art Museum. Yeah. I like to read it. Reiji threw us a bone last week, then pulls a character from the rug and into a manhole this week, and is still cooking into pay dirt. Reiji, you magnificent bastard. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are the comments moving so slow and then suddenly just exploding? It's sad that people don't be getting the story when Ruka explains it from her own perspective to Mommy. Yeah. For those who wonder, like Ruka, the reason I don't think Ruka is a red flag like Mommy is because Ruka, while she has insecurities, she ultimately chooses to side with Kazuya in the end. In Paradise, she ultimately chooses to side with him, and she chooses to define herself by love rather than by negativity. Yes, Ruka is clingy and shit, but she's not a bad person. Ruka is not a bad person. I think she's just a lost kid, and I just really wanted to highlight that. The Achilles is technically the tendon on the back of the foot, so it works. Oh, it's known as the Achilles heel only because of how it's symbolically in the Greek myth. Oh, cool catch, Cosmo. Because all the fears that Chizuru exposed, he has it too. We didn't tell the truth to Kibe or his relatives. Chapter 218 will be animated in season 4. I am so worried about that. But the damage has already been done, so it's like, I don't know. Unless they somehow find a way to make it worse. And by oh man, I phrased that wrong. And by worse, I mean they fuck up the meaning and the intended way to do it. Because if they just animate it straight, I don't think it'll go well. I think they need to adjust it somehow. And I think if they adjust it, it would be really good. That's just all I'm saying. Plus, I don't even know how they would go about animating that. I don't know. I think chapter 218 is good. I'll discuss it another time. Question: is Kazuya going to tell his family they broke up? No. Laura, if you're just walked in, I think they're going to get into a fight. Reiji clearly foreshadows a fight. To be honest, I don't think I'll feel sad if Kazuya gave up on Chizuru, as to him, this stands as a kind of rejection. However, I know it's not going to happen. It's not just me desiring something. No, Ruzan, I think this is a misunderstanding of Kazuya's character. Kazuya's undeniable, fundamental trait as a character is that he doesn't give up. He does not give up. When he wants something, when he desires something, he doesn't give up on it. He will keep chasing it, and it's a trait Chizuru loves about him, and it's a trait Kazuya, even at his lowest in the cohabitation saga, never lost. He never gave up on this thing, right? He even when he's stuck in his room, he refused to give up on Chizuru. And I've said, I literally, when we were reading that thing on YouTube, what did I say? What did I say when I read in that comments on YouTube? That Kazuya, even at his weakest, did not give up. So why the fuck would he give up here? Right? In the crucial moments, this Kazuya shows up. In the crucial moments, this is a crucial moment. I don't think he's going to back out now. I don't think he's going to give up. I don't think Kazuya is going to give up here, right? I think Kazuya is going to fight this. He's not going to just sit down and just be like, no, okay, that's what it is. No. He may have shown her this silly face, right? He may have shown her this smile, and this smile is directly a nod to the 3-month time skip. But no, he's not going to just give up because they're face to face. They're together here. And this is a choice they should talk about together. They should discuss it. What does Minnie tell Chizuru in chapter 235? Let's go back really quick. Chapter 235 is right before they meet up again after the 3-month time skip. And so I believe it's very important we discuss that. Minnie says something very important to Chizuru. And these words are a continuation and a mirror of what Sayuri said to her in the flashback. But you're just running away, aren't you? If you don't understand your own feelings, that's all the more reason for you to talk it out. Okay, so she seemingly is still confused about her feelings now. She highlights the problems, that she doesn't know how to deal with this and that it's not okay and that she can't make this decision, so she does this. But they haven't talked it out, have they? She just said her side. Kazuya didn't say his side. Kazuya hasn't said what he thinks here. They talked it out in that date. They haven't talked here. In fact, I said this date was the reverse of that one. So in that one, what does Kazuya do? What does Kazuya do, right? Kazuya fights, but at the end of it, in chapter 239, he says this: Mizuhara will never be mine. Chizuru makes a choice, and she says this: just for a little bit longer, I want to try seeing them for what they are. Okay, see ya, leaves. Okay. He feels hopeful here. He feels like he can fight. He's excited. Right? Kazuya has his hope back. Now, Kazuya isn't down in the dumps anymore. He is strong again. He got his strength back. So he's not going to just, let this happen. Let this play out like this. He's not going to give up. He said he would never give up. And speaking of which, what was Sayuri's story with Katsuhito? He asked her out many times, and she turned him down many times. Until eventually, they talked it out. And she started to fall in love with him. And she's like, I want to marry him. Well, Chizuru just rejected Kazuya for like the second time, technically speaking. This one's more official, but the other one's technically. Okay? And she didn't even technically, she just said, I'm sorry. She just said, I'm sorry, and she bowed. Right? She didn't even technically say no, right? Because she didn't actually want to know. She doesn't want to say no. All she can do is, I'm sorry. Right? So, just saying. So I think, no. I think it's all going to work out. Let's keep reading. What did people say? Rag tackles the stuff that rom-coms just glance over. The bag is associated with being or choosing to be with someone. Peak. Chizuru, I'm sorry, but part was sadder than her tearing up in 164. I think those are just two different kinds of sad. Blacklands. Those are just two different kinds of sad. Why they adapt this? Keep the music far away. Just keep it away. I fucking hate the music in the anime. Do you know which chapter will end this volume? I don't know. I think there's supposed to be a few more. I could be wrong. Do you think that her foot injury is something related with her mistake? Yeah, I said that. Paya, I literally said this. It's supposed to be in line with the mistake that she made. Kazuya in next chapter, just you say you hate me. No, I don't think so. She literally says she doesn't hate him. She highlighted in this day how much she doesn't hate him. I don't know. That's a weird take. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna just start reading the comments so I can catch up. Instead of hate video reaction, we'll get Fate reading the Reddit comments. I'm a lot interested in what will happen next. Exactly. Like, I have certain complicated feelings for this manga right now, but my biggest concern with how bad rag hate is going to get. I feel like chapter 20 levels of mocking poor Kazuya. No. It's not going to get as bad as chapter 218, but just understand it's always been like this. And this is why we need to call it out and talk about it, you know? It's always going to be like this. That's not going to change. And I know that's an unfortunate thing to hear, Laura, but this is why we talk about it. I don't care what anyone says. Rag is the number one romance of all media for me. Nice. I think for me too. And by Reddit comments, you mean our manga comments? Ew. Redditors. I just finished reading the chapter and I feel a bit sad for Kazuya, but I really hope he snaps or does something big in the next one. He will. I think Kazuya is mad with himself. No. He's mad about the situation. He clearly is mad about the situation. Right? Maybe he's mad with himself. I could see that. But that's all more reason to confront this stuff, right? He didn't see any of these signs. He didn't see any of these things, and he wants to talk about it, right? That could be another way to look at it. Maybe Kazuya is mad at himself for not seeing these things, and maybe he'll say, we'll deal with it together. I'll help you deal with that stuff, right? And I could see them fighting. I still don't understand the point of what Chizuru is doing. What is the point of it all? Is it lacking emotion? Then let's hear her say so. Did you not hear what she said? She wants to remain financially independent, so let her and her relationship with Kazuya. Okay, and Mars, we literally talked about this. What does Chizuru say about working her job? She can't work her job and date someone. She feels that's morally wrong. So she can't do that. But then there's all this guilt that's layering on top of her feelings. Right? She doesn't feel worthy. She doesn't feel like she's allowed to give him love because she did. Look, maybe that's because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san or Kibe-san, or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. I also feel guilty about my grandma believing me until the very end. I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. External factors influencing what you're feeling. You shouldn't get into a relationship like that. In that sense, she's correct. I pointed this out many times. There are external factors influencing her choices. That's why she doesn't know how to react and how to feel. That's why she's doing this, right? She's not just doing this because she lacks emotion. She literally says, I clearly feel emotions for you. I clearly feel like I'm in love with you, but there's more to this. There's the guilt. There is the atonement. There is the trying to live up to these expectations, which is wrong, right? Like, you shouldn't jump into a relationship with that. However, this is something you should talk out, right? If you clearly feel love, why are you not letting yourself love? And it's because Chizuru hasn't gone over her grief yet. She literally says, I also feel guilty about my grandma believing me until the very end. She cannot accept this because she doesn't feel she's allowed to. She doesn't feel worthy. She hates this choice, but she doesn't feel like she can do this. It's not right. She's not allowed to. Here. She said it last chapter. People downplayed my fucking words. It's obviously against the terms. Most of all, I never thought I could allow myself to be someone's girlfriend. I'm not allowed to. I cannot have this. I am not a good person. I'm not allowed to have this. It is about acceptance. It's about accepting the past and accepting the future and accepting yourself. She needs to accept this. That's why there's an inherent conflict and theme of acceptance. That's the point. It's about accepting herself, right? It's about accepting herself and letting herself be. And that's a fundamental mirror to Kazuya, who is also struggling to accept himself. How did Kazuya start in this date? He's trying to constantly earn points with Chizuru. That's not yourself. That's you trying to earn points with Chizuru. That's not the real you. And then she treats him in a way in the date to love his real self, to care for his real self, to embrace his real self because she's trying to embrace him. And yet she cannot embrace herself. How can you love other people if you can't love yourself? Chizuru is not letting herself love because she's struggling to love herself. And she needs to see herself through Kazuya's eyes. She needs to start accepting herself. She needs to start talking. That's what this is setting up. It's just a big talk of letting it all out, right? Like letting out what you're feeling, letting out your insecurities. Chizuru hates herself. We talked about this. Chizuru fucking hates herself, dude. Like, the entire 3-month time skip, the cohabitation saga, them living together, Chizuru fucking hates herself. She hates when she gets jealous. She hates when she gets possessive. She hates when she asks Kazuya for help. She hates when she's being judgy over Minnie. Hold on. I'll read some of the comments. The only thing I've learned so far from all of this story is that falling in love with a rental girlfriend is pretty much the same as falling in love with a P star and a pro. I don't want to read the words, but yeah, that's pretty fucking stupid. Endor and Mars. Okay, there are many stories where people fall for people who are in the adult industry, and those people in the adult industry don't feel worthy because of the stigma and shame around their job, because of how they're perceived and how they are treated. They don't feel like they're allowed to love. They're seen as unpure and not good. Look, Anmars, you're oversimplifying a very complicated thing where you're dehumanizing these people, that you're only viewing them for their job, not as real people. These are real people. And like, yeah, maybe the job itself, it has problems. Yeah, but it is work. And that doesn't mean you can't fall in love with someone through that kind of work. Not to mention, the rental girlfriend service is not the adult industry. However, it suffers the same stigma and the same bias as the adult industry. And so a lot of people look at it that way. And so naturally, naturally, Chizuru understands why people in the adult industry are treated like this. Because even when their job is to help people, or even if they're getting paid for it and people actively like spend money on this shit, they're treated like shit. They hide it. They put it away. They don't want to address it. They don't want to talk about it. And you're not addressing the fact that the rental girlfriend service is meant to help people. So people don't know this. The whole point of the rental girlfriend service is to help people who don't have time, who don't have people in their lives, or people who have lost experiences, emotions, or something in their past, and it helps them reclaim that, right? It helps them re-experience something they have lost. Nagomi literally said this. Nagomi literally fucking said this in chapter 309. Okay, I pulled it up earlier. We watched a clip of it earlier. Let me read it for you again. As they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. After seeing you today, I finally understand what a rental girlfriend is. I was surrounded by many young people. I met with you, tried on clothes in trendy stores, and immersed myself in playing crane games. It felt like I was back in my school days. She reclaimed an experience she lost. It's true that when I first heard about you being a rental girlfriend, I was a little shocked, but my judgment of you were unkind and premature. I completely overlooked your true nature. After I calmed down, however, I realized something. Perhaps my foolish judgment is to blame for everything. As much as it shames me to admit, I was blinded by these narrow-minded beliefs, and it forced you to hide everything. Even though it was brief, please forgive me for judging you based solely on your job. To be honest, back at the hospital, Sayuri-san had a little chat about you two. She told me that she could see a bright future for you two, one where you're surrounded by your children. I told her that I felt the same. Even now, I can still see it. I see you in your wedding dress and Kazuya ready to take you as his wife. And she gets home, and she feels unworthy of that. Kinda a good parallel to the first chapter than the earlier, as I said, right? Hypothetically, if Chizuru really rejected him and saw in rejection the whole manga still ends, then you criticize her? Why are you speaking in hypotheticals? What the fuck is the point of this hypothetical, Taran? What is the point of that? Why are you telling me to criticize a character for something that's not there? Why are you telling me to criticize something on a hypothetical, not something that's actually there? I constantly talk about Chizuru's character. Why are you trying to make me hate something I enjoy? What's the point of that? Again, Taran, can't you see what you're doing? You're literally trying to make me feel like you're feeling. You're trying to you're trying to validate your own experiences by making me feel as you do. It's mob mentality. Okay, Kazuya is a character that doesn't give up, quit, but wouldn't it show maturity if he accepts the rejection and don't argue? Quitters don't win. I like to defer. Quitters know when to quit. But Kazuya is not a quitter. For Kazuya to give up is for Kazuya to give up on a part of himself. And he knows this is the right relationship. He knows this is it. And he knows what Chizuru is saying is dumb. If what Chizuru said is that I don't have feelings for you, I'm sorry, and if everything in this date contradicted everything she just said, like if in the date she clearly didn't have feelings, she clearly didn't connect with him, she clearly didn't vibe with him, Kazuya wouldn't want this either. But if Kazuya knows it's right, he's not going to give up, right? If Kazuya knows this is it, he's not going to give up, right? Like, that's what I mean about Kazuya not giving up. When he knows what he wants, he's not going to give up on it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, that's all I'm saying, right? Not that, like, Kazuya overcommits to literally everything. No, he just hyper commits to what he wants. Maybe that's the right person, wrong timing type of situation. No. Maybe this is the right person, wrong timing type of situation. No, it isn't. Do you know why no, it isn't? You want me to highlight to you why you're wrong about that? Nothing has changed after all. No matter how well we understand each other's feelings, we remain as rental girlfriend and client. No matter how much courage I muster, my feelings will never reach her. This isn't fair, Mizuhara. Maybe the problem is how we met. Maybe if we'd met under different circumstances, we could have had a different future. If that's the case, there's no way to change that, is there? It fucking changes. So it's not their circumstances. And then, in this date, his feelings clearly reached her, but everything else is like, oh no, it doesn't work out. So it's not that. That's not a valid argument because his feelings clearly reached her, but everything else around her is stopping her from making that choice. How is that right? How is that right? Think about that. Why is that right? Why is that? That's not right. That's not, why should you make your decision on all these external factors? Why aren't you talking it out? It's not the wrong timing. It's not the wrong person. None of that shit is right. That shit's fucking stupid. Okay? There are situations like that where you're not at the right place. You're mentally not in the right place. So what do? Currently, at that point, right here in this chapter, they're both not in the right place. So they take their time, they fix themselves up, they get ready, and then they get to the point where they are now, where they are ready to confront their problems. They are ready to get into a relationship, but Chizuru thinks she's not ready because of these external factors. That's not the truth. That's not what's actually going on. This is not how it is. Winners know when to quit. No, it's not that simple. I don't like that phrase because it implies that, like, you know, it's about giving up, but it's not simple as giving up. It's knowing when to back off and to change your approach, right? Do you think Kazuya is wrong that he can't answer her question? How can he say he loved her? I just don't understand why people in my country constantly say Kazuya doesn't deserve Chizuru. Damn it. Sorry. Also, did you see my dono from a while back? Your donation. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did see that. I did see that 3D model. I was just a little busy. I was just a little distracted. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't give it a heart or something, but I did see it. I was just a little busy. I apologize. Taron keeps spamming up. Read chapter 344. It's like to this chapter, he hasn't done one thing. He has thinking about that chapter. What do you mean? 344, you said? Oh yeah, it's the one where it parallels Mami and Chizuru. Your ex-girlfriend. You mean that one that calls you to rent Chizuru's son? I still don't really know. There's no point talking to Yamori's son about it. But seriously, what just happened? It looked like she was blushing. She was probably kind of embarrassed to be seen with her boyfriend. That reminds me, Mizuhara was concerned about it too. I mean, Mami-chan and Mizuhara apparently went through some stuff without me knowing anything about it. I wonder if something about that is still bothering her. So that got proven true, right? Chizuru literally says, I can't forgive her. I fucking hate Mami, right? I feel like everything's changed ever since she started her research. I'm pretty sure I've made it clear that the perfect girlfriend isn't what I want, and that
what I really want is Mizuhara herself. For real though, I want you guys to have a great time on your date, huh? Of course, how much effort you put into the actual date matters, but this will be the finale of your time living together. The finale of our cohabitation. Yeah, it was a month ago that she told me she'd do research. That means she was doing some kind of research during our time living together. If we take Chizuru-san at her word, there are mainly two things she'd research: how Chizuru-san herself feels, and whether or not you truly love her, master. Okay? So she clearly likes him, and she doesn't doubt his feelings that he loves her. But for some reason, the external factors are influencing that. The biggest issue is whether you've managed to convince her of that while living together. How do you feel about that? I don't know. I feel like I've done my best to make it as clear as possible to her, but I don't know if she understands. Yeah, I don't know what to do either. All the way. Well, there's always the possibility that she's discreetly turning you down. Ha! That's so funny. Maybe, but she gave off a positive vibe by saying she'd do research, bro. That's so funny. Plus, I don't think Chizuru-san's that kind of girl. See, that's the important finisher here. Chizuru is not that kind of girl. She doesn't do that. Your date is right before you move out, which means you'd both be separated the following day. So if possible, it makes the most sense to figure it out once and for all about you two getting together. It's not over yet. We'll stop living under the same roof almost as soon as the date ends. I'll never get another chance to be close to Mizuhara if I let this opportunity pass me by. The 17th might be my last chance I'll ever get. I'm not going to give up. The last chance I'll ever get to date Mizuhara for real. I've got my own plans on your date day, so I can't stick around for support. But at the end of the day, only Chizuru-san can decide for herself. What, did you get all sentimental after seeing X with her boyfriend? No, that's not it. Actually, it's the opposite. If I ever saw Mami-chan again, I thought I'd hesitate more. I thought that her cuteness would overwhelm me, and I'd get weak and flustered. I thought I'd be a mess like before. Do you know how much I loved Mami-chan? How would you know any of that? But that didn't happen. This feeling is the one thing that never changes. My feelings for her never change. A lonely battle? Challenge accepted. I've been watching How I Met Your Mother. And that just reminded me of Barney Stinson. Challenge accepted. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual date. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time to get me through my hardships with Mami-chan. I'll show her how much I've grown. I have to learn to love on my own. I love you, Mizuhara. Oh. Yeah, that's the spirit. Good. I already know that though. You're way too loud, huh? I'm gonna do this. Just watch me. Kazuya is literally telling us, I'm gonna pull it off. I'm gonna do it. Shut the fuck up. Stop doubting me. Kazuya came to Chizuru after breaking up with Mami. He was the lowest point of his life at the time. Then they began to interact with each other and their relationship began to build. Yeah. And that's the thing. Their relationship wasn't solely rental. I think that's a common misunderstanding you'll see. It wasn't just solely rental. I honestly think the story will end badly. I mean, that's your GJ. That's your choice. I don't agree. Now Chizuru knows how much Kazuya loves her, and yet all of her questions on the day after they went to the romantic place, she, after almost confessing her love to him, smashes him to the ground. She didn't smash him to the ground. She didn't. She was trying to... No. Why are we acting like Chizuru did some heinous shit? She didn't. Like... No, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not what happened. Right? She turned him down. Yeah, she said, I'm sorry. But she didn't know. That's not how it happened. The date is the fallout from the unsaid and unresolved from both of them. Correct. This is probably the spark to light up the crash out. Crash out, crash out, break down, break down. If Chizuru thinks she's undeserving of love, Kazuya can do it. What can Kazuya do about that? Make her realize that she's lying to herself because she fucking is. Because she clearly has a lot of love to give. And she clearly is very deserving of love.
and she cannot see that in herself because she's stuck on her grief and she just needs to like snap out of it a little bit. Like I really think Kazuya is gonna pull it off next chapter. I don't think he's gonna magically fix the issue, but he's gonna get her on the right track. I wonder what will help her get over this, all the pressure and guilt. She really wants to be with him, but she's so scared right now. I hope she finds some help. They're gonna figure it out, right? Kazuya is part of this equation. I think that's the issue people are not seeing. Kazuya is part of this equation. Kazuya is part of this equation that she's kind of removing Kazuya's influence on this situation, that Kazuya is her support, that Kazuya is with her. She's doing this alone. That's not how you deal with this stuff. You don't like it's Kazuya's grandmother Nagomi is part of her influence. Kazuya's friend Kibe is part of that influence. Mami, his ex, is part of that influence. And Sayuri, one of the only people Kazuya knows almost as well as her, is part of that influence. So, do you see? And if you don't believe me, here, let's go to a chapter that proves my fucking point. Chapter 148. She could die and never forgive you. That's fine. I'm fine with that because all I want is for you to put yourself and your feelings first. He fought her. Right? He called out her position. And she told him earlier she didn't regret that choice, and then here she is saying she feels guilty about it, that she fucked up, right? Kazuya can snap her out of it. He was with her in almost all of these scenarios. Every single thing she talked about, he was with her. He's experienced it too. So why are we not talking about Kazuya's experience? Why are we not talking about what Kazuya feels, how Kazuya can help here, how she can work through these things with him? That she doesn't have to go it alone. She's going at it alone, and she thinks she has to, and she thinks she has to do it a certain way when that's not true. You don't have to do things a certain way. Nobody ever fucking said that. Look, life is the same. Life is the same, dude. What does Sayuri tell Chizuru? I'm gonna pull up what Sayuri tells Chizuru. What, like in her passing, her literal passing words. In this world of ours, there aren't many simple choices but to press forward, through the endless doubt, the anxiety, the anguish, and to keep facing those difficult choices. That's the only way to live life to the fullest. You've grown up to be a woman who can do just that. That's all I need to be truly happy. You were so pretty. The movie was wonderful. Thank you. I love you so much, Chizuru. You are my pride and joy. Right? I genuinely think... speaking of which, I fucked up here. That's kind of on me. Okay, look at this. What is the light shining on right here? What has Sayuri called herself in the past? She is a ray of sunshine. She is the light. She is the light to Chizuru's darkness. She is the light to her darkness. What did I show you earlier? Chapter 148, what did I show you? Look at this visual. Where are they? Light, shadow. Light, shadow. Okay, let's go back to chapter 151. Light, shadow. Okay? Yeah, me too. I love you too. I love you so much, Grandma. You see the light. Signs, kids, a cat, couples walking, holding hands, and it pans out to the city above. And then that light shines on Kazuya. He is the new light. He is Chizuru's new light. He is where Sayuri used to be. He is the light to contrast Chizuru's moon to Chizuru's night. Now, I'm going to ask you something really simple. In the Cohabitation Saga, where does Kazuya live? In what room in the house does Kazuya stay? Sayuri's room. He's in Sayuri's room. Now, when Kazuya asked Chizuru out, I'm curious what you guys think of this visual. Chapter 300. Okay. Thinks back to Mommy. Here's Kazuya asking Chizuru out. He's in shadow. She's in light. Now, after Chizuru says yes, Kazuya goes to his room and cries. Reiji intentionally highlights the lights on the time. Chizuru goes to her room. Her room is completely dark. And she looks out the window. If you zoom in, you can see her cute little smile. And she's looking at the light. He is her new light, right? Kazuya is the new light. He is the thing that'll snap her and pull her out of the darkness. Speaking of which, you know, since we're going to use that fucking symbolism, why the hell not? It's not like Chizuru nodded to this or anything. Oh, Chizuru totally did nod to this, like literally earlier. I'm sorry, what does this look like to you? What does this look like to you? Chizuru is falling down to the darkness of the water, and Kazuya literally pulls her out. He pulls her from the darkness. He pulls her back into the light. Why do you think so much of the cohabitation arc is cohabitation saga? I have to it's a saga. It's not a fucking arc. It's too long to be an arc. Why do you think the cohabitation saga is spent a lot of times in the light? In fact, when Kazuya and Chizuru go to the daycare center, it's in the light because it is Kazuya's world. It is his world. It is the world of light. This sounds like a fucking Kingdom Hearts plot. God damn it. If it helps, I'm a Kingdom Hearts fan. I fucking love Kingdom Hearts. Where's Kingdom Hearts 4 Nomura? What the fuck, man? Okay. Kazuya is Chizuru's new light. He is her new Sayuri. He is the thing that is there to help her accept her change. We even talked about how when Chizuru goes to clean up the Sayuri's or the family grave, the Ichinose grave, she goes to her asking for answers. Chizuru goes to clean this grave. She washes it, she takes care of it, and then she talks to a lady and tells her, "This is my daily routine. I do this every day." And then you see carnations, the flower for Mother's Day, the official Mother's Day flower that literally represents motherly love. She cleans it, it's shiny, she claps her hands together, and she says, "I'm going on a date with him." Honestly, if you're going to go that far with it, her saying, "I don't think there's anyone more suitable for you than him," then you could have at least told me why you thought that before you died. It's not fair. She's speaking to a ghost, someone who is gone. She cannot let go of this past. And then as she walks away, the wind blows and it turns her around to look at the grave. That's the answer. The way you take care of this grave, the way you constantly nurture it and care for it, isn't so dissimilar to how you would care for a loved one, how you would care for Kazuya. That is the answer, right? You don't need to think about all the external shit. You don't need to think about any of that. Just focus on your love. Just focus on this act of caring and giving that you have done all this time, right? That's all love is. It's caring, giving, kindness, love, and respect. That's it, right? It's just about accepting and understanding other people. And Chizuru can't see that at the moment. She says, "Don't worry, I'll figure it out," and she turns away and walks. She couldn't see the answer that was clearly right in front of her, matching to how then they cut to the night, right? So Chizuru is in the day, and then they cut to the night. Now it's back to Chizuru's world, right? Now we go to the darkness, the time of secrets, the time of dreams. That's what the night is. It is a dream being fulfilled, and yet it is also when you keep the most secrets. It is a time where you hide, much like Chizuru is hidden in the night, and yet she is shadowed, right? In contrast to Kazuya, who's glowing. Chizuru is shadowed, Kazuya is glowing, right? That's very important to highlight here, okay? So Kazuya is Chizuru's new light, and I think it's really important to recognize that's why Kazuya can change all of this. He can. This is a big journey for Kazuya's character in the cohabitation saga has been him reclaiming his autonomy. That was one of his biggest struggles, and Reishi intentionally does a parallel between Kazuya and Mami during the cohabitation saga. In particular, he focuses on how So we see Mommy walk home. This is chapter 310. We see Mommy walk home, and her house kind of looks like a prison. It's so condensed and small. And she wants him to do something, and she lies, and she literally says, like, they were together, carrying shopping bags around the car. She's supposedly lying about being lovers, so what's the deal with him being there? I figured it might be a rental thing, but either way, it means she's still involved with him. I'm not going to expose her or anything. I never planned to anyway. Mommy's a fucking coward. She was never going to do it. I don't have anything to gain from doing that. It has nothing to do with me anymore. And maybe they're dating for real already. Mommy is frustrated. She can't make a choice. And she puts this on her face and she says, ah. So what Reiji does here, in the Japanese, the ah that Mommy does here is identical to this ah. It's written the same exact way. It is Kazuya and Mommy unable to influence the world around them, and they don't know how to change it. This is when the cohabitation arc starts. No, not the cosplay arc. When Minnie and Kazuya go cosplaying and Chizuru comes with them. And let's go to the end of this arc. What happens at the end of this arc? That would be chapter 313. They're walking home, and Kazuya sees the influence he can make. He says this to Chizuru. You were cute, the cutest. She says, don't do that. She realizes she fucked up by looking at him. She looks at him, she realizes she fucked up, but sorry, if you're serious, that makes me happy. Cute as shit. I still have no idea why Mizuhara tagged along today, but thinking back to when we first met, I never would have imagined the three of us living together and walking home with each other after going to events like this. I guess at the end of the day, I have Yamori-san to thank for this too. Minnie has been doing a lot of the carrying. Now it's Kazuya's turn to do some moving himself. It's already May. I just have 2 more weeks before I move out on the 18th. Not only will this fun days for the three of us come to an end, but so will my chance to make a good impression on Mizuhara while living together. Is just letting her watch me on a daily basis really good enough? I can make a move from my side too. Hey, Mizuhara. He freaks out. He hesitates. And he walks ahead. Forget it, it's nothing. What the fuck, you little pouty shit? What the hell, Kazuya? You gotta do anything? And then, in the date, when he's asking her out, you see how much he struggles. You see how hard it is for him. It's Kazuya stepping out of his comfort zone, getting ready to make choices again. Right? And he... Now listen to this. Listen to this. I'm just trying to... Where is it? I guess talking to her about moving out could work. I can be like, I've got the dates for it all set, and then apologize if it's noisy the moving day. I could tell her again that I'm grateful for the help. She probably wouldn't question me if I said that. Am I just trying to make excuses again? Am I just making excuses again? Chizuru shows up. Hey, she's obviously tired. His meter drops lower. My plan had technical difficulties, which were a hassle to deal with. The meeting dragged on too. I'm pretty tired, honestly. Meter keeps dropping. External factors influencing your choices. I just want to relax in the bath. The whole thing is looking worse by the minute. It drops more. Oh, right. What did you want to talk about earlier? Kazuya asks her, Mizuhara, do you have any plans for the next weekend? Next weekend. Looks, drops even lower. Oh, sorry, I have plans to return from the 14th, and I've got some work to do on the 15th. Drops to 0. Okay. Oh, right, I need to read the script too. I almost forgot. Drops to -1. Okay. Kazuya is about to give up. Man, I'm so pathetic. I never change. I chicken out when it matters most. I can't even ask her out on my own. I should have relied on Yamori-san if I was just gonna give up like this. Maybe Mizuhara would have said yes if I had asked her out earlier. There was probably a smarter way for me to do this, one where I actually went through with it. Okay then, good night. Since when did your beauty start making me feel strong instead of nervous? Good things take time. Fucking love this fucking shirt. What are you doing? Do you still need something? I lied just now. Forget all of it. I want to ask you out on a date, not a rental date. Right? That's when... This is why after Chizuru says yes to the date, when Kazuya gets to his room, he starts crying. It's not just crying because she said yes. It's crying because he was able to make a choice to take his autonomy back, to take control back, to do something. This was when Kazuya started taking his first steps. This is why I like this. I like the mole chapter in chapter 318. This is why I like this chapter that a lot of people say is really bad. Do you know why I like this chapter? Because Kazuya is starting to embrace his desires, his feelings, what he wants, even if it's morally gray. We talked about this in an earlier stream. He's embracing his other side, his other half. He's embracing this part of himself that he doesn't usually like. He's starting to make choices because he wants to. He's taking autonomy and control over back himself, self-sovereignty. He's doing what he wants, right? Even if it's morally gray, even if it's fucking weird, like looking for this. That's the point, because that's what it means to want something. Even if it's fucking weird, you enjoy it. Dude, do you know how many people give me shit for liking this series? Some of my real IRL friends give me shit for liking this series. Do you know how often people come into my chat and tell me this series is cringe and it sucks and all that? But I don't fucking care, because this is what I want. I enjoy this series. Do you know why I don't read other manga? Because I don't fucking give a shit about other manga. There's other things I enjoy, but I want this series to be appreciated more. I love this series more. I want to support the series more. That's why I want to talk about this series. Yes, and I'm specifically putting that there while talking about this to highlight my point. To highlight the point that this element of wanting something stupid and small like that is part of what it means to be alive. You enjoy these small, stupid shit, right? You enjoy that stuff. So my point is this. This is when Kazuya starts really following his desires, committing to what he wants to do, and getting that strength back, essentially. Your first step to reclaiming your autonomy over yourself is to make a scary choice, is to make a choice that's not easy for you, but it's a choice you want to do. And Kazuya still did it on his own here, right? He mustered up the courage because he saw her. She gave him strength, even when she wasn't there technically to support him. She gave him strength. And that strength that he pulled alone, that he didn't let these external factors that she was talking about influence what he wanted to do. Okay. Isn't that thematically antithetical to what Chizuru was saying in this chapter? Isn't that literally thematically antithetical to the shit she was talking about in this chapter? These external forces, these external things influencing her choice and what she wants to do, that she feels like she's not ready because of these external forces. That's bullshit. No, don't make your choices based on these external factors. Kazuya literally being there during the night with her, during the time of secrets and hiding and putting up these walls, as we literally see Chizuru hidden in shadow, not happy about this, in contrast to Kazuya, who's illuminated by light in the shadows, ready to confront this. Even though he's walking away, he's not ready to just keep walking. He's ready to turn around. He's pissed. Okay, so I really think that's gonna happen. He's gonna fight this. He's not gonna just give up on this. I don't think so. WWE, but with words next to a chapter. Let's go. And Chizuru comes in with the chair. By God. Sorry, English is not my first language. It's cool. Almost everyone in here has a second language. My English isn't my first language either, but I don't got an accent. I'm good at hiding it. I bet next chapter Minnie will be the first one who knew from him the date ended up with a failure. I don't think so. I think Minnie is gonna actually know what's gonna happen. I'm with Faye and the crash out will happen. I'm excited. Hell yeah, crash out, baby. We're gonna play Crash fucking Bandicoot next chapter. Let me check how the anime did with lighting. Damn, that makes sense. Poor Kazuya with authors want to do to you, man. I really hate that fucking idea that Reiji is actively trying to hurt Kazuya. That's not what's going on. I don't know why people seem really convinced that that's what Reiji is doing. When literally this story is depicting the struggle and the conflict of love. He's not gonna just give him an easy way out, dude. That's life. Life doesn't just give you an easy way out. Unfortunately, basically the whole point of this manga is to say this: life is gonna be really fucking rough. It's not gonna be easy. But don't give up on dreaming. Don't give up on love. Don't give up on these things. Keep dreaming, keep believing, keep embracing your inner child, the little kid on the inside that wants to keep believing and seeing the positivity in the world. Don't give up on that side of yourself, right? Like, if you want to, keep doing that. That's pretty much Kazuya. That is literally the fundamental aspect of Kazuya's character, that he doesn't want to give up on this part of himself. He wants to believe and embrace that part of himself. That's what this story is saying. Like, I read a stupid-ass tweet the other day talking about, how this story, perfectly exemplifies postmodernism and nihilism, and I'm like, bitch, did we read the fucking same story? Like, you're a dipshit. I'm sorry, that's so fucking stupid. I swear to God, Pips, you don't know how many times I hear people tell me, it's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep. Bitch, it's as deep as you want it to be. Almost every single fucking story is as deep as you want it to be. Stop telling people, it's not that deep, bro. What if I showed up to your favorite fucking story and told you, it's not that deep, bro, and then you start trying to validate it to me, but I don't fucking listen. I don't fucking care what you have to say. No, it is that deep, and I'm sorry you don't see that. That is your choice. Fucking whatever, stupid crap. Worst part of all the haters that give their series will be the same people say when the good stuff happens, they'll say, I saw it coming. Yeah. Fallout plus crash out equals make out. Oh, I like that. I don't think they'll have sex. A kiss at most. I definitely see a kiss happening at the very least. At the very least, I definitely see a kiss happening. But yeah, no. Fuck that noise. Oh, it's not that deep. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit? I don't fucking care if you don't think it's that deep. I do. Not my fucking problem if you don't agree. Shinichi chapter 309, Kono hurt her leg just like Chizuru, and we end up with a kiss. I hope we have more. Oh, shit. I do remember that chapter. I didn't read it in English. I only went through it in Japanese. So, yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Yes, that did happen. Bro did not pass the speech check. I didn't pass the speech check? Bro. Okay, look, Peps, I'm warning you right now. If you're going to keep doing shit, I'll just kick you out. If you're just here to, piss me off and do all that shit, I'm just going to ban you. I don't fucking care. If you're here to actually engage in real talk, then I'll just kick you out. Or I won't kick you out. But if you're just here to, say stupid inflammatory shit and just get me mad, then get the fuck out. I'm just giving you a warning right now. Question, the pier is the last place of the day. But, bro, Chizuru's ankle is injured. Pierce, last place. No, Kazuya? You're saying Kazuya didn't pass the speech check? What are you fucking talking about? I don't know. Chizuru, but what do you mean, bro? Chizuru's ankle is injured. Yeah. What's your point? I can piss Fade off but unintentionally, like last week. I mean, you weren't trying to intentionally, and I'm just saying to Peps over here, if that's your intention. I'm sorry, I just found this place after reading What's Up with the Story and looking up on YouTube. Yes, I meant Kazuya. Look, Peps, the best thing I can tell you is maybe just rewatch this stream once we're done. I've had many people come in today and, just constantly tell me all sorts of shit, and then I have to go through it over and over and over again. It is that deep. I'm just telling you right now, it is that deep, and I do delve into it. And the biggest thing I want to point to you is please, please, please stop listening to Anitubers and people online talking about this series, because they barely engage with this fucking story. I'm all of them. We have, if you're interested, we have sat through some of the hate videos about this series, and I literally spent hours pointing out how much they get wrong, either intentionally or because they're not paying the fucking attention. And this case, in this particular chapter, after reading the chapter and people coming to me and mentioning spoilers, I went and read the spoilers. And they were, one, done by ChatGPT, and two, completely wrong. There were parts that were completely wrong and intentionally inflammatory. Intentionally changing the dialogue and what the characters said and how they feel. For instance, one thing they said in the teasers is that Kazuya says, hang in there, I need to hold together, as if he's about to break into tears. Does this look like a man who's about to break into tears? He looks fucking livid. And they act like Chizuru, completely destroyed him when she is, literally about to break into tears here. She is crying, and literally, I talk about in this video how this was foreshadowed. I called this yesterday. I called this the day before. I called this last week. I called this the week before that. I was calling this the entire time, and I knew the internet would react like this, but nobody fucking listened to me. Everybody told me I'm overthinking. And then literally everything I said came true. Yeah. And that's why I refuse to read Reddit right now or interact with the anime community, because they've always been dipshits. I'm sorry. I say this as someone who's tried to be nice, and they are not playing that game, and so I refuse to just be nice anymore. If people want to be an assholes, they can fuck right off. I'm sorry. What happened to Fate? What happened? Did I miss something because I just watched the chapter and saw? Oh, Jorg, I was talking to, so basically TLDR, what happened is that, like 2 days ago or yesterday, people saw the spoilers and literally started flooding my comment section, my Twitter. Everybody was coming to me and like talking about this shit. And I'm like, guys, shut the fuck up. I literally warned you. Like, people were just seeing Chizuru say, I might be in love with you, and completely missing all of the subtleties, and literally every single thing I said came true, and everybody thought they were just gonna get together after this, when there were so many signs highlighting they weren't just gonna fucking get together. Like, it's stupid as shit. Reddit post had like 1,000 comments, laughed my ass off. I'm not rating these comments, I'm not, because I just highlighted how they literally misunderstood everything. And it's not the story's fault you weren't picking up what it was putting down for nearly 100 fucking chapters. Like, how is it the story's fault you weren't seeing this shit? How is it the story's fault that it highlights to you it is not over, and you think, oh, he ruined it? P.S. For those who are new here, for those who weren't here when this happened, so let me give you a little backstory on how I got into the manga. I watched the season 1 of the anime. In particular, I watched about episode 4 because that's all they had at the time. And this was 2020. That's when they were coming out. And I went and binge read the manga. And then I watched the anime. I finished up the anime. And I caught up before the cheer update happened. The cheer update, by many people, is considered the best part of the manga. Everybody loves to say the movie arc is the best. The cheer update is the finale of the movie arc, so it's the best part. Everybody fucking loves it. I kid you fucking not. When the cheer update was playing out, exactly like this. Exactly like this. And then it ends and they all like, oh my god, greatest arc ever. I fucking love it. Greatest thing ever. Same thing. Identical. People have no patience for writing. They react. It's just react. Right? They don't have patience for any of this. And reading through Reddit at that time was so fucking frustrating because it's clear Reiji was building an amazing finale and none of people were paying attention for it. Nobody. And then they get upset when the characters don't get together, when Reiji clearly highlights like, hey, that's not how grief works. You don't just get over grief. It doesn't just, whoop, I'm good to go. I had one moment with a guy I liked and I'm good to go. Like, that's not how it works. And like, no, like the movie arc, the cheer, like I'm telling you right now, a lot of people misunderstand the movie arc. They misunderstand the cheer update. They misunderstand the cohabitation saga. They misunderstand the paradise arc. Like the layers, dude, the layers. Okay. I realized over 150 chapters since the last rental date, he's not renting her anymore. Yeah, he has not rented her. He has not rented her at all. And people slide like he is. Reddit. I read the spoilers, and after reading the chapter with you, I realized it wasn't that bad. I fucking told you, they're inflammatory. Let's not forget about the missing mommy call that does scream new arc in the near future. So yeah, interestingly, we talked about the mommy call and how the mommy call, because Chizuru mentions mommy here, it actually highlights it's the bad shit Chizuru, like it reflects the bad shit the characters are ignoring in that arc. That's when Kazuya just sees the call and hangs it up. It is literally the bad shit they're ignoring and putting to the side. And this, Chizuru's saying, I can't bring myself to forgive mommy-san, perfectly highlights that. That's what mommy was. Mommy isn't just the thing that doesn't matter anymore. She's also reflective of all of the bad shit they're putting to the background that they gotta address, that we're going to address here. The event Minnie was talking about is happening right now, or it will happen next. Which one? Them kissing? Oh, you mean from chapter 344? Yeah, pretty much. I noticed she hadn't returned the ring yet, so it's not over yet. And because of the spoiler, I also defended because that's strange. Yeah, she never gave the ring back. That's important to point out. Chizuru shows Kazuya the ring. I love Nagomi-san, Harumi-san, and Kazu-san, but I still can't put it on yet. She's frustrated. She's mad at herself. Like, look at how upset at herself she is. She's so frustrated with herself that she thinks she's constantly not good enough when everyone keeps telling her she is. And she doesn't believe that because of these external factors. And that's Kazuya's role, to wake her the fuck up. Be like, you've always been worthy. You've always been good enough. Stop. Think about that. Wouldn't it be so fucking thematically fitting that Kazuya, the character who constantly treats himself like he's not good enough, that he's not allowed to be with her, that he's trash, tells her this? The character who constantly views himself in such a negative way tells her that. Like, look at how amazing you are, and you can't even see it in yourself, right? And like, I don't judge you by the worst of your character, just like you never did. Bro, actually peak. Let's see. I love the cohabitation arc, and it was like them playing house and Minnie being an obnoxious little kid and getting away with it. Yeah, he hasn't rented her since chapter 240. Yeah, it's been over. Well, I personally would not want him to date her at the state he is in right now. I'm like still overreacting over the smallest things and calling her. Okay, so Peps, that's actually a fundamental misunderstanding, because all of these things are there with Chizuru right now too. You're projecting your bias onto Kazuya, and I don't think you see it. For instance, him calling her Mizuhara. Does Chizuru say Kazuya's name? No, seriously. Does Chizuru say Kazuya? Does she say that? She doesn't say his name either, and neither does he. Okay, let's see what else he said. He's still overreacting over the smallest things. Chizuru doesn't react. Chizuru does not show emotion. She actively restrains her emotion. Doesn't let it out. Yeah. And calling her Mizuhara, even though they're closer than ever. Okay. What you're describing is literally meant to be a parallel between the two characters. The two things they are not letting themselves feel. In fact, Kazuya, in chapter 300 and what is it? Let me find it. 347, 349, 350? 350? No, that's too far. Let's go back. 347 maybe? Nope, that's the Ruka one. Aha! Chapter 346. My girlfriend and her name, Ichinose. But there's a subtle detail here you miss if you don't pay attention. Kazuya realizes he's been calling her Mizuhara the whole time, and he's fucking up. But he imagines Umi calling her Chizuru-san, or Chizuru-chan. Damn it, I want to call her Chizuru-chan too. But he settles for Ichinose, and he can't say it. This is one of the chapters before the arc starts. Reiji intentionally highlights very specific things as the arc is starting to point out, hey, these are the things that are going to be resolved and pointed out, right? These are the things that are going to be resolved and pointed out. These are the things they got to focus on and pay attention to address. And he highlights each individual one at a time, okay? So that's really important that he highlights these things, that Kazuya wants to call her Chizuru. She wants to call him Kazuya, but they don't feel like they can, right? That's important. Also, regarding Kazuya overreacting to everything Chizuru does, well, there's a few reasons to this, but one of the biggest ones is that even though Kazuya does this, you may care, but Chizuru doesn't seem like she minds. In fact, the whole point of the cohabitation saga is Kazuya, after the movie arc, goes down to a lower place. He is traumatized, he is depressed, and yet he's not being judged for that part of himself because he's still kind, respectful, and loving. He's still there supporting her even at his worst. Just like how when she fucked up in the 3-month time skip, he doesn't judge her for her worst. It's about not seeing the worst in people, but rather seeing who they are underneath all of that. That's the point of the cohabitation saga. You may feel frustrated, but it is challenging you to see Kazuya as a complete package. The bad and the good, not just the bad. I think that's a very sad thing that I see with Kazuya's character quite often, which is that people see Kazuya's character and they think he's not masculine. They think he's weak and pathetic and sad, and he keeps renting the girlfriend. But they never pay attention to the subtlety of his character, how he actively changes, how his choices actively change, and how he's slowly evolving through the narrative. For instance, initially he rents Chizuru because he's sad. Then he rents Chizuru for his family. Then he rents Chizuru for himself because he feels he can change. And then when he feels like he's slowly started to change and he learns about Chizuru's dream, he starts to rent her for her, to support her dream, her goals. And he knows He's not getting anything out of this. He's not doing this to get her love. He's doing this to support her dream. And people miss that subtlety of his character. Kazuya looks pathetic at times, but he is one of the most masculine characters I have ever seen for a very simple reason. He may look feminine, he may look pathetic, but at the very least, he's proud of him. Like, maybe he's not proud of himself. Maybe let's reframe that a little bit. It's not that he's proud of himself, it's that Kazuya still does that things anyway, and he doesn't care how other people see him. That to me is true masculinity. When you're comfortable with how you look to other people, when other people can judge you, but you're still comfortable with that. Chizuru, in contrast, is the reverse. She's a criticism of femininity because Chizuru is stoic, like a traditional main character in a story, like a traditional male lead character in a story. She's traditionally stoic. She's tough. She keeps on an attitude, and she blushes and does all that stuff, but those are subtle moments in between her stoicism. So Chizuru's uncomfortability with herself is rooted in part to her femininity, right? She looks traditionally feminine, and yet she doesn't act that way, the real her. In contrast, Kazuya doesn't look traditionally masculine, and yet he is the most masculine character in the fucking story, in my opinion. Like, more than his friends, more than his family, more than the dudes who punch him, more than Umi. Umi's a little fucking bitch. Umi's a little fucking bitch coward who has to hide and constantly lie to get what he wants, while Kazuya actually puts himself out there and gets hurt, dude. Like, bro. Okay, I'm gonna read some of the comments. Some people texted me in direct messages. I gotta check that. What was that Kazuya's flashback after Chizuru said that she can't put the ring yet? What was that context? What are you talking about? I'm sad, Johan, and also feel disappointed that I truly believe those lame ass spoilers. It's okay. This is why I constantly tell people don't read the spoilers. So she said she used his lifestyle because of her guilt. I'm not sure what you're talking about. She didn't use his lifestyle because of. I think you're kind of misreading what I said. Chizuru says but considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. What she's saying is that like if you counteract that with her job, right? Chizuru says she wants to quit her job if she wants to be part of a relationship, right? But here she is saying the opposite, right? Like, sorry. I had something show up on my screen. I got distracted. Let me organize my thoughts again. Chizuru is saying my current lifestyle. She's referring to her work and everything else. Okay. She needs her job for independence. She can't just rely on people. At the same time, basically everything would be upended like that. And she said if she ever got into a relationship, she quit her job. If she quits her job, that upends her lifestyle. Everything falls the fuck apart. The problem is that they're not communicating. That's what I'm saying. It's not just an excuse. You have to kind of understand the nuance of what she's saying, right? That her lifestyle is directly influenced by her work because to maintain a lifestyle, you need money. Okay, that's just how it is, right? And to keep paying your bills and keep doing what you need work. So this is in relation to her work and a lot of that stuff. And what Chizuru is saying is that when she gets into a relationship, she would need to quit her work. She can't maintain the relationship and feel okay with it because she feels guilty. It's all about guilt. Guilt is a huge factor here, okay? So you have to recognize that. Guilt is a huge factor. She feels guilty if she gets into a relationship with him and she hasn't resolved all the things she just listed in this page. That's the issue. Let's see. Said working to understand the chapter. Kazuya needs to tell Pepe. State of Kanokari subreddit is a mess. I think I'm just going to mute it for now. I told you I'm not going to go read it. They're probably going to say each other's names when they're arguing. It's time for the new perfect girlfriend speech. I don't know about that. We'll see. Y'all think the great Kazuya X Chizuru fucking chapter will break the internet like chapter 218? That'd be peak, dude. Yo, how are you doing, Fate? Well, I just had a stressful day. That's why I'm also late. I'm looking for everything again after the stream. Thanks. Yeah, I'm okay. I was a little stressed getting into this, but I felt kind of tired. But the moment I read the chapter, I'm just like, why the fuck was I stressed? This is so stupid. The internet's so goddamn stupid. I was so mad. I was livid. I think Kazuya never called her by her name other than Mizo. He's called her Chizuru before, but in public, in front of other people. And so says she. She said Kazuya-san. She said Kazuya in private after Ruka called Kazuya without honorifics. But she's never said it directly to him. Kazuya has never said Chizuru too, at least not in the normal way. I also read Reddit comments, but right now it's nuked with over 1,000 comments, so let's not. Yeah, I'll read the official. I'll read the serious discussion. I think that'll be more interesting. My bad. I thought you were talking about today's chapter. Let's see. Since the first rental date, Chizuru never called him by his real name. She asked him once, "Are you Kazuya?" Correct. Some people don't even understand the chapter in Reddit. Damn, I guess I really was one-dimensional with this story. I was like, dude, lock in after every chapter, seeing the guy being the same pathetic self with what I listened. But for real, you made some good points. Thank you. Yeah, see, this makes my day, just talking to people and they're actually listening and interacting and they're not just looking at it with bias. Ah! I mean, I started reading the manga after the funny chapter just because Plus makes fun of it for some of my friends. So I know you're referring to chapter 218. And I'm going to tell you right now. Chapter 218 is amazing. I know it's the funny chapter. But that chapter made me fucking cry when I read it. And I get it. That's going to be hard to explain. We've talked about it in the past, but someday I'll make a proper video for it. Don't gaslight, bro. She prefers lifestyle over Kazuya. That's what she's implying. Sure. That's what she's implying. That's why she's like dying on the inside when she said this, and she's not happy with this choice at all. Nope. Totally just prefers her lifestyle over Kazuya. Totally. It's not like she literally talks about how fucking guilty she feels and how she can't put this ring on and she's fucking screaming and pissed at herself that she can't fucking do this. Yeah. Totally just preferring her lifestyle over this. It's not like you're just looking at just that last line that's convenient for you. It's not like that last line feels more like an excuse than anything. Nope. Kazuya is the Titanic and Chizuru is the iceberg. Bro went to evade her rejection but couldn't, held back and will probably sink. No? You might want to flip that around. Kazuya's the fucking iceberg. Chizuru fucked up, bro. It's funny you say that because it shows the ferry here. And isn't it so fitting that it shows the ferry in reference to Shimoda, which is when they fell off the ferry together. Reiji's clearly foreshadowing her possibly falling off the railings again. Me and my friends read the spoiler for the chapter, and he was more negative about it than I was. Now spoilers oversells the chapter and misinterprets. Have you watched Origaru? Yeah, Origaru's okay. I think it's a bit crazy, but I liked Origaru. It was a fun series. There's things about it I didn't like. I felt like the main character, what was his name? It's been a while. I haven't seen it in a while, but I remember he's like overcomplicating it with big words. I'm like, bro, just shut the fuck up. I love you, man, but shut the fuck up. Why are you complicating it with all these big ass words that don't make any fucking sense? And I'm like, I'm the guy who likes big ass words, and I thought he was being stupid. 380 chapter happens when you don't communicate. By the way, Reiji stated on X Space Lighter Sunday that he's still writing the day arc. So that's kind of a misinterpretation of events. It's not what he said. He said Kazuya and Chizuru are like, I have it recorded. I've been meaning to ask a Japanese friend what was said, but this is just something I saw someone translate from like Google Translate. So I don't even know if this is accurate. I really don't know if this is accurate. Post a thing on the Reddit on why people are stupid in the chapter. Damn, let's mosey on them. That's not gonna do anything. I could just post a video, I think, but that's not gonna do anything. I don't think she'll like the best I can do is share the stream, but I think sharing a stream would be considered bad on there. So I don't know. I don't think she'll fall in the water, but maybe fall in her arms. Someone trying to run after him. I don't know. We'll see. We were looking at a possible time skip thought, possibly after Kazuya breaks down to Mini or something, because he will. I don't think so. I don't think this is over. Y'all are acting like it's just over. It's just ended. I don't think it's over. It's here. If you don't believe me, here's what the teaser says. There's text here. Let me pull up the Japanese text. There's text here that specifically highlights this. You see this text? This text here reads, "The date was over, or so I thought. Mitsuhara has a foot blister? Next time, can you go home first?" It's not, this date is not over. No, there's still more to come, right? They misdirected us intentionally. Do you see any parallels with chapter 218 for this one? Not really. No, those are two different things. Chapter 218 is about... TLDR, chapter 218 is about Kazuya hating himself, and so intentionally it's framed that way. This is like similar, but not that. It's hard to explain, but no, they're not really similar. Have you watched More Than a Married Couple, but not Lovers? I think it's peak fiction. It's okay. I liked it initially, but it's okay. I think it has just some very strange writing choices, and I thought it was fun, and I really liked it initially, and it had some good shit, but later I'm just like, eh. I just stopped reading it, honestly. I occasionally come back when people say something interesting happened. I just catch up slowly. But I remember just I think the part that didn't help with that one is how what is it? I think the part that didn't help with that one is like how they're in high school and all their arguments just feel silly and stupid because they're in high school. Then again, seeing Bro's day, a day life through a thick and thin is what the story does. I guess so. I gave up posting there yesterday because I feel stupid because I always have to explain on Reddit. Yeah, this is why I stopped writing on Reddit. It doesn't do anything. You're like talking to a brick wall, dude. They don't want to listen. I just can't stop thinking about this. What will be the going through Kazuya all this time after her rejection? It's probably just gonna burn his brain with his head. So okay, let's talk about it real quick. Chizuru says all of these things that Kazuya has a direct connection to. A part of this is Kazuya possibly angry at himself. Someone pointed this out earlier. Kazuya might possibly be angry at himself for not noticing these things, but he's also a part of these things too. So he can address them. He can talk to her about them. I don't think it's that simple. I think there's going to be more of a talk, and it's not going to just end. They're going to have some sort of argument. Like Kazuya looks pissed here. He looks like he wants to fight. He's not going to just give up. So Kazuya, realizing he has an influence over this, will be angry, but also he'll remember how he dealt with it maybe. And I think something will happen and he'll react. We'll see. Kazuya being Aang in the North Pole after the moon spirit was killed. No, it's not over. The anime named Origaru also has this kind of argument. I hope this manga also ends like Origaru. I kind of hope not. I'm not a huge fan of how Origaru transforms in the later parts of the manga, where Yukino, I think her name, the main girl he likes, becomes a damsel in distress. I really did not like that. The anime I know changes it a lot from the novels, and it gives a lot of attention to Yui, the second girl, instead of Yukino, and unfortunately it dilutes a lot of Yukino's character and makes her a damsel in distress, and it makes Hachiman like the guy kind of saving her, and I really kind of didn't like that. I don't like that whole thing of like Hachiman saving her and all that bullshit. Like I remembered his name. So how is this ending? Well, first off, it's not an ending. It looks like an ending. It's not an ending. It's not over yet. They literally said it's not over yet, and I like it. It's good. I think they did a good job, and the spoilers completely misrepresented it. Many one already forgot that about after her rental date with Nagomi. Chizuru sees Kazuya in a wedding suit in her eyes too, so there's still hope. Maybe. Oh my god. What is the name of the next chapter and what does it say? Can you write it to me, Faye? The teaser for next time is, can you go home first? Like, can you leave before me? Can you go home first? So my friend said here, just wanted to ask you one thing. If at one point in the future you get spoiled again on a chapter, can you please not talk about it at all on Twitter? I know you must have felt really angry and I don't understand, but I think you're a bit too explicit on what the spoilers were. I managed to guess that something went wrong and that Chizuru did reject Kazuya. I'm lucky that I don't have anyone to talk about spoilers on my timeline, so I would rate it. Yeah, sure, man. No worries. I'll try to avoid it. I guess, would it be okay if I was like less explicit? So I'm like, please just stop talking about spoilers in the teasers. Would that be all right? Just like, don't tell me about spoilers. Would that be okay with you in the future? Right, already admitted her, but I don't feel like totally a bad thing. Okay. Hi, Verkez. What are your thoughts? What have you had to say regarding all this? I actually really liked it. So I've pointed out I actually really like this chapter. I think it was good. It's completely in line with Chizuru's character, and people are blowing this out of fucking proportions, and it's fucking stupid. Yeah, it's a good chapter. It's perfectly in line. We pretty much predicted this. I literally said like it looks like Halsey's gonna have a fucking crash out, and that would be kind of great. I'm devastated but not surprised. Don't give up, Kazuya Verkez. I was joking through I think you like don't give up yet. The idea is not to give up. Johan, let's just agree that I would want Kazuya to get mad at her, and of course he would not be. He was waited for years. Yeah, I think Kazuya will be mad at a lot of things. She absolutely destroyed him with nothing but the truth. I don't know if she. I don't know about that. I don't think she destroyed him as much as you think. This made me think Kazuya is an absolute beast. And he's gonna get back up. He's not gonna just give up. Verkez has a badass comment on Reddit. Okay, sure. I'll just scroll through it very quick. Oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, great. They put that like weird thumbnail. Okay, let's just find Verkez. I'm not gonna read all this. I don't care about all this. I just want to find Verkez. Yep. All the predictable shit. Yep. Basic anime bitch shit. I knew he would react like this. Sorry, I had to read him because I knew he would react like this. This person's Smart Cooking Pan is a very traditional reader, really, really traditional reader. So I knew he would hate it. I'm not gonna read his comment. I don't care. But I just knew they would react like this, and I'm fine with it. Where's Verkez? I don't see Verkez on here. Maybe I passed him. Absolute bullshit. They're so funny. Huh, I don't see you, Verkez. Let's see. Kazuya gonna go Super Saiyan. What happened to Ruka? What do you mean? Are you referring to the Ruka event that Reiji's putting on? TLDR is just an event for Ruka in Japan to celebrate her birthday. That's what it's for. The reason Reiji's doing it is because Ruka doesn't have time in the manga, so he wanted to do something for her because a lot of people like Ruka and they constantly tell him they want Ruka back. So he's like, I'll just do this for you guys. It's an event for the fans. Don't you think that she should give the ring back to him then? The whole point of not giving the ring back is because maybe she still wants to wear it. Maybe right now she can't. Like, that's kind of important. And not to mention, Nagomi gave her the ring. And she would have to give it back to her, not to him. Lawless Bacon is the best, not gonna lie. I love joking around with him. Can you read my comment on Medical Pirate? What the fuck is that? Bro, Reishi's pissed in your cup and you always find a way to call it champagne. Get out of the matrix. It's doing it all over again. If you want to think it's pissed, that's your fucking problem. Get the fuck off my chat. If you don't like what I have to say, get the fuck out. I'm not going to be nice about this. If you're going to come in here and tell me I'm drinking piss and I think this series is garbage and you want me to validate your choice, get the fuck out of my chat. I'm dead serious. If you have nothing nice to say and you don't want to listen, get out. Wait till I'll post the link for his comment. Bro, what do you think the odds are that we'll have the separation arc, which is realizes how much she loves him? Are you guys stupid? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you stupid. I'm sorry, but like, what part of? It's been on my mind all my like. What part of I think I might be in love with you, but I don't think I'm good enough to be with you? Are we talking about? How can you read all this and think she doesn't love him dearly, and she just doesn't feel worthy enough to be with him? How can you read all that and not think like she loves him dear? Like, I don't think there's going to be a separation arc. I don't think so. I think that'd be really fucking stupid if they're like, okay, maybe there can be, so I'm not going to rule it out. Let's not pretend. You're a sensitive dude, so I don't get mad. Yeah, I guess I'm sensitive. I said she made the right choice. Yeah, we said that too. She made the right choice. Yeah. No, Avid, I just think you're reading it a little bit. I wish. Oh my god, here we go again. Kazuya should grow some balls. Kazuya should grow some balls. Kazuya should grow some fucking balls. Just saw Fernando Alonso on Reddit comment. What could possibly go wrong, right? What do you? I don't know who the hell that is. I don't know who the fuck that is. Who's Fernando Alonso? I don't know who the fuck that is. If Verkas are way down, he's one or all high then. I wish Kazuya grew some blah blah blah. I think it should be him. I think it would do him some good. I'm just not. No. How do you think Kazuya will continue? Will it be different? I've been saying what's gonna happen. Voicing your frustrations and growing some balls are two completely different things. First off, Kazuya has balls of fucking steel considering the shit he's been through. And he's giving her the time and the respect, and he let her talk, but she didn't listen. She needs to hear what he says, and he's clearly gonna say that. Like, look at him! He's gonna fucking lose it next chapter. I'd really be surprised if Kazuya does not lose it, and like just doesn't say anything. I think something's gonna happen next chapter. I don't think it's just gonna end like that. So it's fine that she can't put the ring on her, but why did she turn him down? Why did she turn him down? First, the ring. She feels unworthy of the ring. Then she says this: I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san, Kibe-san, or that I can't bring myself to forgive Mami-san. Okay, guilt. Okay. I also feel guilty about my grandma believing me until the very end. I lied to her, and now I feel guilty that I'm doing this, and I don't want to make this come true under the guise of guilt. I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. I might have feelings for you, but considering my current lifestyle, work, and everything else that I just described, I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. Just right now, I don't think it's right for me to just be with you right now. It feels wrong, right? It's the idea of your morality, of what you believe. It feels wrong to her. Jesus. I do hope you're right about that. The irony is the stoicism is all about not being affected by external factors one cannot control. Chizuru is stoic and literally the opposite. Kazuya needs to call her out on that. I'm not sure. Is that... I thought stoicism... Isn't stoicism very misrepresented, like in modern day? I'm pretty sure that's not what stoicism is. I could be wrong. Fernando Alonso is one of the best F1 racers, but his luck is not good in winning, and I was relating it with Kazuya because he's good in relationships, but luck isn't on his side. Oh, I thought you said this person like commented. YouTube has just recommended this stream to me, and it's tricky to see the other side of the discourse in this chapter, but I haven't read the last 200 chapters, so I have nothing meaningful to say. Lol. Well, welcome all the same. As long as you're being respectful, dude, I have no issues with you. You're welcome to stay. You're welcome to reread this. Faye, take down Chibi's reviews on video and rag, please. I'll pay. I don't know. I don't care. I don't care. Look, I said in my last stream, I don't like Chibi reviews. I don't like his content. I don't like how he talks about this series. All of it is just reactionary. All he did was read this fucking spoilers. All he did was read the spoilers. I don't care about Chibi reviews, dude. I don't care. I'm sick and tired of constantly going after these people to debunk their crap because they can't fucking read. That's not my fault. That's not the story's fault. I'm sick and tired of that shit, okay? I don't care. Okay? Like, I'm sorry. If Chibi Reviews wants to read spoilers made by ChatGPT that literally misrepresent, and we pointed out how they misrepresented shit, that's his own goddamn problem. That's not my problem. Okay? I don't fucking care about his stupid shit. I have written a big essay for what I think the ending will be. You don't have to read it now. I just think the prediction for the ending is right. We can maybe read it tomorrow or later. We'll have to see. Just come back and you're still live. Yeah. What'd you think I was going to do? Leave? I got time. I want to talk about this. What the fuck's wrong with that? She's just injured right now, so I can really think the next chapter she'll clash in a situation like that. Maybe. I mean, I said that she could fall or something, and Kazuya will help her. Or Kazuya will notice that she's hurt and she's hiding it, and he'll help her anyway. We'll have to see. I mean, many things could happen. It's hard to predict. I just think it's not going to be as like this isn't the ending you think it is. Sure, Kazuya is strong and all, but I don't know how to feel if they put Kazuya being upset. I don't know. I like gentlemanly Kazuya not accepting rejection and lashing out doesn't feel right. But that I don't know. I don't think it's that simple. And I do agree with you. I do like gentlemanly Kazuya. I don't think he's gonna get mad like in the same way that we're expecting, right? I don't think he's gonna don't think he's gonna call her a bad person or anything, right? But I do think like they're gonna have some sort of conversation and talk or some sort of argument, right? She literally said they're gonna fight, and that's normal. There's nothing wrong with fighting. I just think like as long as you do it in a way that's controlled and makes sense. What would he voice? I did so much for you. No. I did so much for you. No, that's stupid. Kazuya doesn't care about that. He doesn't want a reward. Kazuya isn't in this relationship for a reward. Yeah. That may Kazuya carrying her to. Well, okay. One thing we can be sure of in terms of this chapter, if you're all wondering, one thing we can be sure of is these words. Again, Kazuya probably feels guilty about some of these things. Mami, Kibe, Nagomi, their expectations and then what they want for her, the ring. Those things are important. Those things Kazuya had some sort of influence over and he never noticed and talked about it with her. That could be important too. That could be something they talk about. So I think Kazuya, at the very least, will be mad at himself for not noticing these things, for not pointing them out. Someone on the Reddit started Hopeless series. A daily Hopeless series. Yeah, whatever. That's what they want to do. Let's see. I love how Reiji plays with our expectations. These last 3 chapters are meant to make you question what is the right choice was. I mean, he's been building up what is the right choice for a while, so I don't know if it was those particular chapters. One of the things I like Kazuya is that he's a gentleman in his sometimes clumsy way, but fights with Chizuru. But a fight with Chizuru, again, we'll see. I could be wrong. I could be wrong about a fight. First time viewer, I didn't know you do long streams. It varies. It varies. I do a decent amount of streams. I've been streaming more than usual lately. But welcome all the same. That one would look out of character for me. I think it is somewhat in character for them to fight because they've tried to fight. Kazuya and Chizuru used to fight a lot. The essay is very long. I'll probably adjust it tomorrow. You can argue with people who think that they're right. You can't argue with people who think that they're right. Yeah, true. Dude, what if he brings up Umi? I want to see Kazuya crash out, bro. I don't know, like what kind of crash out we're expecting. I do somewhat agree with Laura that Kazuya is very gentlemanly and he doesn't just crash out, but I do think part of being yourself is crashing out a little bit. So I do think Kazuya maybe like, okay, so one thing I could envision for now is that Kazuya could have said, I wish I could have helped you more, or I wish I could have like been there for you. I wish you told me more about this. I think that could be stuff like Kazuya could say, like in particular, like some of the guilt and some of the things, like the guilt she feels over the ring. Because did you notice we don't hear Kazuya speak or think anything in this chapter? Kazuya is not, oh no, except for this. Then does she mean, that's it. That's not my mom's ring. She brought it with her. Everything with Kazuya is him reacting to things. Hanging there, I need to hold it together. Yeah, this is Kazuya speaking, and then this is Kazuya. Okay, so we do hear him speak, but most of it is reacting, not thinking. Yeah, and it really wants you to think here. Why is he pissed here, right? He's not just pissed because she rejected him. I think a part of the reason Kazuya is pissed is at himself. I do agree with that Kazuya could be mad at himself. I don't know. I don't think Kazuya will just stay silent. That's not what Reiji has been building up. Kazuya wants to say and do so much, and for him to just stay silent just doesn't feel right to me. That doesn't feel like Kazuya to me, especially considering how much Chizuru talked here. It feels like next chapter would be Kazuya talking. I knew she was going to fall in the water. Oh, yeah, Boa. I think you were the first one to come up with that theory. I liked it, Boa. I liked the chapter. I know a lot of people didn't, but I liked it. I feel like the injury might prevent an argument somehow. I don't think so. I think it could be the source for it. Again, Kazuya could carry her home. Kazuya could carry Chizuru home, and that's maybe how they talk, right? Chizuru made the right choice. Yep, we already read that. Kazuya kind of got depressed instead of crashing out. I don't know. I don't think Kazuya will get depressed. I think he'll just be mad at himself. But he's clearly mad. He's clearly upset. The brain level of Reddit is just a mess, pure garbage. People don't understand the situation or just yapping, just shit. Yeah. Again, I'm not gonna bother. That's great when you don't know what you're thinking. Now let me see Kazuya. I don't care about Kazuya being silent. I want him to explode, pro. Also, I couldn't read the chapter because the site crashed. Left my. Oh my god. Do you mean K manga crashed, or do you mean the Kobari link, like on the subreddit crashed? Because it seems fine for me. It seems okay for me. Let's see. Smart Cooking used to DM me praising my comments on Kazuya's character. I'm happy he's doing his thing now, keeping his legacy alive. I gave up on Reddit a few years ago. Yeah, Smart Cooking used to talk to me too and try to give me some praise and like guidance on how he knows how to do things, but I don't know. I was never. I like some of the things he notices and catches and does, but I have never been a huge fan of how he perceives and understands writing. That's just my take. I like he can believe whatever he writes. Read. No, I'm not gonna read the Reddit comments. I don't care. I went through some of them. It just looked like a shit show. I'm not interested in that. I don't care. I'm not in the mood to just like mentally exhaust myself sitting through Reddit. Why would I do that to myself, you know? The time for silence and simping is over. I don't think so. No, Kazuya will simp forever. Bro, if I had a girlfriend or a wife, I would simp too. Very hard. I think he's going to carry her home and say some powerful shit. That could be the case. The blister being fate intervening, the first symptom of the wrong choice. Maybe. I also think he's going to leave the house before the morning. They had to delay Kobari on Reddit because of the hate. Jesus. I don't think Kazuya will carry Chizuru next chapter, though her injury may be topic in the next two. No, I think Kazuya will notice. What do you expect Kazuya to do? Can he argue against anything Chizuru told him? Yeah. Yes, he can. Yes, he very well can. These are things they could have dealt with together. Why didn't she tell him any of this before? Why didn't she talk about any of this guilt, any of these things he's feeling? Why is she handling it alone? Why should she handle it alone? Like, why is Chizuru just dealing with this stuff alone? Why can't she talk to him and tell him what she's feeling? Why doesn't he get a say in any of this? Like, why can't Kazuya be okay with this stuff? Why can't they talk it out and come to like some sort of understanding? I definitely think Kazuya can say a lot. Let's see. Okay, but the thing is that Chizuru doesn't feel to me like she wants to accept all that love because she doesn't think she deserves that. To me, that's something she has to deal with herself. No, but you don't have to deal with that stuff alone. That's a misunderstanding. You don't have to deal with that stuff alone. Like, you can talk it out. You can feel accepted by the people around you. It's not just like for instance, you don't deal with depression alone. You should never deal with your depression alone. That's a mistake. You should always have other people around you. Because if you fuck up, you'll blame yourself. When you fuck up with depression, you have no one else but to blame but yourself. And yourself is the problem. Yourself is the thing you're trying to deal with. You don't go blaming yourself. You have to have other people around you, right? You need people to talk to you. If this isn't resolved quickly, how is he going to show up back to his parents' house with all this stuff? I don't think that'll happen. Kazuya already rented a room. What are you talking about? Kazuya already has a room. He's not going to just show up at his parents' place with all this stuff. Like he already has a room just in case things weren't going to work out. Do you think they will lock the Reddit? I don't know. Kazuya won't blame himself. Chizuru made it very clear that he did nothing wrong. He will. I think he will. Like, these are things Kazuya could have had an influence over, right? How did I not notice this? What the hell is wrong with me? How could I have not noticed the pressure Nagomi and Kibe put? How could I not notice that Mami was a bother to her? How could I not have done anything about that? Why couldn't I have talked to her about that? Why couldn't I have sit down with her about that? I definitely think Kazuya could blame himself for that.
I think she might be mad at the fact that his ex and people he's close with are preventing the love in his life of being with him. Could be. Yeah. I like that, actually. Kazuya could be mad at all these people around him influencing his choices and what he believes and what he feels. That would be pretty fucking annoying. And that is a huge core conflict of this series. A huge core conflict of this series is the influence of the people around you, their expectations, what they want you to do. And Kazuya fucking hates that shit. Mordecai or Kazuya? You mean Mordecai from regular show? I don't think I've watched enough Mordecai to know enough of regular show to know Mordecai's love story. I'm sorry. Kazuya saying, "Are you really okay with that? On the last chapter will be peak." Oh yeah. Ooh, that would be good. Are you really okay with that? I like that. Johan, but don't you think that this scene would be best for a confession from her and her realization of her love for him? Tough that it didn't happen, but let's see what happens in the future. I mean, we mentioned how the entire arc is seemingly kind of a confession from Chizuru, but also there's that underlying thing underneath it. I think it's the reverse. She's letting him influence her. Kazuya got out of the trap. I think the manga will continue up to 400 plus chapters because even if they'll be in the relationship, there are a lot of things like Ruka, Mami, and Sumi. We'll have to see. I don't know what Reiji's plan is. I hope it does. I hope it keeps going too. I'm gonna be real. We're all fans of the series and Reiji's writing. For me, I embrace the online shit talk. I find it hilarious. I don't get mad about it. It feels free promotion anyway. I get that, but it gets tiresome. Avid or Avdi. It gets tiresome. I get tired of like people just shit talking something I enjoy. Fate, what is going to happen with Ruka in the end? I think part of Ruka's already accepted this is kind of over. I'm gonna be real. I think part of Ruka's already somewhat accepted this is kind of over. She just hasn't been confronted with the fact that it is. I think Kazuya will ask Mami what she did. He might. A big thing of Mami's character is what she's been hiding. Mami's been hiding what she did because she likes Kazuya and she doesn't want him to hate her. Breaking up with Ruka is going to be an interesting arc. She isn't alone, but she needs to do that by herself. If Kazuya forces her to see what she feels, all I'm saying is that it would be nice if she be herself. Kazuya isn't going to force her. Kazuya is going to talk to her because this is how you reason with yourself. You talk to yourself. Kazuya's going to talk to her. He's not going to force her. I don't think this is about forcing anything. I just think they're going to talk and they're going to argue and they're going to let it all out, right? Don't misunderstand. I don't think this is going to be any kind of forcing of anything. I don't think so. I think they're going to argue and they're going to talk and they're going to let it all out. They're going to let out all their frustrations, all of their feelings. I think I need some water. I've been talking for a while. Oh my God, my lips are dry. Oh my God, my lips are dry. I've been talking for too long. Okay, let me adjust. Actually, maybe I should grab my other chair. This is like a really old chair I used to have, and I never got rid of it, and I got a new work chair. I just sometimes use this one. Oh, okay. I'm a lot taller now. Actually, wait. Sorry. Oh, okay. That's better. Ooh, I feel better. I feel good. Okay. Have you watched the anime? What season? The middle season? Have you watched the anime? I haven't watched since the middle of season 2. I really don't like season. Okay, so the anime is okay as an adaptation. I think it fucks up a lot, but it's an okay adaptation. Season 2, my least favorite season. They fuck up a little too much. Season 3, one of the better seasons, but it has terrible animation and a lot of stuff is poorly executed. But yeah, that's just my TLDR on the anime. I would like Kazuya to talk the shit out of Chizuru. I kind of doubt it. He might be too shocked right now, but that should talk eventually. I don't know. I think Kazuya is trying to hold it in. And there's going to be something in particular, probably in relation to Chizuru's foot, that's going to make it all come out, right? I think there's something that's going to create an opportunity for it to all come out.
And that's basically how Reiji writes. Fun fact, my wife is a hater. Not understanding something makes it kind of scary. I don't judge her opinion the same way she judges Kanokari. I understand the hate comes from self-limitation. It really depends per people, you know. I think a lot of it's bias. I have friends who don't like this series too, and I just understand I'm not gonna change their mind. They're just not gonna. They don't think like one of the friends that I know hates this series is very traditionally masculine. He works out. He's buff. He's like literally he loves all the cool buff shit. He loves those cool fighting animes and shit. And I know I'm never gonna get through to him, right? He does not care. He will never listen. He doesn't care. And that's fine. Just, it is what it is, right? Kazuya is going to lose it when Chizuru tells him to go home first. He's going to be very angry at Chizuru, so I'm like, I don't know about that. That's not Kazuya's style. He's going to voice out his feelings and accept her decision. He won't try to convince her otherwise. He's going to take it right on the chin. See, we all have different interpretations. We all have very different interpretations of how things could play out. And I've said many times. So I do think it's not as simple as people think it is. I posted a GIF as my reaction, only the listing chapter number and no further context, bro. It was like, indeed, chapter 380 was a low point for Guts. What? I posted a GIF as my reaction, only listening to the chapter number and no further context. Bro, just type chapter 380 and nothing else on YouTube. Live my ass off. Me? Like, you want me to do that? I don't get it. Is the main character of Reiji's other work, the Shunji sister, similar to Kazuya? He's supposed to be the antithesis of Kazuya by design. His name is Arata, and Arata is pretty much traditionally masculine in every conceivable way, and it's by design. He is written as a traditionally masculine character and purpose because, unlike Kazuya, he has no autonomy over his life. He looks like he does. He actually doesn't. And that's the point of Arata's character, is that he is a character that, kind of does what he needs to, but his life, what he does with his life, he seemingly has no true influence over. And basically every character in Shunji family is getting sucked in by their emotion and their choices, and they have no control, if you will. In fact, that's the point of the series at the start. He says that fate is making the choices for them, this external force. And he, in the manga, when he says this, he says it in like a disgusting way. He fucking hates fate, and it shows his dad, as if his dad is the source of the choices that are already being made for them. And that's what the visuals imply. I haven't kept up with the series after season 1 because of the comments and what friends have said about it, but thanks to this stream, listening to you explain this, I get it now and I'll rewatch. Thanks. Saber, I would recommend maybe read the manga. And the unfortunate thing about that is there's no perfect way to read the manga. But the reason I recommend reading the manga is that there is a better understanding of events in the manga, and the anime changes things quite a lot. In particular, season 2 and 3 bastardize a lot of the story. Season 1 has a lot of issues too. I think season 1 fucks up a lot of very important moments. In particular, episode 8 it's one of the most important chapters in the series, and they think they fuck it up. So yeah, just be careful how you interact with the series. Maybe give it another read through. I'll go read the manga instead of the anime this time. Thank you. Yeah. And the whole Discord is going nuts over this chapter. Nope, I'm not going there. I warned them. I warned everybody. I warned all of these fuckers, dude. I warned everybody. None of them listened. It's not the manga's fault you didn't listen and you didn't pick up what Reiji was putting down. Kazuya fell off the pier during the crash out and Chizuru jumps in after him would be epic. That makes no sense, but it would be kind of funny. Good choice, Saber. The manga is much better than the anime. I mean, it's okay. I love season 1, but even season 1 could portray Kazuya. He really is, for instance. Yeah, season 1 fucks up Kazuya a lot. Almost every season does. The line with Mami was interesting. It's the first time Chizuru ever hinted to Kazuya that she blamed Mami for something. Kazuya apologized to Mami because Chizuru never told him what she did. Yeah, I pointed this out too. I said this too. Isn't it super fitting? The day Chizuru first finds out about the date, that being chapter 327, when Chizuru first ever finds out about this date, they also show Mami. And Mami is sad, as a contrast to Chizuru, who's smiling about this date. Bro,
Don't get triggered, bro. After a serious talk between the two, I'm predicting a separation. Or I'm not triggered. To calm down. It's okay. I only get bothered when people say things like, "Oh, Kazuya needs to grow some balls," or all that. I'm not triggered. I'm just a very emotional person, and I express that very passionately. Like I've had many people in my life tell me, "Don't get angry. Don't get upset." Look, dude, just it's okay. I'm not. I express it very passionately, but I'm not as angry as I look. There's only a few times where I genuinely get angry, and I'm telling you guys, I don't think you've ever really seen me outright crash out. You've never seen me outright crash out. When I crash out, it is monstrous. You've never seen me crash out. It is just controlled upset. I don't agree with a separation arc. I think it could happen, but I don't agree. Kazuya moving out the next day, and there are plenty of loose ends to clear up. Just because there's loose ends, it doesn't mean he's going to move out. Even if he does, even if Kazuya does end up moving out, I think it would be brief. It would be very, very brief, and he would come back, right? Kazuya let mommy off the hook, and he didn't know it. I don't think so. Kazuya like let mommy off the hook, but not really, Anyways, I'm just excited for the next chapter and sad too for today. Anyways, good night, Johan. See you next week. Take care. Boobies for lives. I just realized what your name says. Shunji family, so AOT thematically, but a rom-com. Kinda. I do recall at one point he said one of the influences was JoJo, which is really interesting. I could be completely wrong. I thought he said JoJo was an influence. I could be completely wrong. Saber, yes, I will. I love hearing people be so passionate about their favorite mangas, and it's so annoying having people and friends talk shit about something you love, but I don't care. I will love what I love. Yeah. Bro, is there any translation besides K-manga or K-manga translations just for best for reading? Okay. Here are the translation choices you have. You have the volume translations from all the way up to the cheer up date or so. The volume translations translate some things correctly, but they fuck up the grammar. They fuck up a lot of the big moments for the characters. They completely mischaracterize Kazuya and Chizuru in certain points, to the point where it's just like, how the fuck did this get past serialization? Like, who in editing read this and said this was okay? Like, it's baffling. The problem with Rent-a-Girlfriend as a series is that the later parts of the manga have pretty decent translation. The problem is there's almost no perfect way to read this manga, which is really upsetting. The only true perfect way to read this manga, learn Japanese, which should not be how it is. It should not be how it is. That's fucked up. That's actually genuinely fucked up. So the fan translations have multiple different teams, and they never properly translate everything correctly. I would argue the best way to read the manga is maybe start with the fan translations, and then, just keep going with the fan translations until you get to chapter 280, which is the last one by the good fan translations, and then go read K-manga. That's what I would recommend. I don't recommend reading the volume translations first because they fuck up too much. They ruin some scenes where it's like the anime and the manga, the fan translation manga contradict it. So it's like two different sources, one official, one not official, contradicts you. How the fuck did you get that wrong? The Japanese also contradicts them if you read the Japanese. So it's like, how the fuck did you get that wrong? That's actually impressive. And then if you learn like a little bit of Japanese and kind of dig into what they wrote, you're like, oh, they literally did not understand what was being said in Japanese, because most people don't realize this. Reiji writes in complicated dialogue. He makes the characters talk like real people. And so the dialogue is complicated at times, where they imply and say certain things in the Japanese, and they're said in like certain ways. So for instance, Kazuya in chapter 49, or the very last episode of season 1, says, I want you. In Japanese, he says, kimi ga ii, kimi ga. Kimi ga ii is extremely possessive language. However, you can easily misinterpret it to mean I'm fine with you. Because of how it's written, you need to understand the context and how it's very, very possessive as a language. Like when you're using that specific kind of wording. So what do they do in the official volume translations? They translate it as "I'm fine with you," I want to settle for you, bro. So it comes off as like, that's so stupid, right? So if you read
the official volume translations, it actually comes off as poorly written. It actually comes off as poorly written. So don't read the official volume translations. Just read from chapter 1 to chapter 280 of the fan translations, and then read these. Bro, I just heard the chapter right now. I hate this author. Sorry. Dude, I'm sorry, but like, I warned people. I told people that you were misreading this chapter. You should have looked a little closer. Reiji has been putting signs for like 100 plus chapters, and the fact that it's not over, it's not fucking over. Reiji literally said it's not over. Are you kidding? I don't know. You Mad, please understand, I have had so many fucking people come in here and say that. Please understand. So I have no clue. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic in text. I don't know. So just be a little more mindful of that, because I don't think if I have talked to you on here, I don't recall it, so I don't know. And I don't know what to expect, because Twitter and Reddit are losing it. Twitter and Reddit are fucking losing it, dude. I don't even know anymore. Anyways, everyone hates Kazuya because it self-reflects on how they would act. I not just that, Kazuya like represents a very feminine depiction of masculinity, and people don't like that because they think he's weak and pathetic. I reflected for 2 hours and found that I was a bit too extreme. This episode actually has a lot of content. Why, yes. Join the cult. Welcome. What are you buying? What are you selling? Resident Evil 4, for those who don't know the reference. All right, since I'm new here, any of your videos you'd like to suggest before I leave to someone that was hate reading until now that has caused damn points are valid? When you click on the channel, it does suggest my first ever video talking about the series. It's kind of meh. It's kind of okay. It's a little dated. I'm planning to make a very deep, complicated analysis video delving into everything and completely deconstructing the entire series. But if you want a decent starting point, maybe consider checking that video out. It's literally the first video you see when you click on the channel. It's literally the first one you'll see. It's not perfect, mind you. It's not perfect. It's one of my first ever videos. It is extremely dated. But I would recommend maybe going back to some of the earlier streams. One thing I can recommend to you, if you've binge read the Hate series, one stream I can recommend to you, Pep, is let me find it. I had it out earlier. Where is it? There it is. So, actually, wait. So that was the first ever Hate video we watched. That was from Degenerosity. So we made essentially a why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate series streams. This one I reacted to Mother Basement's video of the series, and I broke it down and I went through the whole thing and like why it's wrong, where he fucks up, how he misinterprets events, what the intention of the events are. So I think this might be a decent starting point for you. It is. I do get a little upset at times. I will warn you. I really don't like this video because it feels very intentionally malicious in how he writes it and how he presents it. If you want an easier starting point, would be where is it? This one. Why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate. We watched the Degenerosity video. It is one of the first ever videos talking about why the series sucks, and he calls it garbage. And it's a little more lighthearted. It feels a little less malicious. I get a little less upset. I do get a little annoyed here and there, but it's a little more controlled. And I do find some of the stuff he says funny. So maybe start with this series. I'll make a playlist out of it. I'll make a playlist out of these videos. Here, actually, I'll just do it right now. I'll just do it right now, and I'll just link it in here. New playlist. Why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate. Okay. Perfect. I added that one, and I'll add the other. Oh, wait, cancel. I goofed. Okay, save. Now we're going to go to the Mother's Basement video.
we're going to remove it from chapters, and we're going to place it in that one. Perfect. Cancel. And then we have one more stream. So here, I'll just give you this playlist, and you can work with that for now until I make the proper hate video that I've been meaning to make for some time. And then now let me go to my channel. Your channel. Playlist. Oh, there's a fly because someone opened the door and didn't close it. God damn it. And all right. How do I share a playlist? Okay, my bad. Sorry. Here, I'll find a way to link the playlists below. But consider going to check out the playlist that I just made on the channel. You should just go to the playlist portion and see Why Rent a Girlfriend Gets Hate and watch that playlist. We'll go from there. The episode is probably the richest and most complex in the recent weeks. Wow. Agree. Translate to English. Why are we having problems translating? Copy. Let's go to Deep L. Sorry, y'all, there's nothing on the screen. I'll get to it just shortly. I'm just trying. As I said, now Kazuya is giving his mother a hard time because he found out something he never knew before. Okay, I don't know what that means. Johan, is that your brother in the background you're talking to? No, we have roommates. I have a roommate in the house. I'm an only child. Everything all has his videos have really pointed out views makes you love the series more. Off topic, if you read the Oshinoko ending makes you crash out. So, okay, I'm gonna be, Noah, I actually have never been a fan of Akka's writing. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. I've actually never been a massive fan of Akka's writing. I like certain aspects of how Akka writes. I think Akka Akasaka, the writer of Kaguya-sama and Oshinoko, is really good at execution. I think where Akka really struggles is drama. I don't think Akka's very good at writing drama, and that's just my opinion. You're welcome to completely disagree with me. But I've never been a fan of how Akka writes drama, and I felt that a lot watching Oshinoko. I felt that a lot watching Kaguya-sama. I don't think Kaguya-sama is like the greatest thing since chocolate milk or whatever we want to fucking say, but it's an all right series. I think there's a lot to enjoy about his stories, but I've never been a huge fan. And I kind of know about the ending, and I didn't like it anyway either. So that's just my point. But maybe it matched his vision, what he wanted to do, you know? So that's just my stance. Med trying to the original. I know something was going to happen. Reggie is a genius. Fate arguing on your comment without reading the rest is funny. Hey, I tried, okay? I just reacted, okay? I'm sorry. It gets frustrating. I'm just a little sad. It's okay. Yes, Reiji is a genius. Bro, do you really believe I like him? I happily drink the Kool-Aid, Fate. If they started dating, the next chapter would be Kazuya super happy, but the sad because Chizuru is always busy. They talked about this. They literally talked about this. They would be around each other at home. They would be together all the time. They just wouldn't be able to date as much as they want to. Don't worry, Med. The first thing I commented after just finding the channel was, it's not that deep, bro. Kazuya, Gym, Mark. Dude, you don't understand how much I fucking hated when people said, oh, go to the gym. Because the gym doesn't... Look, I am case in point. I was depressed. I had my heart broken. I went to the gym. I lost 50 pounds. Best shape of my life. Miserable. Fucking miserable. Gym does not solve your problems. The gym is good. You'll feel healthier. You'll feel better. It doesn't change the fact that you have these things that you have not dealt with. Do you know what actually helped me through my depression? This series. This series helped me through my depression. And I think I kind of tried to convey that in my first video because I felt seen. Kazuya was doing, at the beginning of the series, the way he was acting, the way he was presenting himself, reminded me so much of how I was, where I was trying to do the right thing. I was trying to figure myself out, but I was desperate. I wanted to be seen. I wanted to be accepted. I didn't feel that from
the people around me, right? And Kazuya perfectly encapsulated what depression felt like. Like, holy shit. Like literally some of his lines in the early parts of the series were insanely peak to me because he's like, what is wrong with me? I don't know why I'm making the choices that I'm making. He literally says this in like chapter 6 or chapter 5 after they go drinking at the bar and mommy is there. And he goes back to Chizuru and he apologizes. The anime kind of ruins this scene, by the way. The anime kind of ruins this scene. But in the manga, Kazuya like breaks the fuck down and he's like, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I don't know why I'm making the choices I'm making. What am I as a person? And that fucked me up. Most people fall in love with Kazuya when he jumps out of the boat to save Chizuru. I fell in love with Kazuya when he was down on the floor telling mommy he still loves her, but he shouldn't talk shit about Chizuru. That's when I fell in love with Kazuya. Because I'm like, damn. Same though. But bro made some great points about the story and Kazuya himself after roasting me first, of course. Sorry, I am ready to understand. I have a shotgun loaded and ready. I like literally, I am playing Resident Evil and I'm waiting for the zombie to walk through the door just to blow their fucking brains out. I'm just ready, understand. I am ready to fight, dude. So where do we go from here? I think so we've predicted a few different things. So let's pull it up. First, we have a few different predictions. They could all be wrong. They could all be similar. I've predicted for a long time they're gonna have some sort of fight, some sort of crash out from Kazuya, something like that. This somewhat hints at that. Kazuya being angry. He could be angry at himself. He could be angry at the external factors influencing Chizuru. Chizuru is clearly not happy about this either. She doesn't want to make this choice. She's not happy with this choice. Then we skip to Chizuru hurting her ankle, right? She couldn't move. She hurt her ankle. So Kazuya could carry her home, right? Chizuru could fall off the railing. She could trip a little bit. The next time says, you go home first. That could be Chizuru saying that just because she's trying to avoid catching Kazuya's attention, but I think Kazuya will notice and he'll call her out. And I think my prediction so far is Kazuya's upset at Chizuru because why the fuck didn't you tell me any of this? Because she didn't. She didn't say any of this. And the way that could start, in my opinion, is that injury right here. Just as she didn't want to tell him about this injury, she didn't want to tell him about all this stuff until just now, just suddenly dropping a bombshell that like, oh, I feel guilty about Nagomi. I feel guilty about my grandmother. I feel like I can't be in this relationship because I'm not worthy enough. Why didn't you tell me you felt this way? I could see Kazuya getting upset at her. For like she hurt her leg and she didn't tell him. She did all this. She doesn't want to tell him. Bro, he cares about you more than all this crap. He doesn't care. He just wants to be with you. He doesn't care about any of this shit. And so I think Kazuya could get upset because this is the part of Chizuru that hides things. Chizuru has shit she constantly hides. And I could see Kazuya like getting upset at her because it's like, you're the one who told me to not keep secrets. And then here you are keeping secrets. You're the one who said you should be honest, and here you are not being completely honest with me and yourself. I could see that being the spark, that she doesn't tell him about this because, you know, she's like, I don't want to bother him. I just broke his heart. And Kazuya's like, you said not to lie. Why are you lying? And then that'll spark the conversation. It'll continue. Then maybe they could fall off the pier as they're arguing. Or something could happen, like they trip over each other or something, or maybe they trip and fall on top of each other and we have the kiss scene all over again, you know? And then maybe they'll fall in the water, maybe they'll trip over each other, maybe they'll kiss. I just think it's gonna end well. I just think like Chizuru's gonna hide this. Chizuru's gonna try to hide this and Kazuya's gonna notice, right? Kazuya's gonna call her out on it. And it's like, we have more than just this superficial crap. Even if we're not together, I would still support you and be there for you. I think that's very in line with Kazuya's character, and I do think they're still going to get into a fight. I think this prediction is a little better. I think we're ironing out our prediction a little bit, you know? I think Kazuya seems really mad for this time. I think he will be mad the next chapter, my guess. Probably. Yeah. Yes, but when you think about it, they have already dated. Yeah, they've already dated. Nothing much will change besides them being more touchy, I think. Oh, touchy. Since I'm new, what was your opinion on the whole Kazuya stalking Chizuru? Go watch the Mother's Basement video that we talked about. He brings it up, and I talk about it in detail. In my opinion, it is one of the most important parts in the series for a simple reason. It is often misinterpreted. It is often completely misinterpreted because the point of that scene, there's a lot of context behind that moment. There's a whole lot of context that, one, the anime trims out quite a deal of. Two, a lot of people see that scene in a complete void. The whole point of that scene is Kazuya does something wrong. He apologizes for it. He knows he fucked up, and the scene intentionally frames it like their relationship could just literally end right here, because it can. In real life, you do shit like this, that's it. It couldn't just end. However, Chizuru does not see him for his mistakes. She doesn't see what he just did wrong, and she sees how she fucked up too. Because in the manga, that arc starts with Kazuya waking up having to deal with Ruka, and then he says he hasn't seen Chizuru in a month. So Chizuru, after Kazuya and her talked earlier, and he said, I want to rent you because I feel like I'm becoming a new person. I feel like I'm evolving, I'm transforming, I'm becoming someone I don't recognize. And she says yes, and it's their shared secret, disappears for a month after Ruka starts dating him, right? And then Kazuya sees her with someone else, and she doesn't clarify or anything. Now, the scene does not excuse Kazuya's actions. Rather, he gets called out multiple times. In fact, the chapter literally ends with her telling him, go use a different train, dipshit. You fucked up. You don't get rewarded for this. However, Chizuru giving him a gift is important. And there's a reason she says it's an apology, not simply just a gift. She gives it to him on Christmas, the time of giving. And the manga does this brilliant visual where it intentionally shows Chizuru seeing Kazuya out of everyone else there. Let me pull it up. It's chapter 31. The anime fucks this up, and we'll talk about that. Go to that video. We'll talk about it in more detail. Look at this. All these people, all these couples, everyone around, and she sees him, not them. This is a moment about being seen, about being accepted not for everything you did wrong, but who you really are underneath. And this moment is so impactful. The phone case shows up in every crucial moment Kazuya is about to make. This is when Kazuya truly, completely transforms, because he made his final big mistake. This is when Kazuya transforms and starts doing things for Chizuru, starts really evolving as a character. Many people cite Kazuya's true transformation as when he supports her in the film. No, this was it. This was when it happened. Kazuya, prior to this, was trying to transform, but kept making mistakes, kept falling back on things. And he fucked up so bad here, he could have lost it all. And Chizuru tells him, no, I see you for you. I don't see you for what you just did wrong. I know who you are underneath all of this. Most people look at this scene with punishment, with anger. They want Kazuya to be punished here, right? He fucked up. He should be punished for here. He committed a crime. He's a horrible person. But they ignore the fact that these two have a deeper relationship than that. That Chizuru knows the real him. That Chizuru knows who he is. She knows he's not this. And she's telling him to not define himself by this, to remember this moment of who he wants to be. This is what this phone case represents. The moment when he broke his phone and did something completely out of character for him, something he doesn't ever believe he could do. This is why Kazuya treasures this phone case so much. When Chizuru told him to get a new phone, he said, I don't want to because I don't want to lose this important thing. I don't want to lose this important phone case. It reminds me of who I am. That's what this scene was. This is a scene about seeing someone, about truly seeing someone underneath and not judging them for the worst of their character, for their big mistake, to realize who they are underneath that. This is a manga about understanding people, about truly seeing people past the messiness, past the fuck-ups, past the shit you do wrong, to truly see people and respect them and love them. And that's reflected in why Kazuya cares so much about Chizuru in contrast to all the people around him. Because unfortunately, his family and his friends don't do this. They don't see Kazuya like this. They don't support him like this. Why do you think he feels so alone at the start of the series? He turns to her girlfriend. Because you go to chapter 2, Kibe downplays his feelings. People love to say Kibe is a great friend. Kibe downplays his feelings all the fucking times. That's why Kazuya gets so pissed and fucking punches the shit out of Kibe when they're at the beach. Because Kibe's downplaying how he feels. His grandma does it too. Almost everyone around him does it. It's fucked up. And that's what Kazuya wants. He wants to be seen. And that's why he breaks the fuck down. Imagine how hurt, sad, and alone you have to feel to break down and cry like this. That a gift from a girl on Christmas makes you just bawl your eyes out. And listen to what he says. I'm a scumbag, an idiot, as helpless as I am. Thanks to Mizuhara, my life is getting better bit by bit. And then she tells him, don't take the kill line, go the fuck away, go to the other line. It's completely valid. You fucked up, dude. Like, I still see you and I respect you, but you fucked up. Go to a different line, right? She's not saying our relationship is over. She's just saying, this is your punishment for that. You fucked up, bro. And again, it's so important that this happens. And again, it's like, oh, did he just get rejected? He's crying, and then she sits next to him. Because no, he didn't get rejected, right? Chizuru isn't rejecting him here. This is a part influenced by the external forces, and this is in part because she actually wants to be with him, right? She actually wants to be around Kazuya. And this is a scene that's very commonly misinterpreted. I'm like, I'll give you a TLDR, and I went into the whole thing. This is me. Welcome to my fucking shit, bro. I'll give you the TLDR. Gets into the whole thing. Someone told me Discord is also in solo mode for the first time in ages. I don't know if it's only me, but maybe because I'm not a creator or anything. But when people really act like this, I make popcorn. I used to be able to do that, but for me, this is something I'm very, very passionate about, Guru. So it's not so simple for me. I just get frustrated, and the negativity, boils over. Okay, I'm gonna catch up as fast as I can. Let's like blitz through these a little bit. I'm a little bit behind. Oh my god, there's so many. I can't see if Chizuru is like Kyoko from Maison Ikkoku, but Kazuya is going to be Godei footsteps. Reishi said his biggest inspiration for this manga is Maison Ikkoku, so you are correct. However, Chizuru is not the same as Kyoko because Kyoko is influenced by a lot of different factors, and Kyoko doesn't want to make a decision because she's just afraid. Whereas Chizuru, there's a lot of other factors to her, and her grief is different. But they are inspired by each other. You are correct. In fact, Kazuya likes kids just like Godei likes kids, and he goes into the daycare thing just like Godei. So there you go. Next, as I recall, he said it was bad behavior from Kazuya, yet with context of bad animation from Umi, somewhat okay, yet on a gray line. He shouldn't have followed them from the start. Yes, that is true. He should not have followed them. I think the playlist is private. Fuck. No, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Channel. It should not be private. Edit. It's privacy public. It's public. Just go to the playlist section, and it should be there. It should be public. Yeah, just check it out. It should be there. Let's see. The chapter reminded me of when Chizuru walked away right after asking Kazuya to give her time to investigate her feelings. It's the reverse of that, I think. So Kazuya and her will never be together, I guess. Nope, that's not how it works. They'll be together and they're gonna have a great family. Bro, do you think that in the next few chapters they will start something deeper? I'm just sad that it's taking this much. No, it's gonna be great. His comedy is gold. The copium of this channel is unmatched. And as an old fan of the series, I'm saying this. Up to you. You can feel how you want. I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to catch up right now. This will, I think, but maybe Kazuya will let her go. That's an option. I think he's mad at him for being silenced and not doing things to convince her more. No, I don't think that's quite the case. Jim helps, but it didn't change your life at all. Correct. I want Kazuya to split out how frustrated he feels. Yeah, I think so too. I think he will. That will create such a great character development for Kazuya. Reiji should be banned. Don't make me ban you. Shara, Cher, whatever your name is. Fuck off. You can write however you want. I love Degenerosity left my off, but hearing your thoughts and how passionate you are with this, I'm already planning to reread everything with a clear mind. Thank you. Yeah, no, and understand, Okagi, I actually found Degenerosity somewhat entertaining watching his video. There are some things he said that felt a little gross and kind of disgusting. In particular, how he talked about like hitting the female characters or something, like physically hitting them. In particular, he was talking about Ruka. I felt that was kind of gross. But the video was surprisingly lighthearted, even if it felt frustrating. To me, Degenerosity felt like he was just coming from a place of like, he's misremembering things and just not clearly remembering some of the events he's talking about accurately. And he felt very confused. He felt a lot more confused. Mother's Basement was different. His felt very intentionally wrong. Like literally the opening part of the video, I describe it in the stream. The opening part of the video is literally him removing dialogue intentionally. Degenerosity just thought it was shit because a lot of it is him misremembering stuff or like not understanding the point of what's being talked about, because I literally think he just didn't understand the story. Rusting is the first step towards the initiation into the fake cult. Trust me, I know. I did rust the shit out of you, didn't I? This whole discourse is a gold mine for a video idea. Yeah. No, tell me about it. Depression, silent but deadly, dealt with horrible shit more times than I could remember. Personally, I did understand a lot while binging, rereading, and watching Fate's videos on some chapters. Isn't working. Bait isn't working. Rage bait isn't working. Yeah, but that's the classic Chizuru not practicing what she preaches, Mizuhara. Is there any book ahead of the manga of the series? Is there any other book ahead of the manga of the series? I don't know what you're asking. Do you think that this will break up their fake relationship? It's already been broken for a while now. I think this will break. I think this will like rearrange the wall that they have into a bridge. If she feels so much guilt, then might be the only way to heal and just really start moving forward. Their relationship has not been fake for some time, but my fault. I've been playing in the background when I heard the Jigen part. It doesn't make sense to end just like this negative thing. Yeah, I don't think it will just end here. I realized that the wound she has is somewhat that mommy called her for Chizuru hitting the truth and not being honest. Oh, okay. The teaser. Oh my God. Why did it move like that? I hate how the chat keeps moving. It's frustrating. The teaser is this. That is a question. Is either did you go home first? Or are you going home first? I think are you going home first makes more sense than did you go home first. I don't like the idea. No, I don't. Verkez, the extra text implies it's not over. Let me pull up the extra text. Let me find it for you. So my friend Crumpy translated the dialogue that's written here. It literally says, "The date was over, or so I thought. Mizuhara gets a foot blister." So it's implying the date is not over. It's not going to just end right then and there. So I would say it's leaning more towards, are you going home first? That makes more sense too. Share, go read Solo Leveling or something. Bro, do you think that the next few chapters will start something deeper? I think I already read this. Chizuru wasn't feeding the homeless, lol. Oh my God. Yeah, we talked about that. That was so bad. The way the anime frames the scene in chapter 31 or episode 8 is like Chizuru's feeding the fucking homeless. I'm like, bro, that's brutal. I feel he didn't want to get a new phone because he couldn't find one to fit the old case. He also just didn't want to lose what the phone meant, the meaning of the phone. Faye needs a soundbite recounting the Christmas chapter. That'd be funny, cinema. Interesting what Faye said on the don't see Kazuya, but Chizuru did. Exactly the reason why Nagami apologized to him during Hawaiians. Yes! Nagami was right for the wrong reasons. It's so crazy that Johan pulls the chapter and page of the scene he's talking about just like a pastor going on for the first page of the Bible when preaching. So here, let me show you. Let me show you why. I downloaded every single chapter, and I know most of them by heart because I've been through this series a decent amount at this point. So that's why I can just pull them. I know them by heart to some degree. So yes, I can't just pull it like that. When the series ends 400 more chapters later with another Chizuru rejection, 100 plus cinema will buy all of the volumes again, but Reiji Senpai, the freedom is pumping more than Jujutsu hands were. Bro, I think Jujutsu is written well. So you're kind of talking to the wrong crowd, buddy. Vi Supreme. Do you like Vi from like League of Legends or something? If you could highlight the interesting aspects of this chapter, what would that be? You have a good eye for analysis, and that's appreciated. I'll get into it in just a sec. Nobody's ready for the next chapter. Last chapter is the volume. Reiji doesn't want to end it in sadness. It's the last chapter. What? No. Is it actually the last chapter of the fucking volume next chapter? Yo, someone please tell me if this is true. Someone please fucking tell me if this is true. Just listen to Chibi reviews just now. He actually felt sorry for Kazuya considering he laughed at how chapter 288 ended. He felt sorry for Kazuya? Oh, I mean, that's surprisingly honest of him. I'm staying really positive, though. Wow, that's surprisingly honest of him. I'm staying really positive, though. Okay, good to know. So I will say the teaser is, are you going home first? I think that's more accurate.
Bro, how long will it take for me to see them in a relationship? They're already pretty much in a relationship, bro. Like, I legit think they're at the very least gonna kiss by the end of this, or maybe fuck or something. I don't know. But if they don't, that's perfectly fine. I think it's much closer than you think. I think it's much, much closer than you think. But we will see. I think you blocked on Twitter by accident. I blocked you on Twitter. Why would I block you on Twitter? I usually have a pretty good reason for blocking people, so I don't know. Johan, whenever you're free, please listen to the song named "Bitter Bittersweet." It's great, and it's a Japanese song. I like how the chat waited for you to catch up. Thank you for doing that. I tried my best. I'm sorry. I get so behind and caught up in the conversations. It is true. Oh my god. Yes, it's true. Chapter 381 is the last chapter of the volume. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Oh shit. Oh shit. Next chapter's gonna be nuts. Oh, next chapter's gonna be nuts, dude. Yo, are you fucking ready? Next chapter's gonna be nuts. I feel it. I feel it. Knock on wood. Knock on wood. Next chapter's gonna be nuts. Let's fucking go. Okay. And to be fair, we have talked about like some awesome predictions. Like one of the things we talked about that we predicted that I thought would be sick as fuck. And I know it won't happen exactly like this, but I talked about where is it? I'm a big Final Fantasy fan. I'm a massive Final Fantasy fan. And one scene we watched that I loved to death, that it would be so cool if they did. Final Fantasy X kiss. I know it won't be like this, but God, is it so fucking peak. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Oh God. Gotta make sure nothing weird is playing. Here, I'll pull this up on a different browser because that one will just play ads and that'll be annoying. Okay. I'm gonna put this here. You guys watch it. BRB. Hope you enjoy. I hope you love this as much as I love this. BRB.
Yuna.
月が揺れる鏡に震えた心星が流れこぼれた柔らかい涙素敵だね二人手を取り歩けたなら行きたいよ君の街へ腕の中その顔そっと触れて朝に溶ける夢見る
I'm back. Let's watch Peak together. Let's watch Peak together. This is so peak. It's so peak. And it shows the moon. It's so fitting. It takes place at night. Okay. Back to business, fellas. It's so peak. It's so good. Okay, where was I? Let's see. I think there was a few comments I missed. I kind of feel the blister means they're both hurt now. I think Chizuru's just really hurt and we're not seeing it. And just how Kazuya is trying to keep it composed, how he doesn't want to realize she's just noticing it now. Again, I think I like that last theory I came up with, that Kazuya will notice she's hurt and she's trying to hide it. And he will talk to her and be like, "Yo, why are you hiding this from me? Like, we told not to lie to each other. I'll support." Like, I think after this they'll really talk. Right? I really think they'll talk. It's like, why are you hiding this? Why are you hiding how hurt you are? Why are you lying about that? You're really hurt about this. You're not okay with this. This isn't the result you want. Why are you hiding that? If you want to like I literally think like maybe like who knows? Maybe they'll wait a little longer. Maybe Kazuya doing this will make Chizuru like want to kiss him and like show how much he loves him and just put all that shit aside, you know? Like I could see that happening. And I think that may be how the fight happens, you know? He doesn't want to realize she. Funny that this happened on 300 considering the number is usually symbolic. Yeah, you mentioned how it's symbolic of peace or whatever. Next chapter has to be the... Interestingly, 8 as a number is often correlated with growth, and 0 as a number is often correlated with like a reset, if you will. Like just doing it because you need to. And then 3 is Kazuya's number. However, what we're not addressing here is that for those who are new and you don't know, Reishi does actually use numbers in this story for thematic purposes, as numbers in Japanese have meanings to them. For instance, part 29, 9 is the number of pain. 9 is the number of pain. Chizuru lives in room 204. 4 is often in Japan correlated to death. What is Chizuru's common thing in her life? Death, death, death. She literally lost 3 fucking people in her life. Like all of them are fucking dead. So Kazuya's number is 3. It's on his room. It's 203. 3 is a very lucky number. It's a number often correlated with peace and harmony. And peace and harmony is literally in Kazuya's name. It is literally in his name. So that's why 3 is Kazuya's number. Next chapter being 30 is big. It's literally 381:30. It's Kazuya's number finally taking over here instead of the sadness that is here. We're like, I really think Kazuya's big moment is next chapter. I think one of the things that this series is that they were somewhat already in a relationship from the start. The rental thing is the title that has been removed in Hawaiians. It is also the thing that like confuses them and hides their relationship, you know? What if Kazuya just kisses her next chapter? No, I don't like that. I'll just kiss her. That's weird. You play Magic the Gathering, Final Fantasy collab release. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot when I was younger. I tried to get into Magic the Gathering because of some friends who played it a lot. I don't think I would have gotten back into Magic. I think I would have just collected the Final Fantasy stuff. And that would be kind of it, unfortunately. I don't really want to play Magic. And plus, I don't really have people IRL here to play with. I think I could play with my friends if I was still back with them, but yeah. Can't wait to see how long the stream is. Good question. How long is the stream? Oh my god, it's 4 hours. It's 4 hours and 30 minutes so far. So it's a long fucking stream. Oh, there's a lot of text again. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I saw the colors. It's really eye-popping. Like my mouth. Sorry if you guys talked about it before, but I'm not the only one who thinks that Kazuya still needs to say his piece now. We've said this. Paradise. We've said this a lot. The only thing I'm not sure is he going to blow or does it. I think it'll be a mix of both. Bit composed, but angry. I see them in the relationship, but not like as a couple. Dang, that shit hit was great. Sawcon. Ha 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 ha. Whatever. The Mary Jane Watson of Japan? Who? Chizuru? That's a weird fucking take, unless you're talking about the Mary Jane from like the first Spider-Man films, in which case that's not even like super accurate to Mary Jane as a character herself, but whatever. Kazuya still has the rubber in his wallet. Back to reality. Noah, Chizuru might have a crab-flavored condom in her bag. Jesus Christ, what? I get the joke now, but I hate you. Remember when the thread I sent you in DMs about Ruka's space and what Reishi said? Wait, Mbig, are you Vaughn? Mbig, are you Vaughn? What happened to your account, dude? You like got blasted. I want Kazuya to ask Chizuru what is love. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. We told you not to lie to each other is a great line that echoes Chizuru. Very much so, yeah. Goddamn, the hate posts are so hilarious on Reddit. I find them so entertaining, bro. I know the series is great and the shit talk is just extra content for me, bro. I sometimes I can laugh. I think right now I'm just not in the mood. I played FF7 when I was 10, talk about a happy childhood. Damn. I never played FF7. I think 10 was my first. 10 was my first. I played Kingdom Hearts before all that. Maybe Kazuya will help her walk and she'll kiss Kazuya and realize, like Minnie asked, that she's totally fell in love for him and she still needs to worry about other things. Could be. Yeah. I think Chizuru might like lose control and like just end up kissing him when Kazuya like cares for her. Like Kazuya's gonna support her and care for her, but he's gonna be a little pissed. I think she might end up kissing him. That could definitely happen. So now waiting for Reiji to make my theory come reality of Chizuru will date a Playboy actor so she ends up like her mother. Okay. First off, Saw-Con, we don't know who Chizuru's mom dated. Second, that was never going to happen. Umi's a little Playboy bitch, and that's not happening. So, look, that's warning one. You get two more, Saw-Con. You get two more, and I'm just gonna ban your ass. Right? I'm kind of done playing this game of people walking in here and like, it's all shit. Like that's warning one, buddy. I'm gonna fuck you up next. Like you get two more, and I'm fucking you up. Let me tell you here, accepting Kazuya would have been a better choice for both of them, even if it's wrong. Let me tell you here, accepting Kazuya would have been a better choice for both of them, even if it's wrong. That's funny. I'll be waiting for the analysis of the chapter on Twitter. Greetings. Shoot. I did say we would analyze, so let's get analyzing, bro. Fucked up. Oh, for crying out loud. How many people are going to come in here and then tell me this shit's fucked up, and then I got to explain to them that it's been foreshadowed for 100+ fucking chapters and none of them fucking read anything? How many times am I going to have to say this? Christ. It got blasted for no reason. I tried to appeal, but nothing. Oh, damn. I don't know if it's for no reason. Maybe it's like you weren't supposed to share that. I don't know. Kazuya says he's never going to give up on Chizuru in the next few chapters. It would be a good time to rickroll. Bro, what do you mean with Kazuya's number in the next chapter? Next chapter is part 30. Kazuya's number is 3. So it's literally his number. It's part 30. This entire ever since we hit 300, it's been about Kazuya in the story. So 381 part 30 just makes a lot of sense. Like literally part 29, and we got a whole lot of pain because 9 is the number of pain. And the next time is part 30. Yeah, Chizuru like hella rejected Umi. He's the one who didn't let her. Like, right? And like Chizuru has made it pretty clear to Umi she does not want to be in a relationship with him. And he's the fucking idiot who like won't let go. That's his own goddamn problem. Reiji made such a hateable character in Umi, like looking at him piss off, and I think that's by design. Yeah, you're supposed to kind of hate Umi. He's not a complete piece of shit, but I don't think like he's a great person either. No. The editor and the Ruka account liked it, but anyways, Reiji did hint at the date some interesting development. Oh, that's weird. I don't know what to tell you then. I'm sorry. Umi did Chizuru dirty at the Tiger's Den. Oh yeah, that was fucking. We talked about that. Fuck Umi, and I like the shit he pulled there. Fuck that guy. That was just wow, dude. Okay, let's analyze the chapter real quick. But this past month, the more I've gotten to know you, I've realized something. So it starts with a light, and right, so they're being illuminated. It starts with the buildings from afar, the influence of things from far away. Right, things that are literally not here and far away, as they themselves are like it's like we're seeing them from afar, and yet we have an influence over this. Right? We can hear their words even though we're this far away. You have a contrast. Wow. Chizuru's looking... Again, it's the building thing we described from last chapter. Chizuru's looking up at him. He's looking down at her. She's illuminated, and they both stare... This is such a good fucking shot. Then does that mean she goes for her bag? It's been on my mind all month. I've been wondering, can I really put this ring on? Do I have any right to put it on? Just, damn, the way she pulls it out and she go. Notice how when we see her here, she's initially illuminated. Her face disappears and suddenly she dumps back into the shadows, back down into the shadows. That's my mom's ring. She brought it with her. I love Nagomi-san. God, look at the sheer like frustration on her face. Harumi-san, Kazu-san. Look at how she goes from this and just like look at this and look at this. She loses it, but I still can't put it on yet. I'm not allowed to. Even though everybody's telling her you can put it on, she still feels like she can't. Right? And then this is when Kazuya starts realizing something. Honestly, I want to know if it means something more than that. What you said. This is back to chapter 239. It looks like Kazuya came to a realization here. Right? Look at Kazuya here. He realized something. Something is wrong. I'm not allowed to put this on even though I want to. She's so desperate to put the ring on and she can't. I don't regret kissing you at Hawaiians, and I would do it again no matter how many times we ended up in the same situation. But maybe that's because I can't bear. But maybe I made that choice because I can't bear the idea of facing Nagomi-san and Kibe-san, or that I can't bring myself to force mom to forgive Mami-san. I also feel guilt about my grandma believing until the very end. Her feelings are getting jumbled. But maybe I did that because of those choices, or that I can't forgive Mami-san. Did I make that choice that I would never regret because of these external factors, or because I really want to? I think there's more to what I'm feeling than just being in love with you. Maybe those things are influencing how I feel and it's not actually my feelings. And there's a very intentional reason it shows the Shimoda thing, because remember what Kazuya did? He jumped in to save Chizuru when she fell. As if that moment is meant to mirror. Those two moments are mirrors of each other. When Kazuya jumps off the ferry to save Chizuru, and when Chizuru kisses Kazuya in paradise, are exact mirrors of each other. The two arcs are parallels of each other. So it's intentional that Chizuru thinks she's confused about that and why she did it, just as maybe Kazuya didn't think so much about why he ran. He was just he's finding a new part of himself through her. And she doesn't realize that, like, maybe those things are influencing me when in reality it's about love. I also love this. I love that when she bows down, you see her shadow bowing. Reiji intentionally shows her shadow bowing, not actually her. Then you see her bow. But first you see her shadow, her lie. The thing she does, she is the truth disguising her lie. I might have feelings for you, but considering my current lifestyle, my work, and everything else, I just don't think that's something I can jump into right now. So the shadow bows. Not the real her. Her shadow bows. And then you see the background. All of these, it's not about them. It's about the background. They're highlighted, but the background, look at how much the background is highlighted. Look how much of the background is present here. Like how much of it is consuming the screen. Just as in the very beginning, the background, the external forces influencing your choices. Chizuru from Kazuya's perspective. And look at him, like he's swaying in the wind, like the wind has pushed him, and she turns up. Sorry. I'm sorry. And he sees that and just, he sees how sad she looks, and he doesn't want to hurt her anymore. Well, that's life. Things happen sometimes. I love how he turns cartoonish. Kazuya hides his feelings by turning cartoonish. It's literally the Kazuya's defensive mechanism, if you will. And then he disappears. He just smiles. These things happen sometimes. I guess I'm just happy to hear that you feel so strongly about it. Hang in there. I need to hold it together. I don't want to show it in front of her, right? Not for her. I don't want to hurt her anymore. I can tell how hard you've thought about it. Anyway, we should get going. Oh, I kind of missed this, I think. We should get going. And then Chizuru will probably say, do you want to go home first because she hurt her ankle? And she makes this regretful look yet again. The regretful look comes back one more time. Look at him, looking directly at her, completely illuminated, and look at her, looking down and in shadows. What did we say about the Hawaiians arc? Do you remember the Hawaiians arc? Do you remember how Hawaiians ended? We talked about this. For those who are new, let me show you what I mean. Hey, it worked. Didn't think the snap would work, but it worked. Okay. Looking down into the shadows. Damn it. Looking up, hopeful. Looking forward into the light, looking down into the shadows. There's a reason we see Chizuru's shadow bow first, because she is lost in the darkness, whereas Kazuya is illuminated even in the darkness. I've mentioned this before, but a big thing about grief that people don't realize, and that's something Chizuru is clearly still going through, where she actively pans back to her grief in this arc, is that grief is blinding. It feels like your life is falling apart. It feels like your choices don't make sense. You don't know who you are. You don't know what you're doing, and you don't trust or believe in yourself. And that's a huge part of Chizuru's conflict right here, is that she doesn't fully see herself because she's blinded by her grief. That's why her character for some time fell apart a little bit, and it's slowly coming back, slowly reforging, but she's still blinded by her grief. She's still looking down, looking to the past, whereas Kazuya wants to look to the future. Chizuru can't see her future. She thinks she's not allowed to see her future. And yet, when Kazuya looks down, like her, as a mirror to her, he does not look down with sadness. He looks down with frustration, motivation, and anger, maybe. It feels like there's something he wants to do. And she turns to him. She only sees his back. She doesn't see his face. She doesn't see what now he is hiding. And she's devastated. And then as the wind sways, ouch. She turns down and she sees the thing she didn't pay attention to before. The thing she hurt. She literally hurt herself in the choice of boots she wear. That's how it ends. And the light is shining behind her. Chizuru can't look at the light. She's not allowed to be with the light because she is a shadow. She is not a person. She is a shadow. So she cannot be in the light. She's not allowed to be. And all she can see is the light walking away. And then her foot is illuminated in the darkness. Okay, let's see what I missed in the chat. We can see that she's asking for more time. What little more time? Wait, a little more time. Yeah, can anyone interpret this like Reiji milking, but it's totally in line with Chizuru's character? It is in line with Chizuru's character. Chizuru wanted more time. She didn't feel ready. She wanted to feel more ready, and yet she got put on the spot, and she got challenged. Kazuya is leaving. This is it. You need to make a decision. And she literally can't. This is literally Chizuru. Like, did you listen to what she says? I just don't think this is something I can jump into right now. I can't make this choice right now. She didn't say I don't want to be with you. She said that I can't make this choice right now. In the end, even her rejection is her not making a choice. Her unable to make a choice. Even her choice is in some ways not a choice. It's not a choice. It's not just asking for more time. I can't make a choice. I can't do this. I'm waiting for the twist next week. We're not done here, and the next chapter can just get better. Thank Kazuya for breaking up with Ruka. It would be fair if she had rejected Umi. Would it be fair if she had rejected Umi? Chizuru's colleagues talk about Umi being available again in 334. How are you doing? You've been alive for quite a while. I'm okay. I'm handling it okay. You know what really bothers me about this? Kazuya won't get his ice cream. Kazuya's happy face mirrors to mask Chizuru put on the earlier chapter. I don't know which one though. Kazuya's happy face here. Let's find it. This. Let me show you what chapter it's from. Where is it? I could have sworn it was here. My bad. I don't remember the exact chapter this is from, but yes, it's a very traditional happy face. That's the joke. They need the ice cream. Last week you had the feeling that confession wasn't the end. Then there would be something else. Do you think that they're going to go to their separate ways now that she's rejected him? I keep saying no. Why do you keep asking me this question? I said no. I can't put the ring yet. For me, it's like maybe the future I can. Yeah. She's trying to live up to an impossible ideal. That's the problem. Yeah, she kind of feels that she should be burned with everything and only her fault all along. She doesn't deserve the support either. Yeah. Chizuru, we talked about this in the stream prior to this one. We talked about how Chizuru does not feel worthy and she hates herself. And, you know, she's trying to... She can't, let's see. I don't think there's a chance that's left her alone just because of that. Yeah, I doubt it. Bro, grow away to use colors. What would Sayuri think if she had this shit? Kazuya, forget about her. She belongs to the streets. Sorry, I can't help. Just, man, Avdi, you're picking a fight, buddy. Her choice is leaving the door open for every girl in Kazuya's life to be in the running to be with him. I remember 2 or 3 months ago, an interesting idea popped into the comments on Reddit very briefly. The idea is that Chizuru is demisexualized. The fuck is that? What the fuck is demisexualized? Kazuya will get the ice cream. They both will. The force ghost of Grandma Sayuri needs to come down and slap Chizuru. No. It'll all work out. I bet Sayuri's up there and she believes it. Sorry, bro. I'm just trying to make you laugh. You tried, but you made me angry. Okay. What time is it? Oh my god. We started at 8 and it is now 1 o'clock. Wowie zowie. I've been at it for a while. Breaks my fucking heart, dude. This breaks my fucking heart. I don't think Kazuya's given up, dude. I don't think it's over. Demisexual. I don't know what demisexual is. That's a pissed-faced or determination. Both. He's both pissed and determined. Not angry, more frustrated, I guess. I think it's pissed, frustrated, angry. It's a lot of emotions, right? He's clearly not happy with this scenario. That was a sad chapter, yes. Yeah, it is sad. I'm not saying this chapter is not sad. However, it's not like the internet framed it at all. Yep, Kazuya never gives up. Still good, but sad. Yeah, something can be good and sad. Those things are not mutually exclusive. Kazuya's gonna pull it off next week. I feel the insane fucking W next week, dude. I feel the W next week. It is going to be nuts, and people will shut the fuck up. I can feel it. We ate with this chapter, but the food was cold. I don't know if the food was cold. I mean, there are some good cold dishes. Just saying. Her face says it all, kind of like "Don't let me." Her face mirrors the face she did with talking with Kibe. I don't see the same face as Kibe. Just all I see is regret and sorrow. That's all I see, man. I just see someone really fucking sad right now. Like, Chizuru is so sad about this choice. She did not want to make this choice, and because they, it's because they weren't super clear with each other, And I think that's what they have to do. They have to clear stuff up. They have to get on a better place, She deserves love, and people are treating her like the worst. I know. I fucking hate it. Fate. Demisexual is when people only form sexual attraction after a strong emotional bond. I don't know if that's Chizuru. I will donate $5 if you are check mark. You don't have to donate money. You don't, just watching is perfectly fine. I don't need you to donate any money. Oh, check mark. You mean if I'm correct, if I guessed right? Okay. If you want to take that bad, that's all you, buddy. You don't have to, but I appreciate it. I wouldn't mind seeing him go to the gym with Kibe and get his life back on track either. Bro, his life is on track. I don't know what you're on about. His life is on track. And I think Kazuya should go to the gym if he wants to. If Kazuya wants to get in good shape, go to the gym. If you don't want to, who fucking cares, right? It's not for everybody, right? No, the food is fresh. The haters are the one thinking it's cold as fuck. She's lucky because she has Kazuya for her. Thanks to love me. Well, aged well. So well. Thanks for loving me. Oh, that line, thanks for loving me. I'll always fucking love you. Isn't everyone demisexual then? Not necessarily. Some people just want sex, dude. But I think, I don't know. It's kind of her fault for waiting for so long to reveal all this to Kazuya in the most important day. Not necessarily. I think Chizuru also felt like she couldn't open up about this because Kazuya couldn't really be there for her completely. There's layers to this. It's not that simple. I think that's one part of it. But on the other side, she didn't feel like she could open up to him, just as he didn't feel he could open up to her. She made this rule about research. And I think this is them about breaking the research, right? It's about breaking the illusion of the research because she put this idea and now she has to live up to an expectation that she put. And then Kazuya is also trying to live up to her expectations, and both of them are doing something we're not seeing. Kazuya is trying to constantly get the points to be good enough for her. Where in contrast, we have Chizuru trying to live up to expectations that she set for herself, that all these people around her. And it's constantly fucking with her perception, and she doesn't know how to deal with that. So they were both struggling, and by the fundamental nature of how their relationship was established through the research, they couldn't open up about that. It was a two-way thing. It was a problem they kind of created for themselves, And now I think they can deal with it. I think they've reached a point where they can deal with it. I think that's what the next chapter will be. I'm not sure the talk will overturn her decision. The only way is her losing it, but I'm kind of feeling it's going to be the least few more days of the manga, but he will clear the air, the honesty. I think we'll see. We'll see. I definitely think the blister will have more to it, and I think it might lead to some sort of kiss. I still think it's going to end with a kiss. I'm still kind of confident about that. Kazuya might ask Chizuru, what do you think love is, and listen to her. But just describe how he feels about her. I don't know. The panel when Kazuya is angry seems like he's angry about himself for not doing anything to convince her. He's looking down on himself in anger and frustration in the panel. I don't know. There's layers to this. I think maybe he was upset that he couldn't be there for her as much as he wanted. I think he's upset about the scenario, how everything turned out. I think he's upset about her reasoning, possibly. There could be layers to this. I see a time lapse calling it now. If it does end, I don't. No. It's not gonna just skip. It's not gonna just skip next chapter. If it does, I will be surprised. I will genuinely be surprised if it just ends next chapter. That doesn't seem right. They implied importantly multiple times it's not just gonna end right here. So I don't think so. Yeah, the same logic. I don't think he's mad at her really. I think he's mad at her for maybe a little frustrated with Chizuru, but not straight up mad at her. Okay. I've streamed for a while. And I think he's about to lose it. I'm gonna yell at her about how stupid her behavior is. We'll see. We'll see. I think I might stop for now. What does the next time say in Japanese version? The next time is do you want to go home first? Something like that, which to me implies Chizuru's saying that or something, and Kazuya will notice that she hurt herself and she didn't open up, and we'll go there. No, I've been streaming for a little bit. I'm kind of not in the mood for Shiunji family. Maybe another time. Lawless Bacon. I think it's a good place to stop for now. I've streamed for a lot of hours now. It's been like 5 hours or something. It's been a while, and my voice is getting tired. I might have some things to do. I might have to talk on Twitter a little bit, and that's just not going to be great, but we'll go with it. Nice talking. I'll stream tomorrow. I will stream tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do a deeper analysis. I'll read some of the comments people posted. It cannot end like this. It's the last chapter of the volume. Yeah, the next one is, yeah. So we'll see. Good stuff, man. Thank you. Thank you for all the new people who joined. Welcome. I hope you had fun. I hope this was chill for you guys. And we'll go from there. We'll go from there. But yeah, it's not the end. I don't think this is the end. This is not how it ends. Rest a bit big faith. Yeah, tomorrow we'll talk more. I might finish up something today. It might be for the Ruka project. I might make a video for that. I might finish that today. And then I might make some other stuff. But thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. This was fun. I'm welcome to all the new people that joined in. And yeah, I'm calling it right now. Next chapter is probably going to be peak. Okay? It's probably going to be peak, and it's going to overturn everything we expected. So let's not assume, okay? Let's not assume. So take it easy, y'all. I've been Fate. For those who are new, who just joined, please consider subscribing and like button, all the bell icons, all that fun stuff. Consider supporting me on Patreon. We also have a Discord. That's also in the description below. And for those who want to know more about this series, consider checking out the streams on the playlist called Why Rent-A-Girlfriend Gets Hate. We watch some hate videos and all that fun stuff. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for watching. And remember, let's mosey. I'll see you another time. I gotta go rest a little bit. Okay, take care.